off, thank you so much. And congratulations to everyone in the chamber for making it to the national final round of the 80th National Congress. Truly an incredible accomplishment. As a few things before we actually gavel in, first, the tiny URL code is on the back of my laptop. There's also a QR code, but in case you can't see it, it's tinyurl.com/FLACPO25. FLACKPO25. That's going to have all of the information of who should get speeches, as well as auto-updating it so that everyone can see where they're at and we maintain as much transparency as possible. So I do encourage all of our competitors, as well as our judges, to be on there just to see. For one last thing, the gaveling procedure is going to be as follows. 1 tap for 2 minutes of questioning, 2 minutes of speeches, 2 taps at 2:30 for speeches, 3 taps at 2:55 for speeches. At 3 minutes, I'm going to rise, and then from 3:05 to 3:10, I will gavel you down until we reach 3:10, and then we will hit the hard stop, and I will have to cut you off. For questioning, it's 1 tap at 20 seconds, 2 taps at 30 seconds, and we will immediately move on. With that, are there any questions? Senator Amu. Yeah, that's tinyurl.com/FLACPO25. Got it. All righty. Any other questions? Then at 8:52 a.m., I hereby gavel this session of Congress into order. Are there any motions on the floor? Senator Tiagali. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? The ayes appear to have it, and the ayes do have it. The motion carries. As such, we'll move straight into docket nominations. Are there any nominations on the floor? Tiagali. Are there any other docket nominations? Senator Jackson.
I move to nominate docket B consisting of first South Korea, second 702, and third Bail.
Are there any other docket nominations? Senator Jackson.
Seeing and hearing no docket nominations, I motion to close the vote for docket nominations.
There are no objections, but we will move into a vote for it. All those in favor of closing the floor to docket nominations say aye. Those opposed? Okay. As such, we'll still maintain docket nominations. Senator Lynn. Are there any other docket nominations? Senator Ostheimer.
I move to close the floor for docket nominations.
Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? Hearing none, the floor is now closed to docket nominations. We'll vote for the agenda now. Docket A is Senate Finals 5, removing troops from South Korea, Senate Finals 4, Section 702, and Senate Finals 2, Firearm Registry. Docket B is Senate Finals 5, removing troops from South Korea, Senate Finals 4, Section 702, and Senate Finals 1, abolishing the use of bail. And Docket C is Senate Finals 5, removing troops from South Korea, Senate Finals 2, National Firearm Registry, and Senate Finals 4, Section 702. As such, those who wish to set docket A as the agenda, please raise your placards and lower them when I say your name. Ostheimer, 1. Park, 2. Song, 3. Kumar, 4. Jackson, 5. Badaluri, 6. 7 new in. Apologies. Docket B, those who wish to set it as the agenda, please raise their placards. Tiagali, 1. Macias 2, Amu 3, Asadi 4, Khan 5, Stevens 6, Lung 7, Nelson 8. Docket C, I count Lee 1, Lin 2, Casey 3, and Xiao 4. As such, docket C will be removed from the agenda nominations, and we will now move into agenda nominations only between docket A and docket B. Is there anyone who needs them reread? Perfect. Those who wish to nominate set docket A as the agenda, Ostheimer 1, Song 2, Park 3, Kumar 4, Lung 5, Badaluri 6, Nelson 7, Win 8, Lin 9, Lee 10, Casey 11, Xiao 12. Those who wish to select docket B, 1 Jackson, 2 Stevens, 3 Khan, 4 Asadi, 5 Amu, 6 Macias, and 7 Tiagali. And with that, the docket will be set as docket A. For everyone's reference, that's once again Senate Finals 5, removing troops from South Korea, Senate Finals 4, Section 702, and Senate Finals 2, National Firearm Registry. the agenda being set, we will now move straight into debate on Senate Finals 5. That's removing troops from South Korea. Are there any sponsors? Between Kumar, Lung, and Casey, that first goes to Senator Casey.
I thank the chair. Hey everyone, that's Senator Casey, C-A-S-E-Y. Truly so honored to be starting off today's legislative session. 4 days into this tournament, I'm sure you all know the drill by now. Thumbs up and we'll be good to go. Great, great. Thumbs up from all the judges? Perfect. In the Korean language, the word for crisis, 위기, has two characters. One translating to superiority, and the other translating directly to mourning. With North Korea on the mission towards their own superiority, don't let our presence become the mourning of South Korea. So end this crisis, I urge you, pass my bill. Pass my policy for one super plain and simple reason. It unequivocally takes away North Korea's main incentive towards attacking. Because I think we should frame today's debate around what North Korea's actual goal is. The side which solves for that is the side which wins today's debate. Because time and time again, North Korea rightfully is portrayed as an aggressive, idealistic dictatorship. But I want to make something excruciatingly clear. No one's denying that North Korea is aggressive, but aggression isn't inherently the same as ambition. As the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations explains on January 9th of 2025, while it's easy to open the news and assume that they're itching for war, the truth of the matter is that every missile launched and assertion of dominance isn't actually about expansion. It is about survival. When they believe that their own survival as a nation is on the line, that the US will take action against them. They're loud, not because they're proud, they're loud because they're scared. But don't believe me, believe history. In 2017, after Trump said that we'd attack them with fire and fury, they launched their first intercontinental ballistic missile. In 2002, when Bush labeled them as the axis of evil and increased our presence in South Korea, just a few days later, they ramped up nuclear capabilities. And get this, after the US and South Korea military did drills together in 2013, a few days later as well, they cut off their military hotline with South Korea altogether. The negation will try to get up here and tell you that our presence means peace. History tells you otherwise. That's what my legislation finally changes, because Section 1 pulls troops out, not as a retreat, but as a removal of the very thing that North Korea sees as a direct threat. And Section 3 goes even further by restricting US military action as being purely defensive. No offense, no ambiguity, no excuse for Kim Jong-un to falsely believe that we're preparing to strike them and attack South Korea first preemptively. Today's legislation makes it so that we don't confuse our presence with peace. While the word for crisis has two characters, for superiority and mourning, I urge you to take a break from US superiority before it means the mourning of South Korea. End the crisis.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. You win first.
How do you know North Korea is scared?
Because of literally every single action that they've done. I cited 3 empirical examples of the highest escalation they've had. All of that was
Why does
direct.
escalation mean they're scared?
Because they're trying to defend, like they're trying to assert their dominance on the
Who
geopolitical
frames them
scale.
as a defender?
Sorry?
Who frames them as a defender?
Themselves.
Okay, so we're gonna trust North Korea's word
Wait, no.
to say they are scared,
This isn't-
leave, and
No.
allow them to accomplish
This
their
is not
goals.
North Korea's word, it's their actions time and time again. It is
You
historical
just told me
precedence.
they're the ones saying they're the
They
scared
didn't
ones.
say that, they did it.
And they're the ones saying they're scared.
They did it.
Park.
Why hasn't South Korea been invaded for 70 years?
Because of a variety of reasons, mainly that North Korea itself is quite literally crumbling. Have you seen their GDP,
How
their
are they
starvation
going to
levels?
respond aggressively?
Sorry?
Then how will they respond aggressively if what you just said is true?
I am saying because of the fact, wait, I'm saying they don't respond aggressively under this bill. That's the whole point.
But the problem is, North Korea is fundamentally incomprehensible to us. Why do we change the status quo that has worked?
It hasn't worked. I cited
They have not been
intercontinental
invaded in
ballistic
70
missiles
years.
being launched.
Tiagali.
Threats.
Good morning, Senator. In 2018, when we scaled back military drills in South Korea, how did North Korea respond?
They did a variety of things, but there was never a full-scale launch.
They
And as
launched
I said,
90 missile attacks.
I fundamentally disagree with what you're saying there. Trump said that we would attack them with fire and fury
How
at that
can
same
you
time.
disagree with the fact that North Korea launched 90 missiles on South Korea when we
That was
pulled
as
back?
a response to what Trump himself said, that we would attack them.
So is
That's
it that the
why you
United States is
passed.
triggering them or keeping them at bay?
Our action is triggering them, as shown by your own example.
If we pull them back and they
Shall.
attack.
Hey,
What makes the distinction between an offensive and defensive military operation?
whether it's they've attacked us first, so we're defending South Korea, versus whether we just send a nuke over there
you
without
told us
any-
our presence is what has encouraged North Korea to militarize. Why would that not still be the same if we're still in the peninsula in a defensive capacity?
Wait, the thing is, firstly, we're not in a defensive capacity when you fail. That's not the case. That's why you
Wait,
passed this
Section
bill.
1 allows us to continue military operations if it's for a defensive capacity.
Yeah.
Why would that not still encourage militarization?
Because it means we
The
won't
question
attack
period
them.
has elapsed. That was the sponsorship speech. We're now looking for the first speech negation. Speakers, rise. The chair thanks you. Between Macias and Badaluri and Lee, that first goes to Senator Macias. Badaluri, sorry. Good.
Good morning. Senator Bodduluri, Bodduluri. Judges, if y'all are not ready, I'm going to take silence as an indication, so if you're not ready, just holler at me. Cool. Once upon a time, President Trump stood before a thunderous crowd and confessed that he fell in love with Kim Jong-un after months of exchanging beautiful letters. 7 years later, President Trump is trying to rekindle this correspondence. Except, Newsweek reports that last week, North Korean diplomats at the UN headquarters are refusing letters that are personally addressed from Trump to Kim. And here's the thing. I guess, man, ICBMs sure do spoil a wholesome male friendship. But this isn't a soap opera. It tells us something too. Trump sat down with Kim in Singapore, Hanoi, and the DMZ and is still trying. But we are still getting stonewalled. Fail, because this bill forces us to give up a ton. And trust me, we are not getting anything in return. Ankit Panda, a nuclear policy expert at the Carnegie Endowment, put it best in his February 2024 interview with Newsweek. To get Kim Jong-un to the table and talking, the US has to keep changing its asks, while Kim can just stay silent and maintain his. In other words, North Korea sets the terms while we negotiate against ourselves. And this perfectly illustrates the trap that Senator Casey and the affirmative have fallen for. They think that we need to act first and make a concession of good faith from the Kim regime, to get a concession of good faith from the Kim regime. But why on earth should we expect any good faith from Kim? In 1994, we built his grandfather 2 nuclear reactors after he promised to freeze his plutonium-based nuclear program. In return, he started a uranium program instead. For 2 decades afterwards, we delivered 2 million tons of food and medicine to his father. In return, we got 2 decades of military buildup and nuclear missile testing. In 2018, Trump suspended military exercises with South Korea. And like grandfather, like father, like son, we got 0 progress towards denuclearization. But Senator Casey gave you a bunch of good examples too. At best, if all of his examples are right, that just proves to you you have no idea what Kim Jong-un is going to do. Worst of all, today's bill gives up our biggest bargaining chip. Kim has been calling for U.S. troop withdrawal since the first day he took power. Senator Casey, if we volunteer our biggest piece of deterrence, we have nothing left to bring him to the negotiation table. If we pass, he doesn't need to concede anything. He already has exactly what he wants. Now, Senator Casey and the affirmation of think we've been harsh on North Korea. Please don't forget, we've also been exceedingly generous, especially to Kim Jong-un. Turn around and he won't even talk to us. It's like a kid throwing a temper tantrum, giving everyone the silent treatment, and his parents buy him a PlayStation. But for North Korea and its 3 generations of leaders, 70 years of temper tantrums, and the kid still hasn't grown up. Fail this undisciplined bill.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Song first, unopposed.
Hi.
You want to bring Kim Jong-un to the negotiating table, right?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, sorry. Do you fundamentally believe that he will, in any circumstance, like denuclearize at all, ever, no matter what we do? Like, do you see a world where he denuclearizes?
I don't think that's even the question, right? If the question is just like to bring him down a little bit, you still have to
But what does
maintain
bring
some
him down
form
a
of
little bit
leverage.
mean? Do you mean like
yeah,
give up
like
his
stop
nuclear
firing
weapons?
70 missiles a day? Like there's like ways you can get
Right,
a
if he
little
still
lower,
has his
right?
nuclear
I'm not
weapons,
saying
what
that like
changes?
wait, because if you are able to negotiate with him, at the very least you give him a deal to make it a little
Long.
better than the status quo.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You say that Kim Jong-un has never shown any sign of being willing to denuclearize.
Like not like maybe a little bit, but like I don't think he's ever been like I'm going to get rid of every single nuclear weapon.
There has not been a single instance where he maybe was willing to shut down some nuclear reactors.
Like
or any,
that's what
or
I
any
that's
major
wait, we're
steps,
saying
right?
the same
You're
thing.
saying,
That's what I said to Senator Song.
Are
A
you
little
saying-
bit of the way he's willing to go, but that's why you need leverage to get him there.
I don't know if this is leverage, right? Because
Wait.
it's a permanent troop presence that
The
never
thing
changes.
is, like, he's
It's
been
not leverage
asking
if
us.
we never
no,
use
no,
it, is it?
He's been asking us to get rid of
Casey.
troops for such a long time.
You say that we shouldn't have to pass and that it's not fair, but what is the net harm of passing?
You don't have any leverage, so Kim Jong-un can do whatever he wants in the territory because there is no one to retaliate against
What
him.
does Section 3A, B, and C all do? It's military leverage we still have in the region
Wait.
because we still give them military aid under Section
Yeah,
3B
only
of my
if
policy.
something offensive happens, right? But if you're gone for even a short amount of time, that gives Kim Jong-un the ability to do whatever he wants.
Section
There is
3B means we're not
Wait.
gone. We give them military aid directly. I think
Military
you're-
aid and U.S. troop presence are 2 completely different things. You
You're-
can give people aid, and that is not the
You're
same
solely
as having
debating
a troop
Section
on
1,
the
not this
ground.
bill.
Hi, why does North Korea continue to aggress when their economy is literally in shambles?
Wait, the thing is, I've proven to you he's not a rational leader, right? If you're going to tell me the reason they're aggressing is because we're there, that is just fundamentally
My
untrue.
question is, why does he continue to nuclearize by the day when their economy is in shambles, right? It's leverage because of the troops. When you get rid of those troops, don't you get rid of that incentive?
The thing is, I don't buy this because even when we've made good faith concessions, he hasn't followed through, right? Like, I just don't think you can say, oh, he's a rational leader. If you do this, this is exactly what's going to
If you
happen.
get rid of the
Literally, that is not true historically, and it will never
It's
be
just about
true.
The
keeping their
questioning
incentive.
period has elapsed. That was a speech in negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. The chair thanks you. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Assadi.
Thank you, Chair. For the Chamber and Judges, that's Senator Assadi, spelled A-S-A-D-Y. Speaking for the first time this session, just any thumbs up that you're ready and I'll get started. All good? Believe it or not, President Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, and I all have something in common. We keep getting called things that we're obviously not. Xi Jinping keeps getting compared to Winnie the Pooh, Kim, a glorified man baby, and me? Well, people keep thinking I'm so short. I'm average height. 5'8" is average height, okay? But listen, jokes aside, even a short person like me can tell that despite my shortcomings, pacifying man babies in the Pacific is child's play. Pass this legislation. I want to make something clear. The change that this policy brings is not found so much so in the tangible effects of reducing our military presence, but rather in the message that it sends. Passing walks the political tightrope between keeping our adversaries at bay and keeping allies protected by initiating de-escalation. Through Section 1 of this legislation, we remove all troops from South Korea. But to understand what that implies for the Pacific, we need to understand what facilities are there to begin with. The Army themselves tell us that South Korea is a military stronghold for the United States, specifically because it's home to Camp Humphreys, our largest overseas base. Humphreys is critical to our power production in the region, but adversaries such as China and North Korea keep viewing it as a constant threat. It's no surprise, then, that every time we try to reinforce our defenses, someone throws a temper tantrum. Just look at North Korea. DW on March 4th, 2025 writes that following the deployment of the USS Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group to South Korea, North Korea responded with a statement explaining how U.S. presence threatened the security of the DPRK and posed an active threat. And they launched a couple of missiles just for good measure. The United States maintains a policy that prioritizes collective defense of our critical allies. But no matter how many times we try to convince our adversaries that we aren't trying to wipe them off the map, they just keep whining. That's why Senator Casey's legislation takes the first baby step in turning defense into de-escalation. By relaxing our grip in the region, we give North Korea exactly what they want: reduce U.S. involvement. But note that we aren't going away entirely. We still have operations in Guam, Japan, and the Philippines to keep a check on power in the region. On top of that, we'll be there for South Korea if they need it. Ultimately, Senator Botoluri, removing troops from South Korea opens the door to diplomacy. Just turn to the Financial Times just 1 week ago, where they tell us that in an effort to de-escalate tensions, South Korea halted radio broadcasting to the north as the South is seeking so many methods to appease Kim Jong-un. They all recognize that, well, the pen is mightier than the sword. Pair our legislation with South Korea's current stance to see that, contrary to common belief, diplomacy isn't dead. Take advantage of this before it's too late, because if the situation continues to grow more and more dire, millions of lives are at risk. A CNBC scenario simulation quantifies that if a large-scale conflict between South Korea and North Korea were to break out, upwards of 20,000 deaths will be witnessed daily. If I have the chance to cooperate with our adversary to decrease tensions, we one way or another inspire change in the region to prevent a spillover of temper tantrums into a full-scale war. I may be short, but I promise you, I'm not short-sighted. Pass this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, first goes to Senator Macias.
Doesn't getting rid of Camp Humphreys weaken our ability to defend South Korea?
Yes, it does.
Okay, then why would we pass this bill and appease a dictator?
Because we're not entirely removing our military alliance with South Korea.
No,
Under the,
if
I can finish my response. Under the provisions of this legislation, if South Korea deems North Korea to be a threat, we'll still be there for them defensively.
So we'll only respond if they are attacked.
Yes, and we already have military strongholds in Japan, Guam, and the Philippines, like I mentioned in my speech.
We're not going to deter that attack and prevent it from happening.
We are still deterring because we still have bases in Japan.
How are we deterring without troops in the region?
Because we still have troops in the region.
Would that increase our reaction time?
Hey, Senator, you told us defense leads to de-escalation. Isn't the main role of our troops in South Korea to stand there as defensive measures?
I didn't say that defense leads to de-escalation. I'm saying that if we pull back and show that we're willing to negotiate, we can open the door to diplomacy and de-escalate tensions.
By showing North Korea that we take a defensive stance, we de-escalate tensions. Aren't our troops in the region already doing so?
Exactly, but they don't see it that way, so we need to prove it to them. That's what this legislation does.
Why? It's not like our troops are going and invading North Korea. They're there for defensive measures.
The questioning period has elapsed. Just as a brief note for the chamber, 2 things. Number 1 is that once we hit that 20-second tap, it's going to go to the person who has precedence at that point so that they can start making their way up to the microphone in order to cut down time. So please, whenever you have a question, raise it up as soon as possible so that we can call on you. Is that good for everyone? Perfect. And then also, whenever I point at you, begin making your way to the mic so we don't have to wait for like 10 seconds before we can get to a next question. Seeing as that was a speech in affirmation, we're now looking for a speech in negation. Speakers, rise. Tiagali first.
Judges, parliamentary presiding officers reference. This is Senator Tiagali, T-Y-A-G-A-L-I. That's T-Y-A-G-A-L-I. I'll take silence as an indication of readiness. In 1950, after U.S. Secretary of State Dean Ashton gave a speech excluding South Korea from the American defense perimeter, Kim Il-sung took it as a green light. 6 months later, North Korean forces crossed the 38th parallel. Seoul fell in 3 days. 1 week later, entire families were ripped apart, and 400 civilians lost their lives. We pulled back support. South Korea paid in blood. That day, history taught us what happens when we hesitate. Today, we get to rewrite history. Make the right choice. Strike down this legislation. First, Senators Casey and Asadi kick off the affirmation, arguing that maintaining military operations or weaponry ensures that deterrence remains. Let's make something incredibly clear. Deterrence is not just about firepower. It's about proximity. It's the fact that 29,000 U.S. troops stand shoulder to shoulder with the ROK that makes Kim Jong-un think twice. That's how deterrence works. Once we look like we're about to leave, we're already gone. Senator Casey, that's why CSIS finds that when the U.S. scaled back joint military drills in 2018, not 2017, North Korea launched 90 missiles. And Senator Casey and Asadi, in isolation, military aid doesn't help South Korea at all. Aid only works when there are boots on the ground to deliver it, protect it, and train with it. We can't airdrop a missile and a Patriot missile battery into Busan and expect it to run itself. In Afghanistan, the U.S. spent $90 billion arming and training security forces. But days after our troop withdrawal in 2021, Kabul collapsed, and $7.2 billion in U.S. gear ended up in the Taliban's hands. It doesn't matter if a missile sings a Star-Spangled Banner or the Marseillaise. If innocent civilians die at its hands, the only song it sings is a swan song of American integrity. Aid without oversight is aid surrendered. But even worse, this bill literally paralyzes us in the face of attack. Section 2 says we can't launch offensive operations unless an adversary strikes first. That means we can't intercept a North Korean missile on the launch pad. We can't stop an amphibious landing before it starts. We are legally forced to wait until Seoul is burning before we are allowed to act. At that point, call us Nero and give us a violin. Because if you think Kim Jong-un won't test that red line, open your eyes. Not just to how this legislation renders us effectively ineffective, but to what message we send the entire Indo-Pacific. South Korea is the closest ally we have in East Asia. If we can't be bothered to keep a peacekeeping garrison there, we tell the entirety of the Indo-Pacific the United States doesn't stand with its allies. The affirmation from Senator Casey to Asadi wants to talk about peace, but peace without credibility is a mirage. Senator Casey, if you want to prevent conflict, show your adversaries the United States doesn't blink in the face of danger. American support shouldn't come with terms and conditions. South Korea stood by us. It's time to stand by them. Fail this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Questions? Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lee.
Hey,
Hey,
who's stronger, North or South Korea?
I'm sure both have strengths. I'd say South Korea because they're a democracy.
Yeah, no, stronger militarily.
South Korea.
Yeah. So if that's the case, why would North Korea invade South Korea knowing that they're going to lose?
Okay. If when we pulled back military training, North Korea immediately started
training and posturing, but no actions.
Yeah,
Stevens.
launching a military attack. Hey.
Let's talk deterrence.
Okay.
What's the status quo of our intercontinental ballistic missile capabilities?
I'm sure you can tell me.
We have many.
Okay.
So when North Korea knows, legislatively under today's legislation, that if they strike, we strike back with equal severity.
Okay.
Why do they still attack?
I would argue, unless we have boots on the ground actually delivering that service,
why are
it
you
really
limiting
doesn't
the
help.
might of our military power to physical personnel?
Why don't
when
we
the fact
keep
of the matter
our
is,
personnel
the
and
majority
our
of modern
Question
warfare
period
is
has
done.
elapsed. That was a speech in negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. The chair thanks you. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lynn.
my judges, that's Senator Amber Lin, L-I-N. Give me one moment. I know some of my judges are always ready, so I'll just take silence as an indication of readiness. Great. More than 70 years ago, the Korean War ended with not a peace treaty, but an armistice. So as South Korea begins to become a world leader that we see today, there's something very real holding them back. When American troops treat a temporary conflict as a permanent occupation, South Koreans suffer. Let them flourish past today's legislation. So far, the negation championed by Senator Baudelaire and Tiagli have tried to further this idea that North Korea wants to attack. The real question is, can they even? Not only do we still allow our military weapons to exist in the area like IBMs, but the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft in May of 2025 tells us that North Korea still uses Soviet Union-era weaponry. They don't have the military capacity to actually invade or launch a large-scale attack on South Korea, even if we pull out of the area. But what they're trying to do right now is rebuild so that in the future they can. That's why we act now. I agree with you, Senator Baudelaire. We shouldn't bend to North Korea's will. You're passing so we can offer South Korea better and broader support. Know that nothing guarantees South Korea long-term support in the future, especially under the Trump administration, who's currently completely allowed South Korea, or rather wants to completely allow South Korea to be independent in terms of their military. And historically, the US has pulled out when our allies needed them the most. Look to Afghanistan, South Sudan, Iraq, and the Kurds. We back out as soon as war hits. But what today's legislation allows us to do instead is provide aid that bolsters South Korea more than troops on the ground ever could. Scholars in May of 2012 tells us that the US spends over $34 billion to maintain troops in South Korea. So instead of spending $1 billion on troops, let's use that money to bolster the nuclear and preemptive strikes that everyone knows are the real things deterring North Korea. CSIS in June of 2025 tells us that there's historical precedent of this working. In 1971, the Nixon administration reduced US troops in South Korea by over 20,000 during the Guam Doctrine. Instead of destabilizing the area, it made South Korea strengthen their own forces. They build up their own weaponry so that they can fire their own guns, so that they can protect their own people better than the US ever can in the long term. Know that in the future, when we may not be there, I want to always ensure that South Korea has the ability to stand on their own 2 feet. North Korea's retaliation isn't an issue now, but it will be in the future if you don't allow South Korea to rebuild themselves. Passing today actually grants them the ability to be independent. Affirm today's legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Questioners, rise. That first goes to Senator Ostheimer.
Hi.
Hi.
Why hasn't North Korea attacked South Korea since the end of the Civil War in 1953?
I'm assuming you're going to say because the US has a military presence there.
Right, because North Korea knows they can't win a war with the US.
Yeah, North Korea also knows that they can't win a war with South Korea when they're armed with US IBMs and missiles.
Does North Korea have nuclear weapons?
Yeah, they do.
Does South Korea?
No.
If North Korea attacked South Korea with a nuclear weapon,
So with
what would happen?
$34 billion, we can strengthen their nuclear deterrence program.
How do you even do that? You can't have nuclear deterrence if you don't have a nuke.
Jackson.
South Korea is under something called the nuclear umbrella. What does that mean?
I'm sure you could explain it.
Yeah, if North Korea ever attacks, we have to attack back. So if
Yeah,
a
of
nuclear
course.
weapon is launched, deterrence doesn't change in either world.
I mean, like, even under this legislation, if South Korea is attacked, we still go to their defense. We still have bases in Japan, Taiwan,
What type
all
of
across
country
the
is
South.
easiest to attack?
Sorry, can you repeat
What
that?
type of country is the easiest
I'm assuming
one
one
to
that
attack?
doesn't have deterrence.
Probably one that's in a weak state right now. Is South Korea
Okay.
currently strong?
Seeing as it has been 30 minutes since the start of this chamber, Senator Casey will now take over.
I think the chair. With that, I'll now be moving up right back into debate as soon as possible. Just give me a second. Before we move directly back into debate, however, I'm going to go over some of my basic parliamentary procedure, if any of it does differ from Senator Flack. Firstly, for the procedure for my PO sheet, the tiny URL link is tinyurl.com/NSDA Senate Finals. Once again, tinyurl.com/NSDA Senate Finals. Great, I see a few people are on the dock. So with that, just a few brief notes. On the first tab of the sheet, there are links to the bills, the tab room page, the NSDA rules, and the docket to make the judges' and competitors' jobs as easy as possible. There's additionally all the precedence and recency that's been established based off preset recency and also what's happened in the round so far. On the second tab, there is additional information on procedure, amendment procedure specifically, and even a fully anonymous trigger warning form if competitors or judges have any specific triggers that they want me to communicate to the chamber not to use for the sake of equity in today's round. And there's even the link to the 170-page edition of Robert's Rules of Order in case anyone wants some light reading between rounds. For my gaveling procedure, I will be doing the exact same procedure as Senator Flack, except I will begin lightly gaveling down at 3 minutes rather than 3 minutes and 5 seconds to ensure that we don't go up to the grace period as many times as we have so far. If you need me to make any gaveling accommodations at all whatsoever, please let me know. Other than that, are there any questions on my PO sheet? Any questions on procedure? With that, we will now move right back into debate on a bill regarding South Korea. Seeing as we just left off on a speech on the affirmative, we're now in line for negative speech. All negative speakers, please rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Jackson on preset recency.
Good morning, everyone. This is Senator Jackson. I'm just going to take a couple of seconds, and if I don't hear anything, I'm going to assume all judges are ready to go. Good. In March of 1973, after the United States left South Vietnam, the country fell within 2 years. In 2009, after leaving Iraq, it was just months before ISIS stepped in, and in Afghanistan in 2020. Our allies clung to our broken promises. History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme, and the same mantra has been echoing for decades. Leave a country when it's crumbling, and its cracks cause its demise. You failed today's legislation because South Korea is unable to support its economy and defense without United States troops. So far, I think that both Senators Assadi and Casey have misconstrued what makes North Korea most likely to attack. North Korea is most likely to attack when South Korea as a country is weak, as Victor Cha for the Center for Strategic and International Relations explains just this year. That South Korea right now recently declared martial law, has a new president, and American tariffs have caused them to lose 10% of their exports. South Korea isn't thriving right now, but why do we specifically need American troops? Because when you pull out American troops in two ways, military and economically, South Korea weakens. First, because rebuilding the military is something that they can't afford and logistically can't do. The United States spends about $3 billion yearly maintaining our troops in South Korea, but even if you want to assume that you can just buy more troops, South Korean troops and American troops are fundamentally different. As the Global Firepower Index writes in 2025, in 9 out of 10 categories, American troops surpass South Korean troops every single time. So it's not something that you can just switch on a whim. But okay, Senator Lin, she doesn't believe that because North Korea is able to attack right now, that they're going to. North Korea doesn't even have to fire a bomb to devastate South Korea, because every single time that South Korea became weak, North Korea increased its cyber attacks. As the Cyber Express wrote in April of this year, after South Korea declared martial law, it was just hours before North Korea launched thousands of cyber attacks, just one, impacting 18,000 South Korean people. But second and most importantly, What are troops in South Korea doing as it pertains to the economy? The United States Army reports on their progress at Camp Humphrey in 2022, stating that they've even done things like protect endangered species, fed thousands of people on the streets of Seoul, and led economic initiatives. But second, and most importantly, when South Korea prospers, we prosper with them. The Baker Institute for Public Policy explains just 4 weeks ago that over 3 years, South Korean trade has supported tens of thousands of American jobs. I'm not saying that South Korea is unable to prosper without American troops. What I am saying is that they have to pick and choose in what areas they want to prosper at all. Walking away now isn't increasing deterrence with North Korea. It's weakening our ally in their worst moment. Fail. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing that, firstly, if you could step aside so I can make sure I see everyone over there, that'd be great. Between those standing that, firstly, does go to Nelson off preset recency.
How does removing U.S. troops affect our ability to protect South Korea from cyber attacks?
Okay, sure. So I told you that U.S. troops right now are the ones who are securing South Korea. When you remove United States troops, you show that South Korea is getting weaker because the South Korean military can't do that.
Can the United States still help South Korea defend against cyber attacks even if we don't have troops stationed there?
Sure, but I also told you South Korea can't afford to replace the capacity in which American troops operate there right now.
Right, but I'm saying that right now, can we not prevent cyber attacks from abroad?
Of course, cyber attacks. The issue is when South Korea looks weaker, North Korea attacks.
Lynn off preset.
When South Korea declared martial law and we had all those cyber attacks occur, didn't we still have troops in place?
Yes, we had troops in place.
So how does that at all lead to cyber attacks happening if while troops were in place we still had cyber attacks?
Sure, so my entire point with that is that when South Korea is politically or economically unstable, that's when North Korea attacks. It has nothing to do with United States troops.
Yeah.
They were there and they still committed cyber attacks.
So you're telling me that regardless if we have troops there, North Korea will attack anyway?
The question may be seated. State that. The tinyURL link is tinyurl.com/NSDA Senate Finals. That is tinyurl.com/NSDA SENATEFINALS. Great. Seeing as no speech in the negation, we're now line for an affirmative speech. All affirmative speakers, please rise. Between those standing that, firstly, will go to Senator, apologies, that goes to Sarah Flack off preset recency.
I won the speech, but Senator Tudor had a motion.
Oh, state that. Granted. Thank you.
For all of my judges, that's Senator Flack, spelled F-L-A-C-K.
Also, I've been having to make the out extra loud because it's so if the people shaking too much or better letting it.
Victory in war is never truly a victory, because after the last shot rings out, devastation and death is all that remains. And it's because this Congress refuses to heed that warning, you're passing this legislation. Because this legislation fundamentally decreases the likelihood of conflict with North Korea for a couple of reasons. And it's because peace is the only victory that doesn't come at the cost of burying bodies you're passing. Principally, let's look to this legislation and understand exactly how it's going to decrease tensions. Because then there's been a lot of debate on the negation side of today's topic about how fundamentally Kim Jong-un is unstable and he's not going to actually engage in negotiation. Senator Badaluri brought this up and tells you that overwhelmingly Kim Jong-un is unstable and we won't have anything to bring him to the negotiation table. But I argue is that we shouldn't only be worried about Kim Jong-un. We should actually look to other global leaders as well, which could potentially be more rational. For example, the AP News explains in September of 2024 is that whenever the United States has increased its aid towards South Korea, and we've seen that through, for example, the defense, when we actually renewed our defense commitments to them back a year ago, we saw that North Korea actually increased their tensions overall and increased their capabilities of fighting. But more importantly, they also strengthened alliances alliances with other powers. I argue is that this legislation doesn't necessarily mean that Kim Jong-un's going to come to the negotiation table, but rather is that his incentive for conflict is going to be recognized by other global leaders as bad. Because right now, Kim Jong-un can use the United States' active support as a justification for why he needs to increase his military and why he needs to increase his international partnerships. But when we take that away, international partners decline. That's where I argue that the core of the affirmative should be. But further, the Quaker United Nations office explains in October of 2024 is that right now, the main barrier to peace and reconciliation within the region is U.S. militarism. When we decrease this legislation, we decrease that militarism, and we provide for South Korea. But let's look to the other major issue that Senator Tia Gali talks about, and they tell you is that when we don't have troops on the ground, our aid is less effective. But that's simply not true, because we still have a presence within the Indo-Pacific region. For example, alliances like AUKUS and the Quad still exist. That means that we can, one, still give aid to countries, particularly South Korea, but two, we still maintain a presence in the Indo-Pacific region. It's not like we're completely abandoning them altogether. And the Council on Foreign Relations explains that we also have a mutual defense treaty with particularly South Korea. That means that we'll come to their aid. But if you don't pass this legislation, if you don't pass this legislation, what you're going to see is increased conflict, and that's why you pass.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 9 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, that firstly will go to Senator Baudelaire off recency.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. Are there vehemently anti-United States countries that no matter what we do will look for the opportunities to attack us?
Yeah, sure. I'll agree that those exist, but my argument is that the broader international community can no longer see any justification for North Korea.
The broader international community already agrees that North Korea is violent, right? I don't understand how that's a functional change in the status quo.
Right.
They've already been against Kim Jong-un and his dictatorship.
I would say classifying all nations as just anti-American that support North Korea isn't necessarily true. I would say is that there's some that are more rational.
I'm not saying that all countries are anti-American. I'm just saying I don't understand how what you're advocating for is different than the status quo.
How do U.S. troops still exist in South Korea under this bill?
Yeah, I would say is that they don't unless like South Korea is attacked, and then we could like start to provide them back troops because like we already have other treaties that exist.
So we help them after they're bombed.
Yes, but I argue, fundamentally is that they're not going to be bombed for a couple of reasons. One, I tell you, is that North Korea is not going to attack. South Korea already has a better military.
America will come after they
treaties.
Senator, if you're telling me America will come after they get bombed, why wouldn't North Korea
get bombed? That's to prevent them.
The may be seated. When I've done 2 taps, that is the end of the questioning period. Friendly reminder to keep decorum. State that.
I was wondering if you want us to do the same thing PO Flag has to.
Yes. Just with that, people were raising it last minute. That's why I've done it for previous questioning blocks, but for that, there were a bunch of last-minute changes which changed around recency. But thanks for that. Seeing those speech on the affirmative, we're now in line for negative speech. All negative speakers, please rise. Between those standing, that firstly goes to Sarah Ramu off preset recency.
I thank the chair. Hey everyone, my name is Senator Amu, speaking for the first time today. Judges, just a signal when you're ready.
Yeah.
Cabinet members of President Kim Jong-un's leadership recently decided to nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. And contrary to what we've heard for the past 25 minutes, President Kim actually wants peace. I mean, he wants a piece of Seoul, a piece of Busan, and literally a piece of any part of South Korea he can get his hands on. So you failed today to keep peace from falling to pieces. Now, I want to clear up this entire escalation, de-escalation issue because both sides have really just gotten it wrong. Even when you pass, nothing regarding North Korean tensions change. I mean, Senator Baudelaire, Assadi, and Flack, even if we pull troops, South Korea is still part of the US nuclear umbrella, meaning in the scenario of an attack, the US will still come to South Korea's aid with nuclear protection. In addition, South Korea still has state-of-the-art US military defense systems to protect against North Korean missiles. And Senator Zhao literally told you, even if we pass, the Mutual Defense Treaty still exists. The bottom line is, we already back up South Korea so much that today's bill doesn't do much regarding the tensions. But I'm gonna be honest here. I actually think removing troops is a good thing because it's a great way to foster growth and independence for South Korean military. And so, I'm not failing because I think pulling out troops is bad. I'm failing because today's legislation jumps the gun and does it effective immediately. Here's why that's so bad. You see, over the past 2 years, the US has sent new intelligence technologies to South Korea, notably the Global Eye Surveillance Radar and the ISB Space Signal System. Now, obviously, soldiers in South Korea need to learn how to use these technologies, and that's where US troops come in. According to a CACI report, US troops play integral roles in espionage training and education programs to teach South Korean troops how to use this intelligence systems. So, Senator Casey, pulling all US troops immediately halts these espionage training programs and cripples South Korean intelligence. Instead, I'd argue a gradual phase out of our troops is so much better because we get the best of both worlds. Not only do we foster South Korean military growth and independence and lower North Korea's incentive to escalate, Senator Casey, but our troops would still have time to finish their espionage training and ensure South Korean troops actually know how to use the intelligence systems. And here's why that's so important. A Rand Corporation study wrote that a strong intelligence capability system increases the success rate of military operations by 40%. Senator Lin, even if North Korea is struggling right now, that's not an excuse to destroy South Korea's eyes and ears. The affirmation needs to explain to you why an effective immediate removal of troops is the best case scenario. Because all it takes is one mistake to end up on the wrong side of history.
Thank you for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Asadi off recency.
Hey, Senator.
Hi. Is training soldiers considered part of military aid?
That's what our troops do.
Exactly, but under this legislation, do they fall under the provision of military
Actually,
aid?
Intelligence is for offensive and defensive. So under
That's
today's
not what
legislation,
I'm asking. If South Korean troops don't know how to use certain systems, is us training them considered part of military aid?
that's what our troops do. That's offensive. That's
Exactly.
an offensive action.
This legislation tells
Pulls
us that
that
if
out.
South Korea needs more training, we're there to give it to them. So how does this change under
Only
this
in a
legislation?
reactionary setting, not proactively. That's so much worse.
That's not what the bill says. If
That's
South
what the
Korea
bill says.
requests it, we'll give it to them.
Yeah, but why can't we just
Park
have it there in the
recency.
first place? Hey.
Why can't your technologies be used remotely?
Because the whole point of an intelligence system is to have people there manning and
Senator,
teaching
this
South
is the
Korean.
Big 2-5. Everything's done digitally. Why does it need to be in Korea?
Senator, the thing is, intelligence systems require huge classification. If you do it remotely through like Zoom meetings,
Training
the chance
exercise
of
still
fraud
exists.
and the chance of
Cooperation-
cybersecurity breaches is so much higher.
Cooperation still exists. Training still exists. Why must it
Training
be in
doesn't
Korea?
exist in South Korea. That's so much worse.
Thank you. With that, the speaker and the questioner may be seated. State that. Oh, of course. Granted. Of course. Once again, the tiny URL link is tinyurl.com/NSDA Senate Finals. tinyurl.com/NSDA Senate Finals, not case sensitive, finals with an S at the end. Seeing that speech in litigation, we're now lining for an affirmative speech. All affirmative speakers, please rise. Between those standing, that firstly will go to Senator Park off recency. Oh, and Nelson now. Still Park off recency. Sure, thanks to you.
For the reference of everybody in this chamber, that's Senator Park for your ballots, P-A-R-K, so proud to pass today's bill. Is there anybody who isn't ready? My last name is Park. My parents speak a language that this chamber doesn't, and my grandparents wake up to the 38th parallel news like it's a fault line under their own homes. So when I hear this chamber theorize about regional security, I hear risk. I hear the possibility that families like mine and millions of others who look like me will be left with nothing but rubble. You don't have to share my background to feel the weight. Just remember what happens when America stumbles forward blindly. In the 8 speeches we've heard today, there have been 8 different interpretations of the Korean Peninsula's future. Why? Senator Badaluri Tuamu have made a critical mistake, assuming that their inherent interpretation of Korea is what's definitively going to happen in the future. I want to make one thing clear. The only thing America can change and definitively know is our troop presence. Fundamentally, America itself is the only reason why North Korea acts how it does. North Korea on the status quo runs on 2 guiding principles, self-reliance and military first. But Senator Gali, American presence in the context of North Korean philosophy is always going to be an aggravating factor. That's why the Korean Institute for National Unification finds on February 25th of this year that the big reason that North Korea has taken actions like increasing its arsenal size, running nuclear tests, and basically being a pain in America's behind is because of American presence. Senator Badaluri, we might not know what North Korea will do, but we definitely know why they act. So the only logical conclusion is to remove the directly aggravating influence. Section 1 of today's legislation removes all stationed troops, but Section 3A and B of today's bill also changes our policy to be reactive to any North Korean aggression. The primary concern to this policy has been voiced by Senator Gali and Badaluri, which is a vulnerable South Korea. I want to take a step back and think of how that's even possible from a logical perspective. I mean, if a conflict in the Koreas were to happen, it's already been established in the chamber that there is a nuclear umbrella. American presence still exists. Just the troops on South Korean grounds that are an aggravating factor are removed. I want to give the first comprehensive reason why that's good for both America and South Korea. The Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft finds in 2022 that forward military presence, just like American troops in South Korea, leads America to go into a no-option scenario. If North Korea strikes first, we must react. The change that this policy implements is that we can sit back and think before we act. If America isn't attacked first, which taking troop presence directly establishes, we can sit back and consider the consequence. Because without proper action, South Koreans and Americans alike die in the hundreds of thousands. The Stimson Institute finds in February 3rd of 2025 that if war were to occur in Korea, 300,000 Americans and Koreans would die in 3 months. You are toying with the legacy of this nation. I refuse to do that.
Thank you for the speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, firstly, that will go to Senator. Apologies. That first goes to Senator Macias.
Good morning.
The U.S. has a mutual defense treaty with South Korea, right?
Absolutely, and defense does not stop under
So then
this
how is America the aggressor in the region? Doesn't that mean North Korea is just aggressive because they want to be aggressive?
South Korean troop presence is a direct aggravating factor that has led
South Korean troop presence in their own country?
American troop presence in South Korea is the aggravating factor.
Why are American troops in South Korea? Was it not the North that invaded the South first?
This idea of defense is an idea established by America. It's not what North Korea believes.
It's an idea established by South Korea as well, who wants defense.
Hey, Senator, how can South Korea react properly without a proper intelligence system?
I say America can react properly when we're not thrown into war at the first missile fire.
How can America react properly for South Korea if we remove our intelligence capabilities in the region?
1, intelligence capabilities can be done
remotely. They cannot
remotely.
be remote. There's a reason why the FBI
Senator,
headquarters is in California
Senator,
and not Canada. Cybersecurity threats exist.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, the speaker and the questioner may be seated. The chair thanks you. Seeing no speech in the affirmative, we're now line for a negative speech. But before that, state that. Granted. State that. Granted. We're now calling on any negation speeches. All negative speakers, please rise. Between those standing, that firstly does go to Alzheimer off preset recency.
Oppenheimer, speaking for the first time today in the negation of a bill to remove troops from South Korea. Judges and PO, I know there's a lot of you, so please just give me a heads up if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll jump right in. And is this distance from the microphone good? Okay. Last December, when President Yoon Suk Yeol deployed troops to lock down Parliament as his party voted for martial law, James Lee Park jumped the fence to wrangle his way inside and cast his fateful vote against fascism. A month later, in revenge, he was stabbed in the neck with a sashimi knife at a press conference. After saving democracy and surviving assassination, he was elected president just 2 weeks ago. Freedom is a fragile thing. Don't shatter it. Fail, because this bill invites North Korea to spark nuclear war unstopped. Senators Chiagali and Jackson tell you that right now, American troops keep them safe. Let me be the first to explain why. Bruce Bennett, professor of defense at the Rand School of Public Policy, confirms in August of 2024 that North Korea hasn't launched a conventional or nuclear strike on the South since 1953, because an attack on US troops constitutes an act of war with America. We've had 76 years of peace because the risk of war between two nuclear powers is the deterrent to conflict. That is Senator Jackson's nuclear umbrella. And Senator Park tells you this leaves us with a no-option scenario. Yes, this is the point. North Korea knows that we'd have no choice to retaliate if they did attack. That's why they don't. But wait, Senator Amu, you tell us on our side that we have a defense pact anyways. That is a promise on paper. Do you trust Trump to follow through with an attack on a nuclear war zone that we're not involved in? Even if you do, it wouldn't be a good idea in the first place. Senator Lin, let's clarify our cross-ex block. South Korea doesn't have a nuclear deterrent until they have a nuke. That's why they can and will build nukes of their own to replace us. Henry Sokolsky, director of the Non-Proliferation Policy Center, writes that South Korea is capable of developing nukes within 2 to 4 years based on their reprocessed uranium. When they succeed, now 2 nuclear powers are at war in the same peninsula. We don't need a repeat of today's crisis in Iran in just 2 years from now. To Senator Park, this debate comes down to risk. The risk of this crisis alone wins your vote to fail. But in the meantime, North Korea has a 2-year window to win this war, and they can with a tactical nuclear strike. We already know it's unrealistic and foolish for the US to intervene, so they get away with it. According to the Asia Times in 2024, a tactical nuke on Seoul would vaporize 700,000. 1.4 million would die from the explosion. 7.7 million would be irradiated, killing or maiming them. When the choice is between a nuclear showdown tomorrow or 2 years from now, ask yourself, why let it get this far? In 76 years, South Korea has built a miraculous democracy. President Jae-myung is proof it might be stronger even than ours. Don't turn your back on South Korea in their finest hour.
Thank you for this speech of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Between those standing, firstly, that goes to Leof Presidents.
Hi.
State that. My apologies for that. Between those standing that still, however, will firstly, Lee still will be getting a question, but that first does go to Sarah Song. Wait, state that?
I think that's
just you, I thought that you raised your hand for a point. Are you raising your hand for a questioning? Okay, in that case, my apologies for the confusion. First to Senator Flack. Great. With the light staring right at it, it gets kind of confusing, so my bad. If you could go. Thanks.
Hello. Sorry, I was in your same position, so I got you. Okay, Senator Ostenthamer, right? You continually tell us that South Korea is going to develop their own nuclear weapons when we see that the United States still has deterrence within the region with like AUKUS and also the Quad, and like we see that we still have presence in the region and the nuclear umbrella works. Why are they going to develop nuclear weapons?
Let me be clear. You're saying we can intervene.
Yes.
Why would we intervene?
Because we already have treaties that say we will.
Okay, why would we follow through? Why would you trust Trump to follow through on them?
Okay, right, but like fundamentally, we still have treaties, and this Congress can force us to act.
They mean nothing.
Yes, they do.
Song unopposed.
Hi, Senator. Even North Korea's top priority is ensuring the Kim regime's survival no matter what, right?
Fair enough.
Right, okay. So if North Korea launches an attack on South Korea, is South Korea's conventional capabilities enough to destroy Kim Jong-un's regime?
In face of a nuclear attack?
No, so North Korea has a couple of nukes, but South Korea has a much stronger military overall. Wouldn't the cost for the North be too high? It would destroy Kim's regime too?
Yes, South Korea has a stronger conventional military, but I'm telling you the most realistic scenario is a devastating tactical nuclear
Right, so
strike.
Kim Jong-un is
gives
going to
North
destroy
Korea
his
the
own
edge.
country.
Thank you. With that, both speaker and requester may be seated. Seeing as my 30 minutes as your presiding officer, audition presiding officer has elapsed, I'll now be handing it off to the parliamentarian to run the presiding officer election. Thank you all so much.
Okay.
Should I go back to my seat?
I'm going to ask Senator Casey to return to his seat, and I will ask the rest of you to please quickly get out a piece of paper and either cast your vote for Senator Casey or Senator Flack to serve as the presiding officer for the remainder of our Senate final session today. When you have finished casting your vote, please bring your piece of paper forward folded in a way that your vote cannot be seen until I open it. And please wait until Senator Casey has returned to his desk. Okay. We have a presiding officer. The presiding officer for the remainder of our final session today will be Senator Flack.
There's still people gone. Do we have a second before we gavel back in? Because there's people gone. Cool. high key, lost a gavel, but we're gonna figure it out real quick. I'm sure it's in here. Appreciate it. We'll figure it out later. All right, just a few quick things for everyone to get back onto the spreadsheet. Again, tinyurl.com/FLACPO25. Also the QR code on the back of my screen. Also, real quick, thank you to the chamber for apparently looking very deeply into your hearts and electing me your presiding officer. I greatly appreciate it, and it's my honor that the last debate that I will ever have, I get to preside. All right. With that, we just left off on a negation speech. Affirmative speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Khan.
Take the chair, Khan, K-H-A-N. I know it's Khan, but I'm on the AF. Please stop me if you are not ready. Perfect. Every classroom has that one kid in the front who won't stop raising his hand and asking questions. It's the most annoying thing ever. I'm that kid. I love asking questions. Let's use questions to guide today's debate to an affirmative ballot. First question, will North Korea attack? Now, so far, every senator in today's round has tried to predict the future, telling you and guessing how Kim will react. I want to take a different approach. I want to analyze his actions. RAND, a nonprofit research organization, explains in 2024 that Kim Jong-un doesn't want to send his troops to South Korea because his troops would be exposed to the liberties of a non-authoritarian regime and flip sides on him. And it makes sense. Every single affirmative and negative speaker in today's round can agree North Korea isn't ruling right. That's why Kim keeps his population in a bubble. Why wouldn't you join it? If you see a democracy that's working better, you have every reason to. That's why Kim is already taking action. The New York Times reports that Kim Jong-un has banned K-pop in North Korea, literally calling it a vicious cancer that would crumble North Korea like a damp wall. Silly Kim. When BTS talks about dynamite, they're not talking about explosive. That's just a song name. If you don't believe that, look to history. The John F. Kennedy Presidential Library tells us, in a similar situation during the Cold War, when West and East Germany were split, not just by political ideas, but by a literal wall, see where he got that idea, 4 million East Germans moved west. Kim can't and won't risk this. Senator Nguyen, his actions show that he's afraid. Think like a dictator. You don't want to risk losing your power. Invading South Korea does that. Second question, does withdrawing our troops cripple the South Korean military? No. Senator Tiagali told us that 28,000 American troops stand tall in South Korea. But then Senator Asadi told you that we already have troops in Guam and Japan. But then Senator Jackson told you that that's still not enough. Let's end this now. Global Firepower Index in 2025 ranks South Korea's military in the top 5. That's in the world. 28,000 American troops don't make the difference. Third question, Senator Badalori in the first negation says, what's the net benefit? I want to flip the negative impact of South Korean safety to my side. Reuters in March of 2021 tells you, every year South Korea pays about $1 billion in exchange for our troops. But that article continues. When Trump first took office in his first term, he mandated that they increase that to $5 billion. The result? A 2-year standoff where our military commitment to South Korea was in jeopardy. Why is that a problem? CNBC in May of this year tells us that Trump wants South Korea to pay more money again. Uh-oh, remember the alarm that was sounding off? That's the alarm that should be going off in your head. Today's policy finally ensures through Section 1 that we give military support to South Korea, not in treaty form. That's why you're passing.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, Shao first.
Give me a sec. Hey, that was really short.
Do Kim Jong-un's generals benefit being in power?
Yes.
Okay, why would they support regime change if they benefit from the status quo?
Look at North Korean generals right now. They're not happy with Kim Jong-un.
Wait, you just told me they like being in power. Which one is
They
it?
are in power, but look at North Korea. Right now, even the elites and the high-ups are losing that power. They're starving. They're not having enough food. They're not getting the
North
respect
Korean
they normally
elites
have.
are starving.
Yes, Look, I'm serious.
Wait, if
look
the
it
elites
up.
are starving, who is eating in North Korea then?
Exactly. The entire economy is trembling. He's not in a good position.
We both agree North Korean generals benefit from the status quo.
Tiago.
Good morning. Let's continue off that
morning.
previous senator's line of
Sure.
questioning. He's a little tall. So if North Korean army generals go into South Korea, right? Is South Korea going to welcome them at all?
Okay, so like I told him, right, these generals aren't happy with Kim Jong-un either.
They're powerful and rich under Kim Jong-un.
No, but they're
Yes,
not
they
rich
are.
anymore. North Korea's economy is struggling so
Is
much
South
that
Korea
even
going
the
to
elites
welcome
aren't
North
benefiting.
Korean generals regardless of a democratic change?
I told you that they're not benefiting. They're not happy with Kim Jong-un in the status quo.
Is South Korea going to welcome them
The
if they
question
come?
period has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. State that. Yeah, absolutely. So for everyone who's looking at the PO sheet, on the left side of the speeches and questions pages, you're going to see the updated speaking order. That's going to update whenever I type your name in on the right based on what speech or what question you get. Then you see a little seating chart in the middle. Whenever I click on someone indicating that they are standing, it will block out anyone who isn't standing, so therefore we can make it as fast, fair, and efficient as possible. Does that answer your question? Awesome. All right, once again, any negation speakers, rise. Senator Xiao.
Good morning. This is Senator Andrew Xiao. That's spelled Xiao, speaking for the first time today. If it makes it easier, you can let me know if you're not ready. Awesome. Ever since Soviet aid dried up in 1991, North Koreans have lived in a nationwide blackout, entire cities disappearing into the dark. But that blackout is no longer physical. These days, no one knows for certain what actually goes on in North Korea, but because all it takes is one shot in the dark to light a spark that I urge you to fail. Principally, throughout this entire debate, both sides have argued around one key question. Is North Korea willing to pull the trigger? Senator Casey, Lin, Flack, start this debate off by telling you Kim Jong-un doesn't have the stomach to attack. I'd argue they've ignored the reality around them because Brookings writes to us just 2 weeks ago that last year, North Korea reaffirmed its mutual security pact with Russia, going so far as to send thousands of their own soldiers to fight in Ukraine on their behalf. That means, Senator Casey, even if North Korea itself doesn't have the ambition to attack, they are still preparing for war. They will still militarize because they think that they'll be pulled into a war by countries like Russia and China. But then, Senator Assadi, Lin, and Song all tell you this legislation brings North Korea to the table so they can de-escalate and decrease their nuclear weaponry. I want to show you why Kim Jong-un will never give these weapons up, because the Atlantic Council explains to us in 2024, regimes like North Korea don't necessarily build these warheads because they have the intention to use them. They do it because it's a deterrence to American intervention. Kim Jong-un has seen the past 40 years of our history. Stories like Gaddafi in Libya, Saddam in Iraq are the very same stories that keep him up at night. Today's legislation, at the end of the day, we throw away the entire framing around nuclear negotiations. Today's legislation folds our hand when North Korea wasn't even going to put the chips on the table in the first place. But finally, Senator Lin comes up here and tells you that decreasing our involvement in some capacity allows South Korea to become more self-reliant. I'd argue it makes them equally reactionary, because the Center for Strategic International Studies explains to us in February 2024, ever since Donald Trump first leveraged a military pullout in 2018, South Korea's government created a contingency plan just in case we would debate the same thing 6 years ago. That contingency plan is known as PISU, punish immediately, strongly until the end. It's so inherently inflammatory, it calls for preemptive missile strikes, assassinations of North Korean officials, and a full frontal offensive of the peninsula. Every speaker has come up here and treated South Korea as the victim. No one has considered the possibility of whether or not they'd be the ones who'd pull the trigger first. At the end of the day, when you remove what South Korea sees as their only deterrent to North Korean aggression, you push them to develop more aggressive options. North Korea's skies may be blacked out at night, but that doesn't mean you should light them up by lighting up the first spark in the peninsula. Fail this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, con first.
Hey, Senator. Why doesn't South Korea just do peace suit right now then? Because they're strong
The
and they
entire
have American
wait,
backing.
Like I told you in my speech, the entire point of peace suit is a contingency plan in the event that we would decrease our military involvement in the peninsula.
But when we decrease our military involvement, that means they have less power. Wouldn't they enact peace suit when
Right.
they have the most
They have
power?
less power in the short term, which means they want to do plans like peace suit to increase their military
They're still a
infrastructure.
top 5 global military. Right. Why do they never have enough power in the
That
status
military
quo
power
to
is on the
attack?
back of our involvement. When we pull out, they don't
That's
feel
not
as strong.
true. It's just the military is still ranked on top.
Casey.
Hi.
Why is North Korea, as you yourself said it, preemptively preparing for nuclear war?
Because they have mutual security pacts with nations like Russia and China.
Yeah, but why are they establishing that? It's because they're preempting U.S. offensive action, right?
U.S. offensive action with countries like Russia and China, which they have mutual security pacts with. Even if we buy your
I'm
argument,
asking you
they don't
why
want to
they're
attack.
doing that. You yourself said it's because they
Because
want to
our
pull the
tension-
trigger first.
right, because our
if
ten-
they're not afraid
Can I
of
answer your
us pulling
question?
the trigger, doesn't that
Our
mean
tensions with Russia and China are worsening.
The
They think
questioning
we'll get
period
pulled
has
into a war.
elapsed. That was a speech on negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Stevens.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Senator Stevens, spelled S-T-E-V-E-N-S, speaking for the first time this legislative session. If I could just have any indication from my judges whenever you guys are ready for me. Perfect, in the middle? Thank you. Celebrating your birthday with a military parade has to be the most dramatic way to get people to come to your party. Look, I can see it now. Tanks rolling through the streets, soldiers barking orders, and one round, proud, frowning face looking over it all. But just because President Trump and Kim Jong-un like to celebrate their birthdays the same way doesn't mean our diplomacy needs to become an equally cruel premise. Choose alliance over apathy and pass. But first and foremost, every single negation senator in today's debate, from Senator Baudelaire to Senator Zhao right before me, has argued deterrence, saying that the troops that we currently have in South Korea are essentially the only reason North Korea hasn't acted already. Senator Assadi already pointed out the other bases we have in the region, especially Guam, but Senator Baudelaire doesn't buy this, telling you that today's legislation essentially heeds to North Korea's terms, preventing them from ever coming to the negotiating table. I tell you that every single senator on the negation has forgotten our military power. Allow me to remind you. Look to the Judge Advocate General of the U.S. Army in 2020 when they reported that the U.S. Global Response Force is ready to deploy, fight, and win anywhere in the world in 18 hours or less. But Senator Jackson's right. Timing is of the essence, which is why it's arguably even more important that the Center for Arms Control reported in 2024 that American ICBMs could reach North Korea in a matter of 30 minutes. So when Senator Teigel tells you that the only effective American deterrence is when we have boots on the ground, I'm confused of why we've reduced our military capabilities to a Revolutionary War stance. North Korea may be an irrational actor, but if the negation's logic is that our iron fist keeps North Korea from striking back, we can't ignore the threat still looming over North Korea when you pass. And that's not just exclusively nuclear war, Senator Ostheimer. It's the weaponry we are currently and actively using. But next, the only thing that everyone in today's debate has been able to agree on is that the single most important premise is which side is more effectively able to protect South Korea. Allow me to prove that that is unequivocally the affirmation. Senator Jackson introduced the premise of our cybersecurity risks, but understand that they are so much worse when our troops are physically present within South Korea. Look to Reuters in 2023 when they reported that North Korea's hackers target joint US and South Korean military exercises being held. Afterwards, we confirmed that military-related information was stolen. Because while the US military cybersecurity lacks much to be desired, South Korean cybersecurity is significantly worse. And look at the cost we're actively paying. Look to the CSIS last July when they reported that North Korea stole blueprints of missile designs and missile defense systems that are in direct support of its nuclear program. Senator Jackson, the only thing that truly makes South Korea weak is when you make us weaker as well. Prevent that from ever taking place.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Ostheimer.
Hi. You say that our exercises with South Korea are vulnerable to these cyber attacks, right?
Absolutely.
And those are bad breaches of our operational security, right?
Sure. What I'm saying is the primary problem with troops being in the region right now is that until we can assure cybersecurity within this region, it will be an internal risk, not only to South Korean security, but in our ability to protect them as well.
What use is operational security if we don't have an operation in South Korea?
Okay, the assumption that the second we leave, North Korea nukes South Korea is both unfounded and extremely
having a
dramatic.
presence
That's
comes with
entirely
downsides,
unrealistic.
but you gotta have the presence.
Does North Korea commit thousands of cyber attacks on America here and abroad?
Absolutely, and I tell you that they're significantly worse when they are able to see directly our partnership between our military exercises and South Korea's.
Sure, and I told you in my speech, they specifically increase it when South Korea shows that they're politically or economically unstable. Can South Korea fully replace the American military?
The fact of the matter is,
can South Korea fully replace the American military, yes or no?
Not immediately, but you can only do so when you have the cybersecurity
If they're
abilities to do so.
temporarily weakened, that's enough for
But you
North
don't need to
Korea to be
replace the U.S. military when our
The
defense is
easiest
maintained under
target is a weakened
The
country.
questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, state that. Granted. State that. Granted. Negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, Macias.
I'm Senator Macias speaking on the negation. I'll assume everyone's ready unless I'm told otherwise. Great. The Korean War was truly America's forgotten war, because today the affirmation has forgotten the lessons of history that it provided us. So let me educate them. Before the North invaded the South in 1950, the US pulled its troops out of South Korea, its deterrent troops out of South Korea. Sound familiar? That went well. Since the rise of Kim Jong-un, North Korea is the most dangerous and aggressive it has ever been since the Korean War. And we've been talking all day about what North Korea can do right now. But we've never considered the fact that they'd have help. South Korea's National Intelligence Service tells us this year that in return for sending North Korean troops, Russia has provided North Korea with modern drones, anti-air missiles, and satellite equipment it would need to guide ICBMs. Al Jazeera furthers this in February of 2024 by saying Russia provides assistance in maintaining and modernizing the North Korean ground forces. And topping it all off, the Arms Control Association and Senator Xiao tell us that North Korea signed the same kind of military alliance with Russia that it had with the Soviet Union. But thankfully, the U.S. Army says we keep the 8th Army in South Korea as part of our mutual defense treaty to strictly defend South Korea and acts as a quick reaction force against all our enemies in the region. Because when you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. However, when we pass this bill, we weaken our position in the Pacific and make the same mistake that Harry Truman did, because while our enemies are banding together and getting stronger, this bill would have us weaken ourselves and abandon our allies. Naturally, when the U.S. leaves South Korea, we lose a major base of operations in the region, which would increase the reaction time of U.S. forces to respond to any threat on the Korean Peninsula, even if we have troops in Japan or Guam hundreds of miles away. What this creates in the long term is a less safe Pacific where aggressive powers are even more emboldened to act against us than they are now. When Russia, China, and North Korea continue to deepen their military ties, North Korea's military will only become more dangerous, especially considering that Russia has a long history of supporting its allies with long-term military arms deals, exporting over $1 billion of arms to its allies just last year alone, according to Statista. As Russia arms North Korea with more modern weapons, and China trades with North Korea, and we weaken our ability to defend against North Korea, no one in this chamber can rationally tell me that they will become anything other than more aggressive once we abandon our ally. And in that situation, if the only thing standing between war and peace on the 38th parallel is Kim Jong-un's rationality, we have made a horrific mistake as members of Congress. Negate.
Speech time, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing. That first goes to Senator Stevens.
Hi.
Hi.
So you told me that we have troops in the region in order to ensure shorter response times. Does that not already mean that our presence in the region is primarily for response?
Yes, defensively.
Exactly. So when I told you that we currently have the capabilities to respond with ICBMs from the United States in pretty much the same amount of time, what's the difference?
Well, Senator, air support alone never won a war. Wars are won with boots on the ground, and that has always been the case.
Let's clarify the fact that we are neither in a war nor immediately
and
on
I'd
the
like
edge
to keep
of
it that way.
Exactly. So when the defense
deterring
is
with
the same,
remaining
regardless.
What is Kim Jong-un's domestic priority right now?
His highest priority is obviously regime survival, if that's what you're referring to.
Right. He's trying to sustain North Korea's failing war economy, which is why he's investing in the 20x10 regional development policy. He wants
Well,
to
Senator, I think you're
revitalize the North
overestimating
Korean
how much he
economy.
cares about his own economy,
Right now,
given that he
his
spends
people are
25%
starving.
of his
He
budget on
can't feed
defense.
the North Korean elites. What he's
That's
trying
been
to
the
do right
case
now
literally
is
since
to
North
revive
Korea's
this
founding.
failing economy.
The North Korean leaders have never
doesn't
cared
have
about
time
starvation of the
to
people.
enter a
They only
fully
care
fledged
about the
conflict.
military. Seeing this through an economic
They
lens
don't
is
only care about
misunderstanding the
military,
lens
which
of
is
North
why
Korea.
He shifted his domestic policy towards economic
The
development.
questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech in negation. We're now looking for affirmative speeches. All speakers, rise. State that. Granted, Nelson. State that. Granted. State that. Granted.
My judges, I am Senator Nelson from New York City, and I really hope the Pacers lose tonight. I'll get started when everyone's ready. In the spring of 2018, a handshake between Kim Jong-un and then President Moon Jae-in shook the world, and my grandfather's apartment after he swung a golf club at our television. 7 years later, my grandfather's reaction seems justified, as progress towards unification seems unlikely in the wake of Kim Jong-un's statements about their foe to the south. But the negation's critical mistake in this round has been actually listening to what Kim Jong-un says. A closer look at North Korea makes it abundantly clear that Kim Jong-un's saber rattling is just that. And by negating today, we give him exactly what he wants. The Byline Times in 2024 reports that ballistic missile tests and inflammatory remarks by Kim Jong-un are an attempt to bring his nation to international attention once again. And Dr. Lim, the director of the Institute of Korean Studies, corroborates in 2024, finding that North Korea's missile tests are not indicative of war readiness, but are likely to be demonstrations for potential buyers, notably Russia. Since Putin's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, North Korea has shipped more than 1,000 containers of military equipment to Russia. What the negation fails to realize is that every time Kim Jong-un goes all in on war rhetoric, it is an attempt to sustain North Korea's failing war economy, which relies heavily on arms exports. 38 North reports that when North Korea flew bombers over South Korea in 2013 and declared their armistice with South Korea and the United States invalid, domestic policy in North Korea indicated anything but war preparations. Amid this turbulence, Kim Jong-un adopted a new domestic policy, Pyongjin, prioritizing light industry development domestically. And 3 months later, North Korea tried to sell hundreds of millions of dollars of missiles to a United Kingdom arms dealer. Senator Xiao, if North Korea is preparing for war, why are they offloading their missiles to other countries every time conflict with South Korea seems imminent? Senators Ostheimer, Amu, and Jackson tell us that North Korea would immediately retaliate if we pass. But North Korea won't attack South Korea for the same reason Russia doesn't attack NATO members. We have bilateral military agreements with South Korea regardless of physical troop presence. In fact, the 123 agreement between South Korea and the United States signed this year is a successor agreement for civil nuclear cooperation and joint non-proliferation initiatives. Senator Ostheimer, as unpredictable as President Trump may be, I'd like to believe that we as a Congress will not turn a blind eye to South Korea in the event that they are attacked. Now, Senator Baudelaire kicked off the negation in this round by saying that we lose our leverage by passing. But we have been sustaining North Korea for 70 years. For 70 years, we have been giving the Kim family all the leverage they need. Stop the constant terror and pass today.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. First, that goes to Senator Lee.
Hey there. So the question I want to ask you is, you talked about in your speech how if we pass and get rid of all these troops, it means that North Korea no longer has power over the people, correct?
What I'm saying is that our presence in the region is aggravating, and Kim Jong-un leverages.
So the question I have for you is, why can't we just take out a portion of the military? Instead of the entire military, why don't we just cut it in half?
Okay, so 28,000 troops is not as significant as senators on your side like to like.
Yeah, so why don't we just make it like 15?
So removing all of these troops completely removes the threat to North Korea.
Okay, your side has told me the reason we should pass this legislation is because North Korea is too weak to do anything, right?
Yes.
Why are they so weak right now?
They're so weak right now because they have a failing economy.
Because they spend 25% of defense spending on, like, they spend time and energy on U.S. troops mostly, right? So why would you not leave their presence there so you can continue to bleed them dry? If you think it's a good thing that their military is weak, why don't you keep making them weaker?
Economy, we are allowing them to sustain. Their economy relies
you're
entirely.
letting their economy sustain itself because they spend money on us? Like, how does that work?
War spending.
The questioning period has elapsed. That was the speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. The chair thanks you. State that. Granted. Leon, state that. Granted. Lee.
Morning, everyone. That's Senator Lee, spelled L-Y. I'm just going to assume everyone's ready to go. All right, perfect. The word Pacific means peace in character and intent. But that's far from the reality, because below the surface, tensions in the Pacifics only continue to rise. We're on the brink. At any moment, peace can turn into chaos. Protect the peace and negate. 15 speeches into this debate today, we've basically just come down to the same thing back and forth, right? The affirmative wants to get rid of all the troops, and the negation wants to keep all the troops. I think, honestly, we should start to compromise. The solution here is we can get rid of part of the troops, but not all of them. That would allow us to decrease tensions, like what Senator Casey, Flack, and Park all argue. But at the same time, it allows for Senator Bonalori's, Tagali's, and Ostheimer's worry of North Korea attacking to also be negated. In both situations, it allows us to not just to reduce tensions, but also ensure that South Korea continues to stay protected. If the affirmative wants your ballot today, what they need to prove is why we shouldn't keep any troops in the region altogether. So I want to spend the rest of my speech talking about exactly why it's so important that we have some troops into the region. Senator Casey through Nelson all talk about how if we get rid of the troops, it makes sure that North Korea isn't as scared. But I would argue right now that the reason why there hasn't been war in over 80 years in the region is because our troops are there. A July 2024 report by Foreign Policy Research Institute finds that because we have 40,000 Americans in Korea, of course, we care a lot about war breaking out. That's why in 2010, when North Korea went and sank a South Korean boat, we told South Korea, don't retaliate. We don't want a war to happen because we have all our American troops and their families in the regions. What it means is our troops in the regions offer insurance for both sides. From the South Korea perspective, it means that they know North Korea will never truly attack, because if they do, what that means is America will turn Pyongyang into ashes. But for North Korea, they also know that we're going to hold back South Korea from doing anything too rash, so they can continue to make threats and be aggressive, and we'll make sure nothing happens as long as it doesn't get too far. Senator Park, that's why, despite all your claims, in the last 80 years, there's never been a war. If you pass, both sides now know that we're no longer directly affected, and it means that next time Kim Il is on a power trip and tries to attack South Korea, there is nothing stopping them from war. At the end of the day, that means people suffer. People have already talked about how many military lives are lost. I want to talk about humanitarian. The time has never been worse for a war to happen, because the UN writes in May of 2025 that because of the crisis in Gaza, Ukraine, Latin America, plus the fact that the United States has been cutting aid, means that our humanitarian efforts are underwater. Don't let them drown by passing today and risk starting a war. Protect the peace and fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, Lynn first.
What scares North Korea more, feet on the ground or like hundreds of bombs and missiles?
I think everything scares North Korea.
Like equally, like me?
Doesn't really matter.
Sure.
They don't want.
If everything scares North Korea equally, why is it a good thing that we are endangering Americans by putting them there if bombs and missiles can do the exact same thing?
What I'm saying is that the reason why North Korea won't attack is because they know that America would retaliate very heavily.
We can still retaliate.
And at the same time, it allows us to control South Korea and make sure they don't do anything too aggressive.
Lung.
Hi. You say that we could reduce our troop presence, but why is that likely to happen in the status quo?
Because what I talked about was that how we can do this. I'm just offering another solution.
We can hypothetically right? But if you yourself then tell us that war is imminent if we don't act, then where's the compromise that we can act in a timely fashion?
What I'm saying right now is we pass another legislation where we bring it back like just half of the troops instead of all of them.
On average, it takes several months for congressional members to find co-sponsors and lobbyists to support a bill. Why is that likely to happen in a timely fashion?
By passing this bill right now, you threaten war.
The questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Song.
Hey everyone, this is Senator Danielle Song, S-O-N-G. Hopefully my speech is your favorite song. Out on Spotify tomorrow. Can all my judges give me a thumbs up when they're good to go? Perfect, perfect. Just stop me if you're not ready. We've always had Finland's back in their bone-chilling Arctic military exercises. We're Taiwan's oldest and biggest partner for their sweet pineapples. And once we promised South Korea that they'll be next to host a Taylor Swift concert, you'll best bet that she won't disappoint. But pop stars and pineapples aside, international trust isn't something to treat lightly. Don't let our allies down. Pass this legislation, precisely because this legislation forces South Korea to develop its own nuclear capacity, strengthening its deterrence against North Korea without putting U.S. troops in harm's way. So far, I think Senator Ostheimer gives the best argument on the negation when he says that if South Korea will be pushed to develop its own nuclear weapons, but North Korea will launch an attack in the interim. I agree with the first part, but disagree on the second. Here's why. According to a December 2024 article from the Foreign Affairs magazine by Professor Robert E. Miller, a political science professor in South Korea, a conventional preemptive strike by North Korea on the South would likely trigger a war that destroys the Kim regime itself. And Senator Ostheimer agreed with me in questioning. Kim Jong-un's top priority is ensuring his own survival. He has no incentive to launch a preemptive strike that would destroy his own country. That doesn't make any sense. But then, why is South Korea nuclearizing a good thing? I actually disagree with Senator Stevens on my side, who says that even if we pull out, we can still defend South Korea. Unfortunately, we're in the era of President Donald Trump, and he's shown contempt and distaste for defending our allies. Instead, I think it's far better that South Korea will be able to stand on its own 2 feet and defend itself. Why? That's because NBC News explained in October of last year that North Korea already has nuclear missiles capable of hitting the mainland United States. I don't trust Donald Trump to sacrifice San Francisco to save Seoul. I think it's far better for South Korea to be able to stand on its own 2 feet and deter North Korea that way. But why would Kim be deterred? That's because the Cato Institute in March of this year explains that if South Korea developed its The North and the South would be a nuclear parity, meaning both countries have mutually assured destruction, and neither would start a nuclear war first, because they know that both countries would be destroyed. Surprise, surprise, North Korea and Kim Jong-un doesn't want to rule over a nuclear wasteland where he might be killed either. His top priority is protecting his domestic rule over his subjects, not necessarily destroying both South and North Korea. At the end of today's debate, I want you to remember one thing. Whether the United States has President Trump, Biden, Obama, Harris, whoever it is, the most important thing is to ensure our allies will always be safe and secure, no matter who sits in this chamber and who occupies the White House. The only side that achieves that is the affirmation. And guess what, Senator Jackson? Reuters in October of last year explained that South Korea pays us $1.1 billion a year for our military troops. When we pass, they can reallocate this money towards expanding cybersecurity, funding low-income projects for South Korea, and more. At the end of the day, a September 2017 analysis from the Pentagon found that 20,000 South Koreans would die every single day in a war with North Korea. Our allies deserve better than pop stars and pineapples. Pass this bill.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Nguyen.
Apologies about the mic.
If South Korea builds up their own military, is that not a reason for North Korea to also build up theirs and aggress?
Aggress is just a vague, non-substantiated term. Ultimately, when South Korea develops nuclear capabilities, it can deter North Korea equally.
If South Korea nuclearizes, why won't North Korea nuclearize at them in return?
North Korea has already nuclearized, as that ship has sailed 20 years ago.
Isn't an arms race a bad thing?
The South Korea is behind in the arms race. They're just getting to parity with North Korea, so they can credibly
North
deter
Korea
Kim
hasn't been able to update their nuclear arms sales. This legislation.
If South Korea is currently under the U.S. nuclear umbrella, what changes in this legislation, other than another nuclear power that the U.S. doesn't control,
The
existing?
U.S. nuclear umbrella is currently leaky because I don't trust President Donald Trump to defend South Korea at the risk of the North attacking our American cities.
Are we not in a binding defense treaty with them?
Do you trust President Trump to honor our defense treaties?
This isn't about whether I trust Trump to do this or that. This is about what the treaty says.
The treaty is just words on a paper. That doesn't mean anything to President Trump. Like, look at all his past precedent with NATO, Ukraine, and everything.
The questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, win. State that. Granted. State that. Granted.
Good morning, everyone. That's Senator Nguyen, spelled Nguyen, speaking for the first time today.
Just a nod from the judges when they're ready. Looks good. On August 18th, 1976, 2 unarmed UN officials were murdered with axes by North Korean soldiers because they were trimming a tree. Yeah, a tree in the DMZ. 3 days later, the United States and South Korea launched Operation Paul Bunyan, where we deployed special forces and nuclear-capable bombers to cut that tree down and to show North Korea the strength they would face if they escalated. Yet no shots fired, and North Korea backed down. U.S. troops in South Korea deter war and promote peace. Keep the waters safe. At the end of this debate, the entire round has turned into a game show of what will Kim do next. Instead of guessing, how about we use what we know? Senator Baudelaire told us that Kim is unpredictable, and Senator Casey told us that they are reactionary. So we can't guess what Kim will do, but we know he will react in some way. To finally answer how he will react, we need to take a pit stop to South Korea. In fact, I don't know why no one has talked about what is going on in South Korea right now. Chosen Daily finds on December 12th of 2024 that after former President Yoon attempted a military coup, 16 senior military leaders were dismissed, creating the country's weakest military capabilities since the Korean War. A weakened military, unstable politics, and now No American troops? Senator Flack told me with this bill, troops will only come after South Korea gets bombed. That mindset is why South Korea is literally going to nuclearize. Senator Ostheimer told us that they have the uranium to do so. Here's why they have the incentive. Korean Herald finds on February 5th of 2024 that 60% of South Koreans don't believe that we would risk nuclear war for them. And they're probably right. That's why they were on the verge of nuclearizing until Biden reinforced our conventional military commitment. Senator Stevens, even if our ICBMs can come in 30 minutes, South Korea doesn't trust in that. Senator Jackson and Assadi, even if we have our nuclear umbrella, South Korea doesn't believe in that. If we leave, there is no way they will trust our ability to protect them. They will build nukes and escalate. Game show over. This is no longer about guessing what North Korea does. It is about what they have to do. Defense News finds on December 13th of 2023 that when South Korea raised military spending by just 6%, North Korea responded by deploying troops, breaking 17 agreements, and scrapping the 1992 Denuclearization Pact. Senator Song, you tell me how that is a good thing. That is how arms race starts. That is how wars follow. And that is how lives are lost. Senator Park, you can sit back and react. But when you return and you see rubble, it's not the fault of South Koreans.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 4 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, Assadi first. Assadi first.
Under new leadership, South Korea has adopted a strategy of diplomacy rather than provocation. If that's true, why would they nuclearize and risk a wider war?
Because they are unstable and they will panic if you leave.
But they've already tried working with North Korea directly to de-escalate the situation, as I proved to you in my speech. Why would they risk throwing all of that away?
They're able to do that because they have the protection of America behind them. This legislation takes that away.
How so?
Wait, you're taking troops away and you're reactionary. You only come back after they're bombed.
But this legislation allows us to still be there for their defense if needed.
No, you'll come back after they're bombed.
Hey, Senator, on my episode of What Will Kim Do, I proved to you that he never attacks because of sentiment and it pops the bubble of North Korea.
Senator Bartolari already proved to you Kim is unpredictable. You have to look at what Kim will be forced to do.
I showed you to look at his actions. His action shows he's afraid. Why would he pop that bubble?
Yeah, exactly. He will be afraid when South Korea also panics and has to build up their own nuclear weapons.
Okay, but if he's convinced that when troops go to South Korea, they see a better government, why would his troops still stand with him?
He will aggress if South Korea builds up their nuclear arsenals. I think that's worse than American troops
The questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Between those standing, Kumar unopposed.
Hey everyone, that's Senator Kumar speaking for the first time today. I'll take any sign of silence as an indication of readiness. Perfect. In 2002, the World Cup was held in South Korea. It was a once-in-a-generation opportunity for North Korea and South Korea to show an indication of peace, despite constant tensions. Today, I think the winning goal of this chamber should be to move towards that direction. And if US troops can make that difference, that's the only chance we should take. Pass this legislation to give the region a chance of peace. Now, I think so far at the end of this debate, my side from Senator Stevens, Park, and Assadi have all conveyed to you that deterrence does not go away when you get rid of troops. The negation's only substantive response to this is from Senator Jackson and Bartolari, who tell you that Kim Jong-un is an irrational actor. Even if I concede that somehow this deterrence is not enough, I want to spend the rest of my speech proving to you why this legislation fundamentally changes the calculus of North Korea's incentive so they don't even go there in the first place. The Quincy Institute for Responsible Safeguards in 2024 reports that North Korea's pursuit of tactical nukes in the region for the past 3 decades has been a direct response to US forces there. The more we deploy, the more they escalate in a constant spiral. Senator Jackson, you and I both know that North Korea aggressing right now, but the fundamental question is why? The Cato Institute in 2025 reports that despite North Korea's waning economic quality, with 36% of their GDP being spent on nuclear weapons when they are still in a recession, is because they believe they need to do it to get leverage as the United States continues to aggress. The reason that they continue to build tactical nukes and weapons in the region is as a response to United States troops, missiles, and training. They need leverage over the US that is providing to South Korea. Senator Badaluri, Jackson, Nguyen, and Tagali. Obviously, Kim Jong-un wants power, but here's the thing. He knows that won't happen for long when their economy goes in the tank. He knows that won't stick when they lose any form of economic leverage in the region. Therefore, insofar as you remove US troops as a direct on-the-ground trigger for nuclear escalation, you make a difference by reframing America as a direct threat to a nuclear arbitrator. That makes denuclearization and demilitarization far more likely in the region. The Harvard Kennedy Center in 2024 reports that dense troop zones cause constant tactical instability, where one miscalculation can lead to millions of deaths and an entire nuclear war. Senators, nuclear war is not just numbers on a page or missiles on a map. It's millions of families waking up to sirens every single day and troops being in risk. For the brave and bold who sweat more in training so they bleed less in war, pass this legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Amu.
Hey, Senator, you tell us U.S. military presence in South Korea aggravates North Korea. But when Trump paused all military assistance to South Korea in January of this year, North Korea continued aggressing. Isn't aggravation and aggression non-unique in this case?
He didn't pause all military assistance. We still had over 2,000 troops in the region.
He paused it for 1 month. And during that 1 month span, North Korea continued missile testing.
He paused military aid. We still had troops in the region. We continued to train. We continued to give them weapons.
There were no tanks. If aggravation is not...
Okay, so I agree that North Korea wants to minimize its loss, right?
Yeah.
So when you pass this legislation, the United States starts to remove its troops. South Korea is weak temporarily, right?
I mean, they still have multiple forms of deterrence, but
they
sure,
can't
even
make
if we
up
go
the
to that
loss
level.
of the American troops immediately, right?
I mean, Senator Stevens told you that troops can respond within hours, but sure, like even if I go, what's your point?
So why would North Korea take that opportunity to increase their escalation?
Because their incentive is not just to attack a war that they can't win. Their incentive is to maintain power.
They can if South Korea is weak.
Using all their economic power to lose their
has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. Senator Lung.
Thank you. This is Senator Lung, spelled L-U-N-G, last speaker on this piece of legislation. Again, that's spelled L-U-N-G, like the organ you use to breathe with, if that's easier for my judges. I'll get started unless you indicate otherwise. The rhetoric on nuclear war we've heard from the affirmative is absolutely nothing new. 70 years ago, during the Cold War, we heard the same things about global destruction and nuclear annihilation. But what got us through was not anxious action. It was bravery and patience. I hope to be the voice of reason in today's debate that soothes your fears. I think today's debate has already shown that the negation will win this debate. All the little pieces of evidence have been laid out. I want to be the one to put them together. I think the biggest mistake both sides make is they look too far into the long term. Senator Ostheimer says in 2 years, Korea might nuclearize. The Senator Song then makes the same mistake. I want to look at the status quo and show you why we are on a trajectory to better negotiations with North Korea. First, Senator Badaluri already tells us that Trump wants negotiations, but so does the new president of South Korea, President Lee. They're planning a summit as we speak right now. Why can't we wait for this summit until we do something? Because I'm sure they're going to plan a much better comprehensive plan to negotiate with North Korea if we let them talk first. The second piece of evidence that I want to introduce within the status quo is something that Senator Lee hints on, but he doesn't prove to you why it's likely. In our cross-examination block, he says that Congress can do anything, but it probably takes us too long to do that. I want to show you why removing troops at a gradual rate is going to happen, and it's likely, and it's happening right now. The Center for Strategic and International Studies tells us 2 weeks ago that the DoD is already considering removing 4,500 troops from South Korea. This puts us on a positive trajectory that lets us test the waters of the affirmative impacts before we go all in. First, if we do a gradual reduction, this lets us see what the effects actually are. So, if Senator Khan and Senator Stevens are so correct that removing troops brings North Korea to the negotiation table, let it happen in the status quo before we liquefy all our leverage. Because what happens if you're wrong and North Korea doesn't care about you removing your troops? Then we just lost all our leverage with them to ever negotiate. The second reason why this is better is that if we wait for a summit between Trump and President Lee Jae-myung, we are going to have a consolidated effort towards North Korea. The reason why North Korea hasn't trusted the United States in the past is because Biden has been asking too much, like to completely denuclearize. And at the same time, South Korea's last president, Yoon Suk-yeol, straight up called North Korea their biggest enemy. The rhetoric has now changed, where both sides are willing to negotiate. But I can guarantee you, the South Korea and United States summit is going to go terrible if we pull out 28,500 troops overnight. Why is gradual negotiation the most important impact in today's round? Frankly, I don't buy any arguments about overnight withdrawal causing immediate nuclear war or any other of these extreme impacts, because it's just not probable. The gradual negotiation is something that we've seen already works in the past. For example, the New York Times explains in 2018 that a gradual approach led to North Korea removing landmines on the border with South Korea, and South Korea considering lifting sanctions. This protected civilians who are dying to landmines, and South Korea's food aid could lift millions of North Korean civilians out of poverty.
3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Casey first.
Hey, Senator, so you mentioned what the first line of this policy does. What about the other 15 lines that do different things, like banning offensive action or a ton of other things that stop North Korea from escalating?
Look, I just don't genuinely believe that it's good foreign policy to withdraw all troops overnight. Look at what happened in Afghanistan.
We're only doing it within South Korea. Also, I think comparing Afghanistan to South Korea is a gross comparison here. In no world are those comparable. Kim Jong-un
I
has
still just don't believe that
stated-
removing all troops overnight is a good policy if we see that gradually removing troops is already happening in
Then
the
why
status
not
quo.
amend to phase it out?
That's what we're doing in the status quo.
If you told me that South Korea and North Korea are both independently willing to come to the negotiating table right now, why is today's legislation so significant in changing that?
They're coming to the negotiation table because they think they're on even ground. If we pull out 30,000 troops, who knows? Kim Jong-un might think he has
Does
higher ground
North
and not want to
Korea
negotiate anymore.
understand the military power of the United States, both in general and in response to any action they could take towards South Korea?
Yes, the status quo, however, gives us much more certainty than the hypotheticals you're proposing.
Using the blanket term certainty
The
doesn't
questioning
change.
period has elapsed. Real quick before we accept that, one thing the parliamentarian told me about just a little bit ago is make sure we're speaking at the mics. That did become an issue at one point. Just make sure, because Senator Song, I'm sure, like, we just need to make sure that the people online can see it. With that, Senator Nelson. All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? The ayes appear to have it, and the ayes do have it. The motion carries. We'll now move into previous question on removing troops from South Korea. Those who wish to vote in the affirmative, please raise their placards. Real quick, is that in the back a point of personal privilege? Granted. Please lower your placard whenever I say your name. 1, Park. 2, Song. 3, Kumar. 4, Khan. 5, Stevens. 6, Nelson. 7, Lin. 8, Casey. 9, Asadi. All those who wish to vote in opposition of this legislation, I count 1, Tiagali. 2, Macias. 3, Xiao. 4, Ossentimer. 5, Amu. 6, Badaluri. 7, Lung. 8, Jackson. 9, Win. 10, Lee. Any and all who wish to abstain? There should be none. Then on a vote of 9 to 10 to 0, that legislation, unfortunately, is not passed. My condolences to the sponsor, Senator Casey. Senator Jackson. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. The Senate stands in recess. Real quick, can we take splits for everyone? Here, I'll go out and make an announcement real quick. We're gaveling back in. We're gaveling back in here in a sec. Yeah. Reclaiming the people. Say what? Yeah. Gotta go. Yeah, we're gaveling back in here. Good job, by the way. One, two. Just recess whenever we hit 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Like whenever that comes, or like you can do it a little before or a little after. Whatever you want to do. I'll entertain whatever motion. It's, yeah. All right. We have Casey, Wynn, probably. Asadi song.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
First one.
It's like sometimes I need like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, it could be worse. You could be sitting here. She was in the house.
All right. Would all senators take their seats? Do we have all of our judges? How many should there be? All right. Say what? There's only 9 in the front row because I'm gone. Oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10. I count 9. Is the person all the way in the back? No. Okay. So I count 8.
Roz. 2 scores. We're good? Okay.
All right. Seeing as all competitors are back in the chamber as well as judges, we will now move on to our next item. Well, we will now call the Senate back into session and now move on to our next item on the agenda, which is Section 702. Do we have any sponsors present? Once again, any and all sponsors. Senator Nelson. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate will stand in recess. Are splits better for National Firearm? You can table.
Does anyone have a sponsor for firearm?
State that. Is there a second to extending the recess by a minute? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The recess will be extended by a minute.
I thought we had a sponsor on 702 when we took splits originally. Yeah, but we still.
How did we lose all of the affirmatives? Is there a second to extending the recess by 2 minutes? Yeah. Well, they would just do it later so that they can get a sponsor. Yeah. Well, it was only extended by a minute, so you have about like 5 seconds left, unless somebody extends it again. Well, there was only a second, and then like we kept. Okay. Is there a motion then for the? Okay. Is there a second to extending the recess by 2 minutes? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The recess will be extended by 2 minutes now. Seconded and then started talking about it. Sure, on 702? Okay, affirmative speakers, raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, say that again. 7. Are you? Wait, raise your placard, or like raise your hands or placards again. Lynn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I kind of, yeah. Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lung is 6. 7. So that, wait, and like you would give an F? Okay. That'd be 8, and that'd make it better. 45 seconds.
Okay, but is anyone else willing to give like the second affirmative? Because I don't think I'm going to be ready. Give the second F, I just have the time. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
There's about 15 seconds. Senator Lung, are you going to be good? Okay.
I think the main issue is also that a lot of people don't want to go before lunch, so do we have a first negation as well? I can go first. Great.
The recess has elapsed. The Senate will come back into order. Seeing as we are still on Section 702, we're looking for a sponsor. Sponsorship speeches, rise. Senator Lung.
Thank you. Hi, this is Senator Lung. Happy to sponsor so our chamber can move forward. I just spoke, so hopefully y'all remember me. In the weeks before 9/11, The CIA knew 2 terrorists were in the country. The NSA had signals intelligence. The FBI had field reports. But no one connected the dots. Not because we didn't care, but because we didn't share. Section 702 exists, so we never miss the full picture again. That's why I ask you to pass my legislation. Pass my legislation, because the problem right now is the future of Section 702 is uncertain. As the Brennan Center of Justice tells us in July of 2024, the reason why it's uncertain is because Congress currently implements sunset clauses on Section 702, making it so we have to reapprove it every couple of years. Now, the reason why this is going to get increasingly dangerous is because Congress is growing more and more polarized. There will be certain national security attacks if we can't agree on approving it and when we can't compromise on approving it. I know the negation is probably going to flame me for sounding like Dick Cheney's biggest supporter and that I want to peep into every American's private lives, but I want to justify this by saying that Section 702 has seen significant reforms in the past year. Yes, even though the government has misused it, I want to mention the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act of 2024, the last time we agreed on a sunset clause to reauthorize Section 702. And the reason this is really important is because for the first time, it put the FBI under much more scrutiny and much more supervision. In fact, the bill text itself explains that it reduced the number of FBI agents who were authorized to access the Section 702 database from 100% to just 10%, requiring authorization from attorneys, supervisors, and even the deputy director of the FBI themselves. This is really important, but not only that, this reform bill that was passed also allowed the DOJ to conduct independent audits on every single search the FBI did, and they would also provide quarterly reports to Congress when it came to abuses of this situation. So I want to make it clear, Section 702 exists in the status quo. My problem is that it is uncertain. However, it is not inherently flawed. What is flawed is when we don't choose to go after it. But then again, the ball's in our court because we are Congress. Why is it so dangerous if Section 702 isn't approved? The world we live in isn't one where we can live on lofty ideals of privacy. China, Iran, Russia have no problem not playing by the rules. It's an ugly world that we live in, but that's the cost of upholding the law. In fact, the Center for Strategic and International Studies tell us that a Chinese espionage attack report found that there were over 224 reports on government information and private security of Americans in the past year alone. And this is really important to protect against, because not only is this devastating for our infrastructure, but there are literal terrorist attacks and other operations in our foreign policy that Section 702 is critical for. In fact, Brookings Institution finds that this was exactly how we stopped an al-Qaeda attack of a New York City subway bombing. An unclassified DOJ report found that Section 702 revealed instances in which Russia was killing civilians in Ukraine, and it also finds that this is how we killed the leader of ISIS in Syria. 24 years ago, we promised to never forget. Show me that you remember.
Speech time is 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, park.
Good morning.
Morning. What is the unique benefit of Section 702 privacy laws?
It allows us to search things without a warrant, but a warrant would take at least 30 days according to the FISA court themselves.
Does that not exist under Title I FISA court laws?
That exists under Title I FISA court laws, but you need a warrant for it.
Then what is the unique benefit that Section 702
The unique benefit is that we can't wait 30 days to track a terrorist attack. Yes, it is
FISA warrants
probably
take hours in
unethical, but it is
emergencies.
necessary.
FISA warrants take hours at most in emergencies.
Yeah,
Why
and
do we need
hours,
702?
we don't have hours in these instances where we're tracking down the highly complicated movements of terrorist groups. Because we need...
Kumar.
Hi, who oversees the FBI?
The DOJ.
Who oversees the DOJ?
The executive branch.
Exactly. If Trump has abused the DOJ and the FBI
This is ridiculous to say that we shouldn't enforce policy because the executive doesn't listen. Checks and balances
Okay,
exist
if I
for a
can finish
reason.
my question.
If you have a problem with it, you can impeach the executive.
In the past month alone, he's used that information to deport undocumented immigrants. Why is that more power we should give to the Trump administration?
It's still approved for another year. Failing doesn't stop it, but it doesn't mean just because an executive is abusing a power, it doesn't mean we don't have the power to enforce it, because we can enforce it.
Ostheimer.
Hey, I just want to be clear. Is Section 702 in effect right now?
Yes.
When did we last authorize this?
Last year.
April of 2024. For how
Correct.
long does it remain in
2
effect?
years.
Until April of 2026.
Correct.
What does reauthorizing it even do?
Reauthorize it? Like, It'll probably extend it indefinitely. I'm not sure, right? Like either we extend it indefinitely or both sides do the same thing, so I'm not
I
sure why
want
there's
some
a debate
certainty
then.
from our sponsor. Does this extend it indefinitely?
Yes.
Thank you.
Win.
Let's talk about the RISAA Act you mentioned. When does the first report of the reform working come out?
It's quarterly.
When does the report of the reform coming out?
Next quarter.
This December. Should we pass this legislation now before we know the reforms worked?
Well, it doesn't go into, does it go into effect immediately?
It does. We're
Okay.
extending Section 702.
Well,
so
they're
why
giving us
should
reports.
Senator,
The DOJ is giving us all of the audits. We can look at them right now if we want.
No, we literally can't. The report doesn't come out
That's
until
not true.
December.
They're logging all
That's
of the
how
audits. We can look at
the
them
The
if we
questioning
want.
period has elapsed, seeing as that was the sponsorship speech. We're now looking for the first speech negation. Speakers, rise. Kumar unopposed.
That is Senator Kumar speaking for the second time today. Seeing no indication, I'll begin. Alicia Fuller's story of being an immigrant forced into an immigration court was a tale of a race against time. If she didn't find a lawyer in the nick of time, hasty immigration judges would have sent her back to a nation she hadn't seen in 25 years. Decades turn to seconds for families fighting a system that is only really efficient at cutting their time in this nation short. Keep the clock running for them and fail this legislation. The biggest reason you fail this bill is to prevent the further targeting and suppression of undocumented immigrants. This is true because Section 702 databases are ripe for abuse and corruption by the Trump administration. Now, the narrative Senator Long on the affirmation tells you is that this legislation is necessary to prevent conflict, violence, and terrorism against the US and its allies. But I want to make something fundamentally clear. I agree with this principle. Where I disagree is what information I am willing to give up in order to get that protection. Yale Law Review in 2021 explains that FISA courts are not truly independent. They give that information up to criminal courts and use the information they get from Americans when tracking emails, Skype messages, and Facebook DMs to persecute them. Senator Long, the Trump administration has continually used the information they have got from these courts and used it to persecute immigrants. Even with those protections you list, it has been a tool of suppression and oppression, and this time, we don't let it continue. The American Immigration Council in April of 2024 explains that Section 702 has been misused by Trump's FBI to target Black Lives Matter protests after George Floyd's murder. And agencies within the Department of Homeland Security have also surveilled immigrant right protesters and racial justice protesters. But wait, Senator Long tells you that this legislation is necessary to stop the potential cyber attacks. But these instances are not the benefits of Section 702. They are just benefits of general surveillance. There is no reason to permit warrantless surveillance when it comes at the cost of American lives. The Freedom House in May of 2025 explains that Trump's new program, known as Catch and Revoke, monitors and collects the data from online communications of undocumented immigrants, including those applying for permanent residence, in order to flag and deport them. Senator Long, if you truly want to protect the vulnerable, don't give Trump more power of Section 02, because with just one DM of an immigrant, he can give them the message of pain that they will never forget. The Texas Tribune in January of 2025 confirmed that all immigrants, even if they have legal status, can still be deported if there is evidence of any crime. Senator Long, don't give the Trump administration a single ounce of power if you can't guarantee Americans will be protected. Alicia's family may have beat the buzzer, but another won't be so lucky. Fail before another family runs out of time.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Song first.
Hey,
Senator, Section 702 legally can only be used to target foreign residents, right? Like
No, that's not true. If there's
not people not residing in the U.S.
No, let's say there's an email between me and a foreign resident. I, as an American, FISA courts can legally take that information from me if it is in that communication line.
Like the government says they don't, but they do, right? So they're not being truthful about it. But even if
sure.
No, but like the Trump administration won't follow whether we pass or fail. Like they'll just continue doing surveillance, breaking the law.
That's why we
How
don't
does that change? Like Section 702 isn't the only legal
That's why
authority
we don't
they have.
indefinitely extend the law as Senator Lund told you this
Jackson.
bill would do.
U.S. data was able to be breached because of something called the 702 backdoor. All your examples are from before 2025. Did anything happen in 2025 that gets rid of it?
We've passed a few more protections as Senator Lund.
Okay, on the federal level, there's a federal court case that bans that backdoor. You cannot use U.S. data under 702 on any level.
We've had protections in 2024.
It's not a protection. It's federally unconstitutional now.
In the past years, you're still
So the
not allowed to
FBI is going
persecute
to
Americans.
defy the federal courts.
Continue to persecute Americans.
Let's talk about the abuses of the 702 during George Floyd protests. From 2021 to 2022, the FBI systemically reformed 702 and search queries went down. Since then, other than the president abusing his power, when have we seen 702
Never in the history of FISA 702 has it been legal to persecute Americans. Throughout this entire period,
So
Americans have been
you're telling me
persecuted.
that the reason why we fail a legitimate thing is because someone else who's doing something illegal is going to abuse it, right? If you have an issue with the person doing it, why don't you just impeach the person? Why is it an issue with 702
That's not happening in the
inherently?
status quo. Unless you can prove that happens, I'm not passing this
Long.
legislation.
Trump is going to abuse checks and balances in either world. Why should this be mutually exclusive with the DoD's ability to kill terrorist leaders like we saw 2 years ago?
Why should we directly give him more power? The DMs
This
of
does not directly
undocumented
give him more
immigrants.
power. This power also exists in your side of the world.
You're giving him information that he won't have access to
He's going
otherwise.
to bypass checks and balances anyways because he has full oversight over the DHS and they can use other tools and trick
He
people into
doesn't
giving
get
them
that
information.
information until FISA 702
That's
allows
not
him
true.
to.
The
This
NSA has
legislation
other tools like FISA Title I or Section 704 that they can
categorically
use.
increases the
This is
magnitude of the
untrue.
information that President
This is just
Trump has.
untrue.
The questioning period has elapsed. That was the first speech negation. Affirmative speakers rise. Macias unopposed.
I'm Senator Macias, speaking in affirmation of this bill. I'll assume you're ready unless I'm told otherwise. Great. The 4 Ps of counterterrorism are prepare, protect, pursue, and prevent. Those have been the norms of the American intelligence agencies since 9/11, and because of that, we haven't had another major attack on our soil. But how are our services supposed to prevent terrorism if they can't even surveil it? Affirmed. Today, the American people are protected because NPR writes in 2024 that the Senate extended Section 702 for another 2 years. This means that the U.S. is able to track and surveil people in foreign countries to detect threats from other nations. And being able to get our own intel on the ground in those countries means we don't have to rely on often unverifiable and unreliable reports of foreign intelligence agencies. And when we pass this bill, we authorize our intelligence services to continue to surveil people outside the U.S. And by doing so, we empower ourselves to protect our troops and our allies, especially in unstable parts of the world. AP News writes in 2024 that there are over 40,000 American troops in terrorism-prone parts of the Middle East, all of which are protected by our intelligence services who use Section 702. The Director of National Intelligence said that in 2016, information gotten from Section 702 allowed U.S. forces to detain a would-be suicide bomber and save the lives of the American garrison. The NSA says Section 702 intelligence led the U.S. to take out leaders like Haji Iman and al-Baghdadi, who led ISIS cells in Syria. And most consequentially, the FBI tells us that information we got from Section 702 led the U.S. to locate and neutralize bin Laden. By authorizing Section 702 again, we are decreasing our dependence on foreign unreliable intelligence and guaranteeing for ourselves more victories like these in the war against terrorism. And in the long term, giving our intelligence agencies the tools they need to fight terror eliminates threats before they grow, and prevents unnecessary U.S. involvement by giving us all the information we need for a clear picture of the situation. The Central Security Service writes that the NSA uses information collected by Section 702 to inform us as policymakers on the states of Middle Eastern conflicts, giving us the clearest possible understanding of the situation and the need for U.S. involvement, meaning we will know if our involvement is necessary or if it is not. And in the world of foreign policy, where good intelligence is the difference between prudent decisions and unnecessary intervention like in Vietnam and Iraq, we need every bit of information and context we can get, and Section 702 is how we get it. Remember, if we're supposed to pursue and prevent terrorism, we need to be able to monitor it. Affirm.
Speech time, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Questioners, rise. Oh, sorry. Between Casey and Nguyen, that first goes to Casey.
Hey, so you say Section 702 should be reauthorized, right?
Yes.
Boy, oh boy, do I have some good news for you. It already was reauthorized last year,
Yes,
as your
I
own
understand
sponsor
that.
pointed
I
out.
understand that, and we should continue to reauthorize it so that we have this tool in our back
Yeah.
pocket.
Why is it better
What
to
is the net harm of this bill, Senator?
The fact that privacy is constantly changing, we cannot adapt the policy if it's enshrined into law indefinitely.
What is, this is reauthorizing it. This is not enshrining it into law indefinitely, as you said.
Section 1 specifically says it will be reauthorized literally forever for the rest of this country's existence.
Okay,
It's better
what
to do
is
it every
being
2 years.
reauthorized? Foreign intelligence collection. You're good.
So I just want to ask exactly what was asked the previous affirmation senator. What is uniquely key about Section 702 that can't be achieved through the original FISA?
Well, Senator, as the bill points out, this bill allows us to surveil foreign threats.
FISA does too if you get the warrant.
Senator, what is the net harm of passing this legislation? And also, sometimes you don't
Because
need,
we've seen
you can't
Trump
wait for a
administration
warrant.
use
You
illegal
can't wait
backdoor
for a
attacks
warrant
to
in
abuse
split-second decisions that deal with terrorism, like
The
taking out
Attorney General
al-Baghdadi.
can give authorization for surveillance in under 72
The
hours.
questioning
with
period
FISA.
has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Amu.
I thank the chair. Everyone, once again, my name is Senator Amu, speaking for the second time today. All right, judges, just a sign or signal. Yeah? Trust. It's how the 20 of us in this chamber earned the right to lead. It's why the laws we write hold weight beyond paper. But when power goes unchecked and trust begins to crack, our duty isn't to stay silent, it's to say no. Now, Senator Leung has built his entire case on a very, very dangerous illusion that the FISC court's new regulations are enough. But his argument overlooks how these regulations even work. See, FISC doesn't prevent abuses, it reacts to them. That's not oversight, Senator Leung. It's damage control. I mean, multiple sources, the Brennan Center, the EPIC, and even the FISC court itself agree. These rules are reactionary. So by the time the court even sees the violation and acts on it, the privacy's already been breached. But it gets even worse. The Brennan Center for Justice continues that the new FBI supervisory approval Senator Leung talks about hasn't been affected because, Senator Leung, the system isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Simply put, FBI supervisors don't really care enough to revoke 702 access from their colleagues. It's why the same Brennan Center for Justice study continues. FBI violations of Section 702 continue to remain at an all-time high. But let's say in Senator Leung's best case scenario, regulations work and people are punished. It's merely a slap on the wrist. The Cato Institute wrote in 2023 that agents found in violation didn't face prosecution, didn't face termination, but a 30 to 90 day suspension from using 702. Senator Lung, that's not a consequence. It's literally just a coffee break. Senator Lung, where is the accountability? But then Senator Lung continues to bring up great concerns. Efficiency. What if the FBI becomes immobilized? The key is we're not immobilizing them, we're legitimizing them. If an agent wants to search your house, they need a Title I FISA warrant, a document that shows probable cause. So why is it extreme to ask the same standard when it comes to your inbox? The Fourth Amendment wasn't written in ink and then erased by the internet. If we protect privacy offline, we must protect it online. Senator Macias, again, where is the accountability? See, but I don't think my side has explained the harms of an unjust privacy breach. See, when officials aren't punished for abusing authority, it signals to our people that power isn't kept in check. That's where we lose their trust. According to a Pew Research Center meta-survey conducted over 50 years, federal overreach on average lowers public trust in the government by 55% and lowers their chance to vote or take interest in national affairs by 70%. We were elected to guard the public's trust, not gamble with it. Because without that, what do we have left?
Speech time, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Buttigieg.
Hey, Senator.
Okay, I don't think anybody disagrees that Americans have a right to privacy and to have warrants, right? That's the Fourth
Everyone
Amendment.
has a right to privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why does Section 702 affect what you're talking about?
Because it's
It
not
already-
just
no.
just American. Again, I specified in the beginning this cross-sex. Everyone, not just Americans, but foreign entities also deserve a right to privacy.
Yeah,
That's why
I agree, right?
FBI should get a warrant.
If you're planning an attack on the United States and we know that, we should have the ability to act on
if
that
we
information,
know that, I don't
right?
see why it's such an issue to just get a warrant.
Wait, no, the way we know that is through this
in-person
act.
raids, the FBI gets a warrant.
I want to talk about public trust for a minute. I
Yeah.
can think of 1,000 reasons Americans don't trust the public. One's right there. Why is Section 702, a policy that most people don't even know about, going to increase voter turnout?
No, you realize that the reason why the public doesn't trust the government is because they think we're always meddling in their lives. Section 702 literally does that.
Okay, but it made it unconstitutional for 702 to meddle in United States citizens' lives. Not a single negation senator can bring up an example of it happening after 2025.
I gave you an example that even
It didn't
after the
happen
new
after
regulations of
Questioning
Senator
period
Lung,
has elapsed. Seeing as that was a speech in negation, affirmative speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Asadi. The chair thanks you.
For the chamber and judges, once again, that's Senator Asadi, spelled A-S-A-D-Y. Just any sign that you're ready and I'll get started. Are we good? Awesome. For 50 years, political poetry has painted a grim image of America's addictive adversary, sparking what we know today as the war on drugs. For the majority of its lifetime, it's failed to garner much success. But the tide of war is turning. Don't back down now. Pass this legislation to save American lives by collecting intelligence on trafficking operations. Following the pandemic, the amount of illicit drugs crossing into our southern border skyrocketed, reaching all new highs in the past few years. Just turn to the Immigration Forum on October 25th, 2023, when they tell us that Customs and Border Patrol seized a total of 304,000 pounds of drug substances nationwide in 2023. In hindsight, the massive jump was attributed to smugglers finding new and more complicated ways to evade our defenses at the border. The World Customs Organization in 2023 corroborates this, telling us that the evolving and adaptable nature of drug trafficking networks makes it increasingly difficult for authorities to track and intercept illicit goods. That's where intelligence comes in. Understand that our modern day war on drugs is a war of intelligence, and Section 702 is critical to ensuring its success. They've helped us to overcome these challenges by giving us the ability to track the flow of drugs anywhere, anytime, with the reforms reform Senators Lung and Jackson already brought up, and it's paid off tremendously. The Brennan Center for Justice on October 11, 2023 writes that intelligence agencies have emphasized that through this exact provision, we were able to trace precursor chemicals used for fentanyl manufacturing to the People's Republic of China, ultimately identifying smuggling techniques which allowed us to seize the fentanyl and the equipment used to produce it. As a result, intelligence officials warn us that without access to Section 702, they will be blind to fentanyl trafficking, and now is no time to stop. The DEA on May 9th, 2024 writes that illicit drug-related deaths claims 107,941 American lives in 2022 alone. When you revoke special privileges granted to intelligence agencies, you're not promoting transparency and privacy, you're perpetuating devastation. On May 12th of this year, in my hometown of West Palm Beach, Florida, 3 separate people lost their lives to overdosing on synthetic illicit drugs with foreign origin. 3 separate stories were cut short by malicious actors. 3 separate families had to deal with drowning in grief and struggling to recover. This is your American people in their most vulnerable moment. And your solution, Senator Kumar and Amo, is to back down when they need you the most. That's not playing it smart. That's straight cowardice. Intelligence gives us the strength to protect the powerless, support the voiceless, and uplift the battered and bruised. Please, now is no time to leave our people in dark. Fight the crisis. Pass this legislation.
Speech time, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lee.
Is there limits to Section 702?
Yes, as the reforms per Senator Lung and Senator Jackson.
Okay, so is there only certain types of investigations that Section 702 works for?
Yeah.
What is it?
They can use it for inspecting foreign individuals that live outside of the United States.
But it's mainly for only terrorism cases.
Sure.
How does drugs have anything to do with terrorism?
Because as previous representatives, even on your side, have said, the federal agencies haven't been using 702 to its intended purpose. They've been using it to catch drugs, terrorism,
so if
etc.
that's the case, you're arguing that it's a good thing that they continue to break the law. They're not allowed to do that, and you're saying pass to let them continue to.
They're not
break
directly
the law.
violating the law because the provisions in 702 allow for it.
Hi. Why does stopping foreign threats mean we have to take the information of Americans as well?
I'm not understanding the premise of your question.
Yeah, I'm asking, why should we reauthorize this legislation if it still allows us to surveil Americans?
Okay, if you have such a problem with it, you can submit an amendment to this legislation and propose that we strictly restrict this 702 to foreign intervention.
The whole point of this legislation is to indefinitely reauthorize FISA 702 in its flawed form as it is. Why should we do that when we can reform it to still meet your goals but don't hurt Americans?
So amend the legislation to restrict it even
The
further.
questioning period has elapsed. Seeing as that was just a speech and affirmation, negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Park. Apologies, Senator Taigali on the end. I didn't see you.
G-A-L-I, T-Y-A, G-A-L-I. Nadia Tiagli. I'll take silence as an indication of readiness. Holler at me if you're not ready, or else I'll just begin. In 1917, in this very room, our predecessors passed the Espionage Act, prohibiting the disclosure of sensitive information during World War I. 100 years ago, we knew that information and knowledge were the greatest weapons in our arsenal. So then 100 years later, why are we trying to weaponize it ourselves? Learn from those who came before you. Strike down this legislation. Now, the burden of the affirmation is to prove that the reauthorization of Section 702 is on net better than any other intelligence sharing alternative that would exist in the pre-702 world. All you need to justify a negation ballot is one reason that pre-702 mechanisms better maximize American security right now. Now, one cycle ago, Senator Kumar strives to tell you the Trump administration has constantly abused 702, like when the FBI ran 278,000 improper queries on constituents. But then Senator Jackson responds, that's illegal. Honestly, she's right. It is, and it was illegal at the time too. The issue is, backdoor searches like those are only made possible when 702 has been utilized because of the magnitude of the data. If you want to end backdoor searches, you're going to end 702 as well. But now the only unique benefit to 702 that's been brought up this far was Senator Lung 3 cycles ago, when he says that we can't wait weeks to catch a terrorist. Senator Lung, FISA already solves that, because here's the thing. FISA has an emergency provision where the Attorney General can authorize surveillance within 72 hours on a request. That's 72 hours, not weeks. But then Senator Ostheimer asked a good question. What's so special about 2026? Why is it important to not reauthorize 702 next year? Let me answer that. Council on Foreign Relations writes just last month that Zelensky's administration, U.S. military analysts, and the IMF all project that the Russia-Ukraine war will end by mid-2026. That's exactly when 702 expires. That means sensitive negotiations, back-channel diplomacy, surveillance-sensitive diplomacy are all front and center. But here's the thing. The same CFR article finds, over the past year, Ukrainian success has been dependent on intercepting Russian plans, locating units, and defending cities via U.S.-NATO signals intelligence. But if you reauthorize Section 702 right at the flashpoint of the war, the EU can assume any communication with U.S. servers is at risk. They're already trying to silo information to make themselves less dependent. Reauthorizing Section 702 just expedites that. But it won't be us or NATO that has to pay the price. It'll always be Ukraine. If we refuse to share information, NATO's intelligence ecosystem fragments. Shared databases used to track Russian troop movements break down, and Ukraine's access to collective West surveillance disappears. If Ukraine doesn't achieve victory next year, that's another 20,000 civilians dead. Don't turn wisdom into weaponry. Strike down this bill.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Macias opposed, but gets the speech, or question.
Do terrorists wait for the Attorney General to issue a warrant?
We can wait 72 hours. I'm assuming
Could
that
the American soldiers whom Section 702 allowed them to intercept a suicide bomber
Okay.
wait 72 hours?
We're the United States government, right? We can see that far into the future. 72 hours,
Could
I'm
those
sure we have that
soldiers
much time.
wait 72 hours to intercept a suicide bomber?
72 hours is enough time to be able to go and do whatever espionage we had to do in the first place.
Senator, please answer my question. Could they have, with 72 hours, could they have waited that?
Con next.
If all those searches are illegal in both worlds, why do they decrease in the neg?
What I'm telling you, right? Backdoor searches happen when you have access to all this different kind of information. Then you can go and see if American constituents also engage
Okay,
with
are we
those
ever going
foreign
to stop
nationals.
taking that information? Like, are we ever going to stop compiling those
Backdoor
databases?
searches only happen in a world with Section 702 because if you don't have 702,
Okay,
you have to
do
get a
you really
warrant
believe-
for every single
Do you
search.
really believe it's in the best interest of our American security to stop gathering any of that information?
Yes.
So they just entirely stop?
We
The
don't
questioning
need this
period has
information,
elapsed. That was
yeah.
a speech in negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. State that. State, granted. It's germane. All right. Upon. Okay. Senator Baudelaire, if you'd come back up. Okay. parliamentarian ruled it germane, but you need to have it on the amendment form before we can process it. Perfect, yeah. And then do you want us to go through another cycle or wait for that process to happen? Noon. So we could honestly recess now and then address the amendment when we come back, if you wanted to. State that. Is there a second? Real quick, the amendment should, or the motion should be a recess, not necessary. Okay. So seeing as it's been moved and seconded for a recess, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We will now recess until 1:30. Just as a reference also for all of the senators, make sure that we take the picture outside of the Capitol steps before we actually go to lunch. And then also we're eating lunch on the first floor as well. Seeing as everyone is back in session, we will now call the Senate back into order. Also, just a quick note to everyone, first in the gallery, make sure that voices are as low as possible or off entirely just because we can't hear you down here. Also to competitors, if you would step a little bit closer to the mics just to make sure the cameras are picking you up and the live stream is picking you up. With that, we will move back into debate on section 702. Senator Baudelaire, I know you had. Is there a second? We need 1/3 second, and I'll read the amendment before we do that. Section 3 will now read, this legislation shall be jointly overseen by the Department of Defense and the Department of Justice. The subsection A, the Attorney General should submit an annual report to Congress summarizing 1, the number of queries conducted on U.S. persons, 2, the number of queries approved pursuant to a court warrant, and 3, any known violations of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Subsection B reads, any violation of the querying provisions shall be punishable by appropriate administrative sanctions and/or criminal penalties. Now, are there any seconds to that? Please raise your placards. I count 1, Tiagali, 2, Macias, 3, Ostheimer, 4, Jackson, 5, Baudelaire, 6, Casey. Seeing as 1/3 is 7, say.
Point of order, you can't second your own amendment. It's a 1/3 second, not including the person who.
You're correct. Apologies. So it would be 5, and that still does not meet the 1/3 threshold. Therefore, the amendment will not be seconded, and that motion is not adopted. Moving back into the legislation, all those who wish to speak in affirmation of that legislation, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Baudelaire.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Baudelaire, B-O-D-D-U-L-E-R-I. Second time today. Just give me a quick second. Okay, judges, I will take silence as an indication if you're ready to go, and assuming you two are always ready. Awesome. Okay. Our job as legislators isn't to run from problems. It's to work tirelessly to fix them. That's why we debate, to fix laws that fall short, to embrace the fact that we make mistakes, but we can always fix them. Section 702 can work, but only if we're willing to do ours. Now, I want to be clear about the privacy debate. Senator Kumar on her own side have already acknowledged that Section 702 prohibits intelligence agencies from going after United States citizens. So, if someone is running searches on an American without any legal basis, they are just breaking the law with impunity. And if your issue with the law is that someone's going to break it, don't ditch the law. Go after the lawbreakers. Now, my amendment did just that by making it easier to identify officials breaking the law and holding them accountable to criminal penalties at that. But the negation didn't want to discuss it. Let's just sit on our hands instead. I'm still passing because I am confident we can reauthorize and reform Section 702. The worst part is, I know every speaker on the negation bench knows that reform is possible without needing to wipe this law off of our books. Now, the negation cited institutes like the ACLU and the Brennan Center, but they didn't bother to read you their full reports, because if they did, they'd see, first, practically every single institution has published dozens of potential reforms, revisions, additions, and limitations to Section 702 while it is in effect. But second, 0 of them call for the killing of Section 702, not one. Even the staunchest Fourth Amendment defenders understand that without Section 702, it becomes so much harder to identify and preempt foreign threats, and that put American data and American lives at risk. Specifically, a December 2023 Center for Strategic and International Studies analysis highlights that we relied on 702 intelligence to trace hackers to the Kremlin, recover ransom payments, and thwart multiple cyber attacks on critical American infrastructure days before they were even launched. Now, Senator Gali and her side are asking you to put all of that crucial intelligence on pause. Just consider how much information we would lose every day Section 702 is dormant, while we wait for Senators Amu and Kumar to brainstorm and settle on a reformed version of Section 702. Worst of all, we could have gotten the ball rolling today on these reforms, but instead the negation said no, let's sit on our hands and do nothing to protect our people. Neither of them would even debate a proposal to make this bill better. The truth is, I don't think the negation is here to reform Section 702. They're just here to bury it. But when someone cheats on their taxes, we don't get rid of the IRS. When a police officer breaks the law, we don't abolish the police. If a doctor commits malpractice, we don't shut down hospitals. In a democracy, you don't abandon your tools, you make them better. Get to work.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Nelson.
Great speech, Senator.
Thank
Under
you.
today's legislation, are we reauthorizing a reformed Section 702 or Section 702 as it was when it sunset in 2024?
Okay, so we're authorizing the current Section 702, and I already told you, I just don't think that you should get rid of it, right? The deficit that
Right, so
happened.
let's say we reauthorize Section 702 as it sunset in 2024.
Okay,
and
we already
see
did. It's
abuses
still
of
around till
power
next
from
year.
FISA for like however many months it takes to reform Section 702. Don't we see like
I think
countless
that
people get harmed by
reform
this?
and it being a law currently are not like two mutually exclusive things, right?
Right,
I think that we should
when
keep
we
collecting the
authorize it-
data.
Which world is it easier to reform Section 702? The one we have right now, where it has to repeatedly pass congressional reauthorization, or the one where we extend it indefinitely under this legislation?
The one where we extend it indefinitely because at least we have the law, then we can continue to work on the progress we've already made.
How does that oversight not exist in the status quo where it has to be reauthorized through Congress?
Wait, so the problem with that is like your own side has told me that Trump takes
Wait, is
this.
Trump going to control Congress forever?
No, I'm not saying that. I
Then
just
why are
think
we-
that you can continue to reform it and Congress can
The questioning
establish
period
oversight.
has elapsed. That was a speech in affirmation. We're now looking for a speech in negation. All speakers rise. Between those standing, first Senator Casey.
C-A-S-E-Y, still spelled the exact same way. If it helps to find me on your ballot, I sponsored South Korea. Y'all know the drill. Thumbs up and we'll be good to go. Great, great. Awesome. Just one more judge and we'll be good to go. No rush though. Oh, awesome. This debate has kind of been treated like a bad TV show pilot. On one hand, one side wants to cancel it altogether, and the other wants to renew it for 100 seasons with 0 rewrites. But I'm here to remind you that even the best shows need updates. So let's not scrap it or seal it. Let's fix it. For a better Section 702, I am proud to fail. Now, I want to fundamentally reframe the entirety of how we approach today's legislation. Bakers Macias, Asadi, Amu, Tiagali, and Badalori have all gone back and forth over whether or not Section 702 should be reauthorized due to its impact on terrorism, drugs, immigration, Ukraine, and crime. I want to make one thing excruciatingly clear to this chamber. Today's debate isn't just a matter of whether we reauthorize 702. It's a matter of whether we should reauthorize it forever or reauthorize it and renew it and strengthen it when we as a Congress decide that is beneficial. Because Senator Ostheimer was entirely right in questioning when he told the sponsor that Section 702 is already reauthorized for the next 2 years. So here's what the affirmative gets entirely wrong. Sarah Asadi and Badaluri, and even Sarah Kumar on my own side, have framed this debate as a false binary between having to choose between never authorizing Section 702 ever again by failing or reauthorizing it for the rest of this country's history by passing. Nobody has told you the third option, continuing to revisit it and reauthorize a new and improved Section 702 like Sarah Zhao just told Senator Badaluri in questioning. When I told this to Senator Messias in cross-examination, he asked me what the comparative benefit was. Here it is, plain and simple. Simply put, privacy isn't static, and the world and how this applies is constantly changing. When Section 702 was first written into law in 2008, the world was fundamentally different. From facial recognition on your iPhone, all the way to the fentanyl crisis that Sarah Asadi talks about, to even the channels that terrorists communicate through, like Sarah Messias talks about. Sarah Lung dedicates his entire speech to privacy and security. But what happens when the very definition of privacy and security itself has fundamentally changed? By reauthorizing it every 2 years, we don't weaken security. We strengthen accountability and force this Congress to re-examine and improve the Section 702 that Sarah Badaluri just advocated for. For a better Section 702, fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 2 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, Asadi first.
Law enforcement agencies across the country have warned that they need 702 the way it is now in order to execute their duties faithfully.
Good news for you, it's in place right now and it is for another year.
If I can finish my question. Why can't 702 automatically adapt with the times like it has in the past?
Because it literally hasn't until we repealed it, and then after that, we reauthorized it temporarily. I'm sure at the end of this session, Sarah Flack's going to say we're more efficient than the real Congress for passing a single piece of policy. That shows you
Senator
how
Jackson
we need
already
to be
told you how we reformed 702 as it is now to make it better
This
without
bill
having to
doesn't reform it at all whatsoever. Senator Badaluri
Alzheimer.
conceded that in cross-ex.
Hey. I agree with your sentiment completely. The last time we reauthorized Section 702 in April of 2024, did we change it?
Yes, we absolutely did. There were technological provisions compared to 2008, which directly outlined not only technology for terrorists to communicate through, but it even had a drug provision about fentanyl specifically.
When we work together in 2026 to fix Section 702, specifically, what problems do you seek to solve?
The problems that we as a Congress are talking about now.
Okay,
because
be specific, please.
Specifically?
Yes.
Immigration, like Senator Kumar said. Fentanyl, like Senator
The
Asadi
questioning
said.
period has elapsed. That was a speech in negation. Affirmative speakers, rise.
I thank the chair.
Between those standing, Jackson. The chair thanks you. State that. Apologies, you are correct. That's Senator Lynn.
Hi everyone, this is Senator Lynn, spelled L-I-N, speaking for the second time today. I know my judges are ready unless you give me some indication otherwise. Otherwise, just begin. Sorry. Okay, all good. In 1978, the FIFSA Act was passed to combat espionage by this very government during the Watergate era. Yet, as times have evolved, so have our methods of communication. I mean, we went from sending classified information in encrypted channels to signal group chats. Either way, the important part is that there is no alternative to Section 702 in the modern day. That's why you're passing today's legislation. There is one thing I want to make extremely clear in this round. 702 is willing and always open to reform, but you have to keep it in place to do so. Senator Kumar starts off this debate telling you about the abuse of 702 during the George Floyd protests. But I'm glad she brought this up because it's able to show you how much Section 702 has changed. Intel government fact sheet in July of 2023 tells us that after the uproar on the abuse of how 702 was used during the BLM movement, the FBI reformed their policies from 2021 to 2022. U.S. queries for U.S. citizens dropped 93%. This proves that the system of 702 is set to change and get better. But Senator Casey, in the past, whenever we've had reform, we never stopped Section 702. We always kept it in place. The risk of eventually losing Section 702 in the future is so bad. That's why you're keeping it in place right now. When the only other example of Senator Kumar bringing up mass 702 abuse is immigration, she fundamentally misunderstands the issue. NBC News today tells us that Trump has pledged to deport 1 million people just this year, and that is what's pushing him to go through illegal channels to do so. Regardless of if 702 does or doesn't exist, Trump will still do illegal things to deport immigrants, like wiretapping, phone tapping, showing up to common areas for immigrants. Wait, he's already doing that. The Guardian just 3 days ago tells us that ICE literally just shows up to colleges, Home Depots, protests, and arrest people to meet their quotas. That never changes. If Trump is doing illegal things right now, he will continue to do so. He doesn't have to use Section 702 to deport immigrants. But here's why keeping Section 702 is so impactful towards American safety. First, terrorism. The government intel in 2023 tells us that 60% of a president's daily brief has counterterrorism information from 702. Millions of lives would be lost if it isn't for the information that 702 provides us. Senator Tiagli would tell you that we can just remove 702 and allow people to get warrants to do so. But AGH in February of 2018 tells us that you have to notify courts 7 days in advance before you file a warrant, and then you have to wait up to 72 hours to get it back. This is detrimental towards American safety. You cannot guarantee that we know about a terrorism attack 7 days before. You're passing today to ensure that we never have to run the risk of another American dying due to this Congress' negligence.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Stevens.
Hi. Would you agree that in order to adequately reform Section 702, we need to hold its violators accountable?
Sure.
How would we do so when we've seen in past precedent that holding President Trump accountable in court is virtually impossible?
Okay, I think that, one, 702 is reformed not by this Congress, but by the FBI themselves, right? Us controlling what happens and doesn't happen to 702.
After the FBI reforms you mentioned, we still saw President Trump exploit the current system in order to investigate other people.
He's going to exploit a different system instead.
Then why not remove the system until you have one that works?
Kumar just standing.
Hey, on a similar line of questioning, insofar as the FBI is controlled by President Trump, where is the reason to give him direct access to more information?
The FBI has leaders appointed by President Trump. However, inside the organization, they're always having structural reforms. President Trump will continue to deport immigrants illegally, regardless of 702. 702 is not giving him the information to deport people. He's literally just showing up to campuses, arresting international students.
He'll deport people. He'll deport more people if you give access to immigrants' communications, their messages, and their location.
Questioning period has elapsed. Seeing as that was an affirmative speech, negation speakers, rise. State that. Granted. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Park. State that. Granted.
Once again, that's Senator Park for your ballots. PARK speaking for a second time. So proud to negate today's legislation. For all those above me, if you guys have no complaints, I'll get going shortly. Great. No democracy crumbles overnight, but it decays from within. With each unchecked search, each silent violation, every American citizen unknowingly searched. Section 702 has become the erosion of constitutional protections within America. So if democracy ever meant anything within this chamber, you pass today's legislation. Protect America's rights. Senator Long To Lin rely on a fundamental assumption to uphold the entire affirmation case. Section 702 is a policy requirement for integral national security. I want to turn this debate on its head, since Section 702 is neither necessary nor important for national security. Senator Badaluri, give up the idea of reform, because Section 702 already has its replacements. Senator Togali has already told you about FISA Title I. I'm here to tell you about Executive Order 12333. Essentially, this executive order is a policy that provides for the exact same foreign policy information that Senator Long To Badaluri wants, with the exception of stronger data protection. The U.S. Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board exemplifies this in 2023, when it finds that, one, the majority of less urgent foreign intelligence, the majority of the information the affirmation want to keep, is already collected under that executive order. But second, specific parts of that executive order, namely section 2.3 and 2.5, forces each data search to require a warrant and probable cause. But why doesn't section 702? Senator Badaluri, listen up. The ACLU finds in April of 2024 that very revision passed in that year significantly expanded the data collection operations of Section 702 and furthermore made it even more difficult to pursue illegal searches within court. That exception is the very reason my side has told you time and time again that Section 702 is being abused. And it's not even like Section 702 provides any unique information. That same card I provided to you from the U.S. Privacy and Civil Liberties Board found that when the FBI voluntarily lowered 702 searches by 94%, national security took no loss. That fact fundamentally invalidates every single affirmation senator's argument, because Senator Badaluri, if this data and Section 702 was so important, why has the FBI given it up? Why does this matter for American citizens? The existence of Section 702, the 6% that the FBI holds onto, is used for political suppression. The Brennan Center for Justice finds in April of 2024 that Section 702 has been documented to track members of Congress's communications, 19,000 political supporters, and over 140 Black Lives Matter protesters. If that is what foreign intelligence looked like, Senator Badaluri, we have work to do.
Speech time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, first, Senator Song.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. So you talk about this Executive Order 12333,
Yes.
right? And so compared to Section 702, does
Yes.
Executive Order 12333 have more or less judicial oversight, court oversight, and accountability?
I'll tell you one simple fact. The fact that both of these systems exist in the status quo, but Section 702 is the one widely documented for abuse, is proof that executive order is more comprehensive.
No, the executive order has less accountability and less judicial oversight.
And why is Section 702 the one mainly abused?
They're using both right now. It's just there's more reporting on Section 702 because it's more common. But like
No,
both are
that
being
is not the
abused.
case.
Lynn.
I just told you in my speech that the reason why search queries dropped 93% is because Section 702 went through significant reforms that made it so it didn't target American people anymore, like during BLM
And
protests.
I told you that reform made it significantly harder to pursue illegal searches in court. The ACLU finds that in April of 2024.
Okay, so then I also told you that the warrants that you want to get under Executive Order 12333 take 7 days to get. How is that preserving American safety?
I disagree with that fact fundamentally. Senator Togali already disproves
Yeah,
that.
72 hours to get the
Questioning
warrant.
period has elapsed. In the back. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was just a speech in negation, all affirmative speakers rise. Senator Jackson.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon now. For real this time, that's Senator Jackson, Jackson. I'll take silence as an indication of readiness. For 1 second. Lovely, thank you. On August 16th of 2001, Zacarias Musavi was apprehended by the FBI after a flight school instructor made a call that could have saved thousands of American lives. He found it a little suspicious one of his students never cared to learn how to land a plane, only how to take it off. But because the FBI was unable to attain a warrant, the days went by, and September 11th, 2001 was able to happen. Even after that, it took this Congress 7 years to pass Section 702. I will not waste another second. At the end of today's debate, there's two main questions that my side needs to answer. Number one, is Section 702 uniquely reformed? And number two, who best protects privacy? The affirmation, both times. First off, starting with Senators Casey, Tayagali, Amu, and Kumar, they all tell you Section 702 needs to be reformed. They're waiting on it to happen. It already did. 3 layers of analysis as to why this is true. In January of 2025, a landmark federal court case, United States versus Haj Badrami, established that little 702 backdoor that allows you to spy on United States citizens is unconstitutional unless any of their evidence about American abuse is after 2025. It's irrelevant. But second, the Office of National Director of the U.S. Intelligence explains in 2023 just how Section 702 works if it was used on a U.S. citizen. Number one, they're informed about it prior to the trial. Number two, it's only happened 9 times in a decade. And third, and most importantly, they have the option to challenge it. That's exactly what they did, and that's exactly why, third and finally, Senator Lynn tells you that the FBI reformed their internal system and stopped looking up Americans by 93%. The final argument left standing is Senator Casey when he tells you, aren't we able to reform better if we renew every couple of years? Absolutely not, because if one day goes by where Section 702 is not in place, that's Americans who are in danger. Bringing me to my second point on privacy. The United States intelligence declassified in 2023 several different instances of 702 being used to combat cybersecurity. In just one instance, they had a window of 6 hours where they prevented an attack on thousands of American utilities. Senator Tayagali, we don't have 72 hours to wait. But last and finally, even if you don't believe me, it's a pretty clear comparison. Would you rather the data be in the hands of the American government, who legally can't use it, or foreign bad actors who have nothing but malicious intent? Because as Tulane University explains just last year, America's lost $16 billion to cybercrime. It's not just hospitals that go dark, homes as well, medical data, and personal privacy that's breached. I thought the comparative was clear. It's been a long time since 2008. Changes have been made. Support this legislation if you support reform. Thank you.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Questioners, rise. Casey, unopposed.
Hey, is reform something that's one and done?
No.
No, exactly. So don't you think we're more likely to do reform when there's a deadline on it with a 2-year period?
Absolutely not. As I told you, cybercrime is prevented by 702. If a couple of days goes by because Congress is so inefficient where we're not actively using 702, Americans are in danger.
As you yourself agreed to, that's not one and done. Cybercrime is constantly changing, and so are the
I also told
issues
you
that we
after
anticipate.
2021, when the FBI abused 702, they made reforms.
The one
Hey, Senator,
Hi.
after 9/11, the USA Patriot Act created emergency warrants for the FBI to use, which they can acquire in a couple of hours. Why
Okay.
can't they do that for the emergency scenarios you talk about, like terrorist attacks?
Okay, because 702 right now has been specifically reformed. 702 through the legal process, because it's been in process, has been made
Your problem
better.
with warrants is that they take too long. If emergency warrants exist that take only a couple
I
of hours,
still want to
why
protect
can't they
American
use that?
security. That's what's unique
Aren't
about
warrants
702.
more
Questioning
just?
period has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Stevens. Oh, Shao, are you on the side? Apologies, I couldn't see you.
When American workers first started advocating for better labor conditions in the 1920s, this Congress responded with what we now know as the Palmer Raids, weeks of government surveillance, state-sponsored violence, and harassment against Americans, all in the name of crushing communism, because today's legislation gives our government just another excuse to push our people to the pavement that I'm urging you to fail. Principally, this entire debate, every single affirmative speaker has painted this policy as a protector of our people. Senator Macias, Lung, and Asadi have all given you examples of how 702 is used to fight threats abroad. Here's the problem. You can't be a protector if you're hurting our people at home. I don't really understand why the negation affirmative is willing to come up here and tell you that cases of abuse against Americans are going down. Let's just ask the courts themselves, because Rudolph Contreras, the Chief Justice of DC's very own FISA court, explains that right now, the FBI's own FISA data system currently last year flagged over 280,000 Americans as threats through national security. Senator Lung, it honestly does not matter if the FBI is downscaling how much staffing they have if the data systems themselves are still flagging innocent people as threats. Senator Baudelaire, at the end of the day, our status quo allows us to continuously review the policy. It's better to fix it as it stands now than to completely revert it after you pass. At the end of the day, 702 has turned our justice system, rooting it and creating a system that looks more like McCarthyism than a modest system. Senator Casey was right. The moment the affirmative advocated for a permanent policy was the moment they forfeited your ballot. But next, I think my side has given you the best exigence in this debate. So far, Senator Kumar and Park have already shown you how Section 702 is actively being used to roll back free speech and target and detain protesters. Here's what they missed. It's not just about detainment. 702 is seeping into our court system. As NPR explains in 2025, Section 702 is being used to lengthen and extend warrantless detentions. That's why, even though Mahmoud Khalil, a Syrian Colombian law student who was detained for organizing Palestinian protests, was supposed to be released just 6 days ago, the DOJ stepped in, invoked Section 702, and has kept him behind bars. Senator Jackson, this is the case of abuse in 2025 you have been looking for. It happens every day. Just to the people we chose to forget. Senator Lin, at the end of the day, even if President Trump is going to go after migrants in both worlds, the world where Section 702 still continues to exist is the one where he can extend his baseless detentions, extend the injustice, keep innocent people rotting in prison. Every day, people like Mahmoud Khalil show enough courage to speak up for those who can't. All I am asking you is to show a fraction of what they have done and fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 4 seconds. Questioners, rise. Senator Lung.
Hi.
Hi. Does your side want to keep Section 702 in place?
We want to keep the status quo where we have continuous congressional review over the system.
If there's still congressional review, that means Section 702 exists in
Wait,
your
wait,
world.
I agree with you. We can.
I'm just saying it still exists in your world,
right? Section 702 still exists now, but I'd argue that's comparatively better than extending it indefinitely.
Why?
Because if Section 702 keeps leading to
Trump
abuse,
can still abuse it, though. Your entire argument is Trump is abusing it, but that exists in your world too. You don't solve for that at all.
Trump and his administration aren't going to be in power forever. I'd rather a future Congress be able to still re-examine the system than extending it indefinitely. Hi.
Hi. If we stop enforcing Section 702, does that mean every other country in the world will also stop collecting data on American citizens?
Wait, like, England isn't going to just abolish MI6 just
I'm not
because we
talking
don't
about
have
England.
702.
I'm talking about like enemy states. Like, are they going to stop caring? Like, are they going to they're still going to collect data
Two
on
responses.
us, right?
First, Section 702 isn't the only way we can collect foreign data, and especially for crime.
It is the most effective way to do it, but even more importantly, if you are admitting that at the very least we're losing some data.
Just because it is the most effective doesn't it mean it's the best way we have possible.
Most effective equals best. Like what?
The questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech in negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. Between those standing, that goes to Senator Ostheimer.
That's Senator Ostheimer speaking for the second time today. Judges and PO, please give me a heads up if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll jump right in. Gold bars, a Mercedes-Benz, and $480,000 in cash. That's all I need to get from Des Moines, Iowa, back home to Pompano Beach, Florida. But that's what the highest bidder gave Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey to send billions of taxpayer dollars to Egypt. Look, I never thought that Section 702 would apply to a sitting US senator, but I guess things get tricky when you admit to stealing money over iMessages. Yeah, that happened. Look, pass this bill because this Senate just fixed intelligence gathering, and now we need to protect it from Trump's political pressure on this Congress. Senator Kumar condemns warrantless surveillance on immigrants. Senator Amu condemns the privacy and civil rights violations. And Senator Tiagali condemns backdoor data access. And Senator Casey can't wait until the sunset date in 2026 to fix all of these problems. Sorry, Senator Casey, you're 14 months too late. In cross-ex, Senator Lung and I established that Congress last reauthorized Section 702 in April of 2024, but according to the Electronic Privacy Information Center on April 22 of 2024, in the face of the very same concerns you bring up today, they also amended it with the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, or RISA. Senator Dick Durbin passed an amendment to require a warrant for all surveillance. That puts Senator Kumar's warrantless surveillance argument in the past. Senator Rand Paul passed an amendment to close the data purchase loophole, which prohibits agencies from circumventing the warrant requirement by just buying the data from the platform instead of seizing it. That puts Senator Tiagali's argument in the past. And finally, Senator Mike Lee passed an amendment to broaden the FISA court's responsibility for approving wiretaps. Everything Senator Jackson just told you about, from court cases like U.S. versus Hasbajrami and internal reform in the FBI, is the result of these policy changes. Man, while Senator Bob Menendez was rolling in dough, our colleagues in the Senate were busy fixing Section 702. If there's anything you think I missed, Senator Casey, please tell me today instead of waiting for next April, and I will write an amendment to fix whatever our 80 other colleagues might have missed. With that out of the way, we really need to talk about what we're talking about. This debate is not about whether Section 702 is good or not. Seriously, I encourage everyone listening to pull up the bill packet on President Flack's PO sheet and read the bill itself. Almost everything you've heard today has nothing to do with it. This bill just strikes the sunset provision, leaving it in effect until and unless we revisit it. That protects our legislative achievements from Trump's influence on Congress and his hostility towards Section 702. The Hill reports on April 10th of 2024 that before Congress last reauthorized it with the reform package, Trump wrote on Truth Social, all caps of course, "Kill FISA. It was illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign." Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Immediately, congressional Republicans panic, and it passes with a smaller margin than ever before. We hate terrorism, we hate drug trafficking, and goodness knows we hate corruption. Don't let Trump make it more difficult to do our jobs.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Park first.
Hello.
What is the unique value that Section 702 provides when EO 12333 and FISA Title I exist?
Well, not only does it include the legislative authority that gives these agencies to collect the information, it includes all the reforms I just told you about.
That already exists under both systems. What is the unique benefit of Section 702?
What is the unique benefit of getting rid of it or passing this legislation? I don't
I already
understand where
told
this
you,
comes from
there
the
is no
affirmation.
benefit of Section 702, and the ACLU finds it's harder to pursue illegal data searches.
I
What
just
is
told
the
you we made
benefit?
that illegal, and that proves in court under
That was
Senator
part of the
Jackson's
reform.
argument.
Hey, you talk about how it was reauthorized recently, right?
Correct.
And you talked about reforms. When does those reforms happen?
April of 2024.
During the reauthorization, right?
Yes.
If this no longer has any reauthorizations because now it's in perpetuity, how do you expect any of these reforms that you talked about to happen in the future?
Because they're in effect, and along with Section 702 itself,
But
this bill makes those permanent.
you don't think that we need to continue to reform Section 702? You think it's perfect right now?
I'm saying that if and when we do need to reform it, we can just do it instead of waiting for a sunset provision.
The questioning period has elapsed. Senator Casey, state that. Granted. Senator Lung, granted. Seeing as that was just a speech and affirmation, negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, Senator Stevens.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Senator Stevens, again spelled the second time in this legislative session. If I could just have any indication from my judges whenever you guys are ready. Gotcha. I believe I'm waiting for one more. Are we good here at the end? Thank you very much. Last Saturday, the traction the No Kings movement received culminated in protests all around our nation. And amidst a political climate where racism, hatred, and violence have not only become acceptable, but applauded, 5 million Americans showed up, marching from as far as my home state of Florida to the Iowa Capitol building right outside these doors. And it's because today's legislation stunts that reform at its core that I am so proud to fail. But first, Senator Bortolari, I'd like to make something really clear right off the bat. I'm not against reforming Section 702. I didn't vote against your amendment because I'm on the negation. I voted against it because it doesn't work. Your amendment, in trying to prosecute people who violate Section 702, intends to prosecute President Donald Trump. As we've seen in our precedent, our courts ultimately failed to do so. Until you can prove to me that your amendment fixes this at its core, there is no reason to pass it. Your reform isn't actual reform. But next, Senators Kumar, Park, and Zhao on my side already told you that in the status quo, the Trump administration is able to exploit a lack of protections in order to manipulate this investigation system to persecute our people. But Senators Lynn, Jackson, and Ostheimer all give you a million versions of the claim they've reformed. Enough with the back and forth. Let's see who's actually right. But first, I'd like to acknowledge a really clear misconception thus far in this chamber. Senators Song and Bortolari all tell you that Section 702 only applies to foreign providers, with Senator Jackson quantifying that only 9 Americans have been investigated. I honestly would love it if that was the case. Look to the Electronic Privacy Information Center in 2023, when they reported that in 2022 alone, the FBI conducted over 200,000 warrantless searches of domestic information. And it's impossible not to see the pattern when the Americans they're targeting are specifically the ones that speak out against our government. Senator Lung is right. Our nation is more politicized than ever. And it's not just the persecution of immigrants that Senator Kumar mentioned. Look to NPR this January, when they reported that in his first 100 days in office, President Trump used his agenda of retribution to target more than 100 political adversaries. That, Senators Lung and Lin, is after the reforms you mentioned. But Senator Jackson, just in case this example isn't late enough in the month of January for you, look to 1 month ago, when President Trump used provisions under Section 702 to investigate members of the Democratic organization Act Blue. We're actively seeing that the reforms the affirmation has touted as some magic solution doesn't work. Until they can prove that some measure of reform that actively exists prevents our people from being exploited, no one wins. Your party shouldn't dictate your privacy or your protection, yet that is the status quo you are under. No longer allow politics to eliminate our constituents' protections.
Speech
Fail.
time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Jackson.
Are Trump's abuses of 702 because 702 is bad or because he's just blatantly breaking the law?
702 provides unique ability for him to do so because
Has
it allows
anyone
warrantless
besides
searches.
the President of the United States who openly defied a federal court order defied 702?
I entirely agree with you. President Trump is going to exploit our constituents regardless of whether or not you pass or fail today's legislation. But what I tell you is that Section 02 specifically allows him to do so
It's not
by allowing
because
him to conduct
702
searches without
is
warrants.
bad. If for that matter, we
If
wouldn't
Section
pass any
702
laws
could not
because the
exist,
executive branch
his
could
abuses
exploit
would
it.
not exist to the extent they currently do.
He would
Today's
still be
legislation
doing his
forces them to
abuses.
continue.
In this bill, who does Section 702 allow us to surveil?
It allows the FBI to do so. But the fact
No,
of the matter
but in
is,
this bill, it only allows us
Okay.
to surveil people outside the United States. That's
you
what's
can
in
say
the
the
section of the bill.
exact same thing for what the exact wording of this bill is in the legitimate Congress. The fact of the matter
Senator,
is, the executive branch
But
exploits
what it is
the
in
terms.
this Congress is only people outside the U.S.
Okay, then
How
why
do your
can't we
concerns about
enforce
President Trump
this
stand?
as Section 702 as it currently stands?
We're debating as it is in the bill, not as
Yes,
it currently
these are
stands.
the active semantics in the bill that's been in
The
place for
questioning
decades.
period has elapsed. Senator Lung. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in negation, affirmative speakers rise. Senator Khan.
Thank the chair, Senator Khan, K-H-A-N, like Genghis Khan, ready to kill today's debate. Stop me if you're not ready. All right, perfect. Sorry. Is this a good volume? Perfect. Okay. I'll never forget my first basketball tryout. When I first stepped foot on the court, a coach came up to me, looked me up and down, and said, "Kumon's in the next building over." Yeah. Nevertheless, I still developed a passion for basketball. I want to use that passion to guide today's round because it's pretty fitting. Tonight's Game 6 of the NBA Finals, let's go over SportsCenter's top 5 plays. Play number 1, Pascal Siakam, 6'8", 245 Cameroonian, wins the tip for the Pacers, aka Senator Lung, who could be his twin. He lays down the affirmations of advocacy when he proves to you that Section 702 will always protect American security. Play number 2, Senator Casey, who wishes he didn't have red hair, becomes Alex Caruso, who wishes he just had some hair, and plays the best defense of today's round. He asked Senator Lung, in questioning, why passing Section 702 is good for the rest of time. Isn't it better to reauthorize it? One response, if we can prove that today's legislation works, I don't want it to be up for debate anymore. If you want reform like Senator Zhao, Casey, or Stevens right before me because you think the DOJ doesn't work or the executive branch isn't doing its job, pass today's legislation so that we can reform it. Remember what Senator Ostheimer just told you. We're reforming it in the status quo that continues when you pass this policy. Then play number 3. Senator Park tells us that Executive Order 12333 is like Section 702, but with LeBron in it. 2 responses. You've heard dozens of affirmative intros quantifying how many people we've saved with Section 702. Any argument that is just political is imperatively false. And second, when he tells you that an executive order is better, remember, this Congress can only reform it when it's a piece of legislation. Keep it that way. Senator Park, your advocacy is an airball. Play number 4. Senator Khan does what Nico Williams never could and introduces a scale. I'm going to make this a layup for you. At the highest ground of the negation, you violate people's privacy. At the highest ground of the affirmation, you save American lives. And a life is always worth more than your privacy. In fact, my side hasn't even extended it all the way. Brookings in 2005 tells us a senior government official testified that virtually every single capture or killing of suspected terrorists outside of Iraq used Section 702 or some form of foreign intelligence to carry out that order. Meaning, if you pass today's legislation, you keep Section 702, which is literally saving civilians' lives overseas, because when we have more foreign intelligence on them, we're more accurate with our attacks. Play number 5. Call me Tyrese Halliburton the way I'm throwing lobs. Now every single affirmative senator's impacts gets dunked home. Senator Asani on decreased fentanyl delays. That wins for the affirmation. Senator Macias and Lynn on increased American security and decreased terrorism. That wins. And your finals MVP, well, hopefully, Tyrese Halliburton, aka me, just proved to you that you save American lives. Today's debate is over. The affirmation wins. The negation choked. Job finished? I think so. Pass.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Stevens.
Hey, Senator.
How quickly do security investigations from Section 702, on average, produce usable information?
Sure, you can tell me, but it would depend on the security investigation. You can't just assume
Yeah,
that
but
they're all
for,
going to be the same.
for the average terrorism investigation, the FBI
The
released
average
a metric.
terrorism investigation?
The FBI released a metric.
Okay, how much
Their
is
metric was a month.
Okay.
What number did Senator Tigelli give you for how long these warrants take?
That's for a
with the
warrant for
alternative?
7 days. That's completely different. You need a month
said
and then 7
72
days.
hours.
Okay, well then you need a month
Sure.
and then 72 hours.
No, the
Why
month
not
is
just
if you're
make it a
using
month?
Section 72. Section
No,
702.
no.
The
And
72
hers
hours
was for
is
a
if you're
warrant.
using the alternative.
No, hers was for a warrant. That's how long
Yes,
the
the
warrant
warrant
takes
is
to get
the
approved.
alternative to Section
No, the
702.
security has to be.
Apologies, Nguyen just standing. I didn't.
Hello?
Hello. Reform is possible. Why not implement it in the time frame before the deadline as opposed to reauthorizing right now today?
Okay, so I think reauthorization is important, especially when people bring up concerns about the DOJ and the executive branch, because that makes sure that we stay in charge of it.
Why do it today when we have literally a year to fix reforms before we reauthorize and then we lose all power to leverage reform?
I just want to make sure that it gets passed sometime or the other. I don't need that to be today, but that's the,
But
on
you
the
need the
table, so that's
reform
what
before we
should do.
extend it, right?
Yeah, but we can continue to reform once we extend
So
it for
why pass
perpetuity.
today?
The questioning period has elapsed. Just as a reference to the chamber, please make sure you're putting your placard up as soon as possible so that I can make sure that I count everyone and we don't miss anyone, okay? Seeing as we just left off on a speech in affirmation, all speakers negation, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lee.
Hello, everyone. That's Senator Lee, spelled L-Y. Let me know when you guys are ready to go. From former Vice President Dick Cheney to Senator Long, the rhetoric behind surveillance has been incredibly hypocritical. When the government goes and watches you, they say it's for security. Yet when we want to go and watch the government, they say it's too risky. When there is no oversight, what happens is abuse becomes inevitable. Fail today's legislation and make sure that never happens. At the end of today's round, I think both sides can agree that Section 702 is a flawed section. But I'll be honest, the affirmative is winning right now, and the biggest reason why is because they were able to get rid of our impacts. Senators Long and Badaluri both argue that even if we pass, we can go fix it later by amending the legislation and solving issues. And then Senator Long and Ostheimer both claim that we've done this in the past. But every single example where we went and updated Section 702 and started reforming it, there was a reason why. And it's because it was during reauthorization. So what does this mean? Senator Ostheimer tells you that it's too late for us to reform when Senator Casey's champions. But here's the link that Senator Casey is missing. Reform only works once we are debating the bill. The Brennan Center of Justice writes in 2024 that right now we normally require reapproval every 2 to 5 years for Section 702. And this is really important because every time that happens, it institutes a debate, just like what's happening right now. Every single time, people do research about it. We look and talk to the FBI. We understand more of what's going wrong with it, and we're able to fix it. We are able to hold these people accountable. Senator Amu, there's your accountability. But then Senator Long says the only way for these reforms to happen is if we have these debates and we learn about the issues. The Center for Strategic International Studies finds in December of 2024 that in 2012, when we were trying to reauthorize the 702, we found out that the CIA was spying on US citizens abroad. So we made them stop that and get a warrant. Then in 2018, when we were doing the exact same thing, we learned that the FBI was using 702 data to look at Americans. We made judicial review happen to make sure that we could hold them accountable. Then, in 2024, we found out the FBI was going through phone records for politically charged content, and we made sure we could hold them accountable by prosecuting these agents. Senator Ostheimer and Badaluri, we can continue to play our games and act like the most efficient Congress we're like the most efficient Congress ever. But every single time you failed. If you pass 702 right now, if you pass today and make 702 indefinite, we will never see progress. But if you negate
every single time we will be able to look into the government, see what's going on, and make sure we can reform every single time and make it better and better. And Senator Asadi, Lynn, and Khan, it still allows us to help people because we don't get rid of it. All we do is make sure abuses stop, protect the people, and fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing. That first goes to Ostheimer. I'm sorry, Khan just standing, sorry. Or do you have a question? I stood after him. Okay, perfect.
Hey. Why are we debating this bill?
Well, because it's a piece of legislation.
Because a wonderful person in the National Student Congress submitted it, right? But it's not time for reauthorization, is it?
No.
If we can debate whatever we want, whenever we want, why do we need a sunset provision?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest reason why is in real Congress, you're not going to see this ability, right? Like, most of the time for us, we're not going to be able to just go and put any piece of legislation on the docket. It has to be the time. The only time...
Yes, you can.
The only time you can get Republicans and Democrats to agree on a docket of what they want to talk about is when something like 702 needs to be reauthorized.
Hey, Senator, if I want to amend an existing piece of legislation that's already been passed, don't I do a new bill to then amend that policy?
Sure.
So then if I want to do reform, once we pass today's legislation, then why can't I just make a new bill to add that reform to Section 702?
The biggest reason why is because this, without the sunset clause, right? With the sunset clause, it means that they've set a timer, meaning that we have to pass a new version every single time, and every single time we got to update it.
Okay, but nothing's stopping us from making a new bill.
The questioning period has elapsed. Again, as a brief reminder to the chamber, make sure you're putting your placard up so I can see it before we start the questioning, just to make sure that everyone gets the speeches they deserve. Senator Lynn, granted. Seeing as that was a speech negation, affirmative speakers rise. Between those standing, Song unopposed.
Hey everyone, this is Senator Daniel Song, S-O-N-G, speaking on behalf of this legislation. I'm going to use the mic this time, so if all my judges could give me a thumbs up when they're good to go. Yes, stop me if you're not ready. Perfect. In the classic spy movie Dr. No, British super spy James Bond locates Dr. Julius No, an evil mad scientist who wants to sabotage this government's space program with a massive laser. Probably James Bond could have used Section 702, but unfortunately, unlike James Bond, we can't trust this government to act in good faith. I actually disagree with Senator Ostheimer on my own side that President Trump wants to get rid of Section 702. No. When the time for reauthorization comes in April 2026, he will exploit this opportunity to make it far, far worse. Let me give this chamber a sobering reality check. We passed this legislation to codify the current 2024 version of Section 702 because the alternative new one in April of 26 will be far, far worse. Senator Lynn on my own side already proved the reform only happened under the Biden administration because he was willing to listen to civil rights groups who pointed out the FBI's human rights abuses and discrimination against our constituents. But then, Senator Stevens and Kumar on the negation already proved to you that President Trump is weaponizing Section 702 already, and he has no respect or care for the rule of law. What he's doing right now is currently illegal. But when April 2026 and reauthorization rolls around, he has no problem exploiting this opportunity to codify everything and make it legal. In fact, Senator Ostheimer's own source about President Trump's Truth Social post, I mean, that's about as truthful as it really gets, right? Comes in April of 2024, when the president was still a candidate. But now that he's in office, his view on Section 702 has flip-flopped more than a beachgoer in South Carolina. Why that's the case? It's because The Intercept magazine reports in January of 2025 that CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard, and Attorney General Pam Bondi all heavily endorsed the use of Section 702 to cement President Trump's increase of mass surveillance and the policing of Americans. Because now that they're in power, they see 702 as the best way to cement Trump's power in the United States of America. But why is this so dangerous? It's because the New York Times reports in May of 2025 that President Trump has pledged to increase arrests and mass surveillance targeting social media posts, employing facial recognition software, scouring your bank account, political affiliation, immigration status, and all of those things. For example, just like Senator Stevens mentioned, an Act Blue. In fact, Just in California the other day, one of our colleagues, Senator Alex Padilla, was violently arrested by immigration officers because President Trump had no respect for the rule of law. We only give him an opportunity to make things worse in April of 2026 instead of codifying it. But then, what's the impact? It's when you'll see stories like the BBC reports in March of 2025 when 3 U.S. children citizens were deported to Honduras, one 4-year-old with cancer, with not a single drop of due process, because President Trump just did. At least now, the courts have some check on this surveillance. But when 2026 rolls around, there will be no protections, no democracy, and no respect for the rule of law. We can't risk that happening in our country. That's why
Speech
you
time.
pass.
3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Tiagli.
Hey, Senator. So me and countless other negation senators already proved that existing FISA titles allow for emergency warrants. So why does your point still stand about us not having due process?
Right, I'm just comparing the status quo of Section 702 to the future version in 2026, which will be much, much worse. President Trump, under both worlds, isn't going to use Title I. He's just going to use Section 702 because it's the most extreme and convenient
If
method.
Section 702 expires and we don't reauthorize it, he's forced to use Title I.
No,
under
he can
FISA.
push the Republican-controlled Congress until the 2026 midterms to do what he wants and make it worse.
Hi, are all these hypothetical harms of 2026 things that are happening right now?
Yes, but they can get worse because they're illegal right now. But Trump will use 2026 as an opportunity to make it legal.
If they're happening right now, but Congress has the authority to reform Section 702, why shouldn't we make an amended version of that and reform that instead of reauthorizing our current flawed version that is letting Trump abuse it?
Having authority doesn't mean we use it. From January till now, this Congress has rollen over and done nothing. Republicans control Congress until the 2026 midterms. I've given you historical precedent that you just
How
let
does
Trump
passing this
do what he
legislation make
wants.
anything
Question
better?
period has elapsed. Seeing as that, state that, granted. State that, granted. Seeing as that was a speech in affirmation, negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, win.
Hi everyone, for the second time, that's Senator Nguyen, NGU-YEN. And nod when you're ready. Former NSA Director Marshall Carter, years into retirement, spilled the beans about the NSA's existence to journalist James Bamford. Risking treason, Carter opened the floodgates, and Bamford started a historic investigation, not only revealing the existence of the NSA, but also revealing the scandals. Since the beginning, they have been operating in the dark, but we have done better to shine a light. Negate today to preserve that light and avoid any nefarious actions. My side has repeated the same privacy concerns over and over and over, and the one same response made by Senator Baudelaire, Lynn, Ostheimer, and Khan was made by Senator Long in the first sponsor. We can just reform Section 702. If you really want reform, I find it funny why you're on the affirmative. Senator Ostheimer, I am so glad why you brought up the Reforming Intelligence and Security American Act. UPenn writes on June 6th of 2024 that the RISAA requires a report on how 702 is being accountable for improper data searches. But here's what Senator Ostheimer conveniently leaves out. We get our first ever report this December. Senator Ostheimer, we need the report to see if your reforms are actually materializing right now before we even pass an extension. Now, I disagree of anyone who has strong beliefs on whether 702 is good or bad. No one knows how the new 702 is doing because we don't have the report on the new one. Someone on the affirmative has to explain why we should pass before we see the results of the current 702. If Senator Baudelaire is right that reforms can work, then let's wait until December to know and then extend the deadline. 702 is not going away in December. The deadline happens on April of 2026, Senator Lin. Senator Song, we don't need to wait until 2026 for Trump to materialize all of its harms. We just need to wait until December. Negating means that we get all the benefits of the affirmative while checking all the harms. Because if there are harms in that December report, negating demands even more new reforms. Senator Ostheimer, you asked us why we need a sunset deadline. If 702 is still dangerous, then waiting on that deadline forces concessions from policymakers to finally add newer reforms. And it's worked before. Association of Research Libraries finds on April of 2021, when Section 215 of the Patriot Act expired, Congress passed the USA Freedom Act 2 days later, ending mass phone record collection to keep Section 215. Negating does the same for 702. Negating means that we wait for the report, and if the report finds that the reforms failed, we push for change. What does that change look like? The Washington Post found in March of 2023 that warrant requirements would have stopped 278,000 improper searches of people exercising their rights to protest. Use what comes to light to protect your constituents from what's done in the dark.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Questioners, rise. Asadi first.
Have agencies already instituted their own reforms of 702 to mitigate your concerns?
They have reforms, but we don't know if it works until the December report.
What did the FBI tell us in 2022?
In 2022, reforms didn't work. We still had a lot of issues in 2023.
Between 2021 and 2022, usage of 702 on U.S. citizens decreased 96% after scrutiny.
And there's a reason why there was a whole new reform in 2024.
If agencies are willing to
because
reform,
2022
if I could
didn't
ask
work.
my question. If agencies are willing to reform, why not pass this and work with
Wait
it
until we
directly?
see the report.
Hey, Senators. So when you negate, you just let the status quo continue until whenever the report, or April of 26, right?
No, not April 26. You wait until the December report this year to see if the reforms worked. If the reforms
Okay,
work,
sure. So
let's
in
pass
December,
this
we have
bill.
the
I will
same
sponsor
debate.
with
We
you.
still don't do anything. And then when April of 26 rolls around,
I'm saying
Donald Trump seizes this opportunity.
If reforms don't work with the report, negating prevents us from making any newer reforms.
Even
That's
if
why we need
reforms
to
don't
negate.
work, isn't this version still better than the one in 2026?
If the reforms
Even
are
if
not
the
working,
reforms
why
don't
would you
work.
lock in this policy?
It's better than the alternative,
It
which is the
absolutely
comparative
isn't.
here.
We can add more reforms come time December when we know the issues.
Questioning period has elapsed. Senator Khan. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in negation, affirmative speakers, rise. Once again, any and all affirmative speakers, rise. Seeing, are you an affirmative? Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed say no. Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. We will now move into previous question on Section 702. Those who wish to vote in affirmation of this legislation, please raise your placards. I count 1, Macias, 2, Ostheimer, 3, Song, 4, Khan, 5, Asadi, 6, Jackson, 7, Baudelaire, 8, Lung, 9, Lin. Those who wish to oppose this legislation, I count 1 Park, 2 Shao, 3 Tiagali, 4 Kumar, 5 Stevens, 6 Nguyen, 7 Nelson, 8 Lee, 9 Casey. And then those who wish to abstain, there should be 1. Seeing none, then in a vote of 9 to 9 to 0, it does not have a simple majority and therefore does not pass. Are there any other motions on the floor? Senator Lung. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it and the motion carries. The Senate will stand in recess. We're now going to move straight into debate on the National Firearm Registry. Are there any sponsors present? Senator Lee, unopposed.
Hey everyone. I just wanted to, once again, this is Senator Lee, spelled L-Y. I'll let everyone find a moment to go find me on the ballot. While we do that, I just want to give a big shout out to my parents, my mom, my dad, and my sister Kayla for helping me through this entire process and listening to me talk at 1 a.m. at nights. Big shout out to Helios, Rashal, Nikhil, TJ, and Gianluca. I mean, without you guys, I wouldn't be the debater who I am today. All right, does everyone want to get started? All right, perfect. Every 5 days, an entire American family is wiped out. Not from an illness, not from a car crash, not from a house fire, but because a man couldn't control his anger and did the unthinkable, taking his temper out on his family and pulling a trigger. A man like that should never have access to a gun. That's why you passed my legislation. If there's one thing America's known for, it's guns. We have guns in our homes. We have guns in our Walmarts. We have guns in our schools. Yet there is zero accountability for what people do with those guns or where those guns go. That's where my legislation changes all of this. Section 1 of my legislation does two key things. The first thing it does is require all new gun purchases to be registered with a national registry. So that we know exactly who bought the gun, the type of gun, and what it does. But then the second thing it does is make sure that we know how guns are being transferred, so that way we can ensure we have access to every single gun and where it goes. You're gonna hear a lot about whether this registry is gonna work or not. But at the end of the day, with such big impacts, it comes down to one question. Will this registry even help in the slightest? If so, I implore you to affirm today. Contrary to the negation's belief, this isn't going to push more people into the black market. Instead, it's gonna wipe out the black market altogether because it allows us to get guns away from the black market. A 2024 ATF study finds that 81% of black market guns were originally bought legally by a reputable person, but then given under the table without a background check, without a gun safety class, without even a signature. After you pass my legislation, that all changes. Because now, if we pick up a gun, we know exactly who bought it, which inherently means it becomes more dangerous for a supplier to just give out these guns willy-nilly. There's two key impacts here. The first thing does is it reduces supplies, because now suppliers are more responsible and it's risky for them just to give out guns willy-nilly. But then the second thing is it makes black market guns more expensive, because now higher risk means higher costs, less guns means higher costs. It means the average American can't just buy a gun for $5 on a coffee table. But why is this so important? A 2020 UC Davis study says that 100,000 convicted felons currently own a gun. They're not allowed to, but they do anyways because they bought it on the black market, which is critical because for so many of them, they turn this anger onto their families. A UC Irvine study finds in 2024 that abusers are 5 times more likely to kill their own families simply because they have access to a gun. I constantly hear the phrase, it's my God-given right to own a gun. But is it really divine to go and watch the fear in your child's eyes as you end their life with a hunk of metal? If not, I implore you to affirm my legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Once again, any and all questioners, rise. Long, unopposed. Oh. Between Lung and Song, that first goes to Lung.
What does compliance under this legislation actually look like?
In terms of this, it's really going to be about where the gun sellers are going to be reporting it. They're going to be making them
Why would they
fill out
report it?
forms.
Because the person buying it is likely somebody shady. What is the incentive of the person to actually walk up and report that they bought it?
Well, I mean, the gun sellers are the one that are reporting it.
Well, they're supposed to report it right now, right?
No, not in all cases. Many states don't have gun registries right now. This
so
ensures
if they're not
that the
going to
entire
report it
nation
either
has
way,
one.
then why is it that your legislation is actually effective?
No, this ensures that the entire nation now
It
has a
doesn't
registry.
ensure anything.
Sorry, Nelson just standing. Apologies, Senator Khan. Yes. Once again, just as a brief note for everyone, make sure it's up as soon as you possibly can, just so I can see it.
So when New York mandated their SAFE Act in 2013, we saw compliance rates of below 4% with almost zero prosecutions for people who didn't register. What's to say that millions of Americans are suddenly going to register their firearms, or that we even have the power to go after them?
Yeah, I mean, that's where other parts of my legislation comes in. The biggest part here is the fact that ATF is allowed to enforce this, allowed to fine people. They're allowed to basically make people
Right,
register
but what's the
guns.
likelihood that they will actually do this? We're giving them
Now,
a massive burden.
State that. I believe it's still Con. Okay.
Can I go?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to continue off of Senator Lung's line of questioning. What's stopping the seller from just not reporting the sale?
I mean, sellers want to be legal, and the biggest reason why is if not, the ATF will come down and
What's a bigger market right now, legal gun sales or illegal gun
It's
sales?
still legal gun sales.
Okay, if illegal gun sales increase under this legislation,
I just proved to you how the black market is going to decrease because now all the suppliers are now responsible for those guns.
your logic is contingent on the fact that illegal suppliers charge more money, right?
No, either way, it's just riskier in general. Less suppliers are going to want to do it.
Hey, if somebody's willing to shoot up a school and break the law, do you really think they're going to pause halfway through it and go, wait, is this gun registered under the ATF?
What I'm saying is that they're going to have a hard time even getting that gun because it's not registered.
The only warranting that you gave to that is that the average American can't afford it. But also, the average American isn't a school shooter or isn't committing these acts of violence.
I'm talking about the fact that 81% of the entire black market comes from basically people buying it legally, right? You get rid of that because now it becomes infinitely more risky.
The period has elapsed. An announcement from the parliamentarian: due to the hours of the Iowa Capitol, the chamber has to leave no later than 4:45. Therefore, thank yous are going to be on time. So if you're going to give thank yous, your time starts then. As that was a speech in sponsorship, the first negation speaker, rise. Any and all who have that first negation speech, Nelson.
I'd like to take a few seconds to thank all the people who got me here, especially all my friends at Regis, especially Tristram Hines, who couldn't make it here, but he helped me prep last night. And I haven't been feeling great today, so I'd like to take some extra time to warn everybody not to eat sushi in Iowa. Thank you. Now I get started. Michel Foucault's panopticon theory describes a circular prison with a central guard tower from which all cells are visible. This design allows guards to observe inmates without the inmates knowing if they are being watched, leading to a sense of constant surveillance among the prisoners. Under today's legislation, we put millions of responsible gun owners in a panopticon while criminals walk free. Fail today. First, you fail because this policy is wholly ineffective. The bill's promise of improved safety rests on the assumption that people will actually comply and register their guns. But the link between passing this law and getting real-world results is exceedingly weak. Criminals, by definition, won't comply. No one is going to walk into an ATF office to register the handgun they intend to use in a robbery. If large swaths of guns remain unregistered, the registry becomes a paper tiger, a partial list that excludes the very firearms of greatest concern. Take New York's SAFE Act as an example. NPR found that the state's attempt at registry to be a massive failure, with a compliance rate of just 4% and virtually no arrests for gun owners who didn't register, because sheriffs basically shrugged at the law, knowing how unpopular it was. By passing today, we create a class of paper criminals, as overnight, millions of ordinary gun owners could become lawbreakers by simply refusing to submit a form. And enforcing compliance on this scale is nearly impossible without draconian measures like door-to-door searches. All we do under this legislation is overwhelm the ATF, which brings me to my second point, resource drain. This bill ties the ATF to an expensive new mission that impacts budgets, technology infrastructure, and manpower, and we have a cautionary tale from our neighbors up north. Simon Fraser University labeled Canada's gun registry as a billion-dollar boondoggle. Costs for implementation ballooned from a few millions to hundreds of times that, and the OPP Commissioner Julian Fantino stated that their registry neither deterred crimes nor helped them solve any. Unlike Senator Lai seems to think that this registry has a net benefit, but by passing, we only burden the ATF and small businesses with compliance costs that come with inputting data and dealing with federal audit. The black market still exists, and 80% of crimes committed are bought with black market guns. We're not reducing crimes, we're simply overburdening our bureaucracy. Fail today.
Speech time, 3 minutes exactly. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lynn.
If a legitimate seller is selling a gun to a future criminal and that transaction is now recorded, doesn't that help solve gun violence and like help police investigations?
Okay, if that criminal kills somebody, does that person come back to life after we prosecute them?
Of course not, but it helps bring victims justice if their offender is actually able to be prosecuted.
But what's to say that these people will even register the purchases in the first place? As I said,
Because
there's compliance costs associated with tracking these purchases.
Yeah, so the criminal isn't registering the gun, it's the legitimate seller in the first place.
But the seller doesn't have to register the gun because history suggests that compliance among sellers is low.
Hi. Okay. Does the black market exist whether you pass or fail today's legislation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So why not at the very least make it harder for criminals buying from the black market? Like, why not make it harder for them to do that?
Right, but when you pass today, you draw resources away from the ATF's more important concerns and instead burden them with the
ATF's more important concerns. Firearms is in their name. I don't know what's more important than regulating the fact that there are school shootings.
Hundreds of millions of firearms and chase after millions of people who will not
think that
comply
the fact
with
that
this
this takes
legislation.
resources is a
You're
reason
taking
to
away
fail.
from other areas.
Wait.
Park.
If you have nothing to hide, why would you not register your gun?
Because for the same reason that people in the Midwest don't take advantage of ACP benefits, there's a lot of people that just don't understand or do not find out about policy until it's too late. And when they're charged with a crime for something that they didn't even know they were doing was illegal, we're creating a massive
If they
problem
know
for the
it is a
ATF.
crime and they have nothing to hide, why would they not register the gun?
Because, first of all, a lot of people find this like revolting. Like when we saw New York State, 96% of people didn't register as like a protest. So you're going to see like a massive
Senator Lee.
Hey, would you say that the average gun owner is a law-abiding citizen?
Yes.
All right, so why wouldn't they abide by this law?
Well, we've seen that historically they haven't. Take a look at New
Right,
York. 96% of gun owners did not comply with the law out of protest. And when you look to Canada, we see that they had exceptionally low registry rates with no changes in
If you
prosecution.
just told me that they'll get prosecuted and could potentially go to jail, why wouldn't they do it? I
Right,
don't care.
but
like,
take
if
a
you're
look
getting
at Canada's gun
protest.
registry. They literally had a statement from their OPP commissioner that said that they saw no changes in the amount of crimes that got-
That was a speech negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. State that. Granted. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Macias.
Senator Macias, MACIAS, speaking for the last time today on the side of the affirmation.
I'll assume you're ready unless I'm told otherwise. When gun violence is so common that you start to ignore it, it's easy to see that our country has a gun problem. With more guns in our nation than citizens, it's no wonder that World Population Review tells us in 2025 that despite having just 4% of the world's population, the US has 16% of the world's firearm homicides. And as if that weren't bad enough, the Joyce Foundation in July of 2024 tells us that only 46% of gun homicides are solved each year, in no small part because the ATF tells us they can't track 23% of crime scene firearms back to their purchasers because it's forced to rely on unreliable records given by gun salesmen. Adding to this, the Everytown organization in April of 2023 writes that over 26,000 Americans die each year from firearm suicide. And every gun we can't track is a betrayal to the families of the 17,000 Americans whom Pew Research says are taken from us every year due to gun homicides. However, we change that with this bill because Section 1 of this legislation creates a complete federal database that we will use to help track gun purchases and transfers. The Gifford Center for the Prevention of Gun Violence writes that a federal gun registry like this one would help law enforcement keep track of weapons and trace them to culprits, because law enforcement won't have to rely on ATF's incomplete gun sale records, which only include records from licensed dealers. Instead, law enforcement will be able to rely on a standardized central database and improve public safety, as CPI Open Fox tells us that such information sharing augments law enforcement's ability to coordinate, in this case, on tracking firearms and culprits. What this creates in the long term is the same effect that we saw in one of our closest allies of Australia, where their national firearms registration requirement caused gun violence to plummet and saved countless Australian lives. The Rand Corporation in 2021 writes that due to reforms like their firearms registration law, there were less firearm-related suicides and less firearm-related homicides in Australia, dropping by 57% and 42% respectively, meaning less empty chairs at kitchen tables because less people were taken too quickly by gun violence. Even if we saw just half of the success of Australia, we'd still save over 3,000 Americans every year from firearm homicides and over 7,000 Americans from firearm suicides. I want to live in a nation where police have absolutely every tool they need to track deadly weapons, where they have every tool they need to track those responsible for murders, and where they have every tool they need to prevent suicides. If you want to join me in that nation, pass this legislation.
Speech time, 2 minutes, 53 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Asadi.
Aye.
Hi. In your example of Australia, after they implemented a registry, what happened to other forms of violent crime excluding guns?
I couldn't tell you.
It increased dramatically because police forces were severely underfunded.
Senator, well, okay, if their police forces are underfunded, that is their question. Senator, if I can answer your question.
I didn't ask a question.
Fine.
The reason why they were underfunded to begin with is because resources were diverted to create the registry. What happens to that in America?
Well, Senator, that registry saved countless lives, as I proved to you in my speech. Seems like a worthwhile use of resources.
And costs lives elsewhere, canceling out your arguments.
Why do firearm suicides decrease just because we know who owns the gun?
Because when we know who owns the gun, we know if they have, or also not just because we know who owns the gun, because we know who they transfer that to,
Where
not just
in
who bought it
today's
legally.
legislation do we have any sort of background checks?
States already have their own background checks, but here we have a centralized Senator. Here we have a centralized database where we can tell who owns guns and who gave guns to who.
Is it keeps a log of who has guns. That doesn't change who receives the guns. So
no,
how,
it does.
again,
It tells us who receives the gun, and if it's someone who shouldn't have them, we know.
The question period has elapsed. That was a speech and affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. Between Casey and Song, that goes to Casey.
Hey everyone, that's Senator Casey, C-A-S-E-Y. You all know what to do. Thumbs up and we'll be good to go. Great, great. Awesome. Swing on 3 more judges. Great, great. Judge over there, is everything good to go, or? Awesome, thank you. Some of the parents from Sandy Hook still set up Christmas stockings on Christmas Eve that will never be filled. Many of the Uvalde families still report waking up and hearing silence where there used to be laughter. Today, years later, we stand here acting as if telling a murderer to fill out paperwork solves gun violence in this country. The affirmative's advocacy isn't just misguided, it's heartbreaking. This policy is nothing but a mockery of the lives lost and an insult to the families who mourn. We owe our constituents actual, pragmatic, effective policy, not performative poetry like this legislation. Now, I'm honestly shocked that this is something that needs to be stated in today's round. The super simple fact that criminals don't really follow the law. If somebody's willing to shoot up a school, they're not going to think halfway through it, hey, wait, let me just make sure this arm's registered with the ATF first. As Senator Lee himself agreed in cross-examination with me, that's just not how crime works. The idea that a mass shooter, a gang member, or a trafficker would pause to fill out paperwork isn't just naive at best. It is dangerous at worst. Because this means two main implications in today's debate. Firstly, it means that none of Senator Lee and Mackay's impacts of decreased violence ever actually happen when the people who commit that violence still have access to guns. Senator Lee, this doesn't just slightly make it better, as you yourself say in your sponsorship. It drastically makes it worse. Because secondly, by passing, you push even more criminals to buy weapons from the black market, which is far more dangerous. Now, the only warranting that the affirmative has actually given to you to say that this doesn't happen is Senator Lee, who says that the average American won't buy it. Okay, I agree, but the average American also isn't a school shooter. When purchasing registered guns becomes burdensome and it literally puts your name on a federal list, you push criminals specifically off the grid, making it far worse for everyone. Because as the Wilson Center explains earlier this year, black market guns often include illegal modifications such as bump stocks, sawed-off barrels, and full auto kits, which fire 12 times more bullets per second and are far more lethal. Our constituents deserve actual, effective policy, not performative policy that leaves them struggling. Fail.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 1 second. Questioners, rise. Between those standing for shall.
Are the majority of mass shootings committed using illegally bought or legally bought firearms?
Illegally bought.
Wait, can I see some empirics on that?
83% in my home state of New York specifically, because they actually do
Let's
have a
take
registry.
that number. That's 17% where they use a legally bought gun. Under this legislation,
I'm saying
can
that
they still now access that not once we have the registry?
The reason it's not like that is because we haven't passed this bill yet. That's why I'm failing to keep the status quo the way it is, not making it worse.
If 17% of gun violence is used through a legally bought gun, if the registry can prevent those people from accessing that weapon,
That's
isn't
the
that a net
status
positive?
quo. That is the negations world.
Hey, Senator, I'm a little confused. How do you push criminals under the radar with this bill?
Because you provide a direct incentive if you think that getting now, like,
Don't
guns
they
that-
already have that incentive?
Yeah, this gives them even more of it. It's very different.
What does an even more incentive look like,
The
Senator?
fact that your name is put on a federal list if you're trying to avoid getting caught
Senator,
for a
a
crime.
criminal doesn't want to be on a legal list anyway, right? So why would they
That's what a
buy guns the
registry
legal way
is.
right now?
Wait, that's what a registry
Why would they
is.
buy guns the legal way right now?
They can do that. This pushes them
The
to do it
questioning
even
period
more.
has elapsed. Senator Nelson.
Thank the chair.
State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Seeing as that was just a speech in negation, all affirmative speakers rise. Senator Amu.
Everyone, that's Senator Amu speaking for the last and final time
Judges, are you all ready? All right. America is the only country where bulletproof backpacks are now back-to-school essentials, where lockdown drills are more common than fire drills, and when students are forced to memorize exit routes before vocabulary lists. See, every time a school shooting makes the news, I don't find myself asking, is this the last time? I find myself asking, when's the next time? See, there shouldn't be a next time when Americans have to mourn their lost ones instead of spending time with their loved ones. This is the final time. Affirm. Now, a national firearm registry means we no longer have to rely on paper receipts and scattered dealer logs to trace weapons. That's our current system. In fact, right now, it takes the ATF 7 to 10 days to trace a gun after being used in a crime because records are literally kept in a cardboard box. Senator Casey, today's system is slow, fragmented, and outdated. A national registry under today's legislation would digitize that entire process, connecting law enforcement, gun owners, and states, so we know who owns what and when it changes hands. That makes a real difference. Here's 3 ways how. First, it stops under-the-rug purchases, which is basically when someone buys a gun legally and sells it to someone who shouldn't have that gun at all. See, without a registry, these handoffs aren't regulated. But this bill requires every firearm transfer to be reported in 30 days. So, Senator Lung and Casey, let's say someone has 5 handguns in the month of March, and then suddenly in April, they own no handguns. That's traceable, suspicious, and now punishable under a registry. Second, a registry increases pre-shooting detection. Senator Casey, without a registry, there is no way to spot a 19-year-old suspiciously stockpiling rifles. But with a registry, that's an anomaly law enforcement can catch on. Third, by allowing access to more contextual information like prior ownership, registries improve accountabilities after crime. In fact, the Griffords Law Center wrote that registries give the ability to solve gun crimes at a 25% higher rate. 1 in 4 more families get their justice. But then Senator Nelson says criminals won't register their guns. Of course. But according to the ATF, over 40% of guns involved in crimes come from the same under-rug purchases that this bill stops. Senator Nelson, at the very worst-case scenario, we can punish the person who illegally gave the gun in the first place. And here's why that's so beneficial. Boston University wrote in 2019, improving stronger gun ownership laws can decrease homicide rates by 15%. Behind every statistic is a story. Don't let anyone's be cut short.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. I will first go to Senator Kumar.
Senator.
Hi, what are ghost guns?
They're like 3D printed guns.
Yeah. Why does this legislation not incentivize more criminals to just make their own guns?
Honestly, I'm so glad you brought up ghost guns. So this is a note to everyone in this chamber. The U.S. Supreme Court passed a law that states all ghost guns should have a serial number, meaning they're still trackable under today's legislation.
If people are making their own ghost guns to commit illegal crimes,
people don't make
why
ghost
would they
guns,
follow
they
the
buy
rules in the
ghost
first
gun
place?
kits. Those
No, you
kits
can
have
make it with
serial numbers.
You can make it with 3D
That's
printed
so
prints
much more
online.
costly. Hey.
Aye. Many crime guns are legally purchased, but then illegally transferred to the criminal, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, if that is a criminal activity, why would they document it?
No, Senator Ostheimer, I still addressed this in my speech. At the worst case scenario, we can still prosecute the person that sold the gun in the first place because that gun was legally registered in their name.
Is selling a gun legally criminal?
Is selling a gun legally criminal? Like, illegally selling it is illegal.
Okay, that's illegal for the person who illegally sold it, right?
That doesn't matter. If the gun is registered, we can track them down.
Senator Macias, state that. Granted. Granted. Whoa. Granted, granted. Seeing as we just left off on an affirmative speech, negation speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lung.
Thank you. For the last time today, and the last time ever, that's Senator Lung. Please let me know if you're not ready. I'll assume that you are. Awesome. A standard police-issued pistol takes just 5 pounds of pressure to activate the trigger. The fearful tremble of a finger is enough to do something that is irreversible. This registry will realize the worst fears that police officers have, so I ask you to strike down this legislation. So far, Senator Macias and Amu failed to prove to you that there is even an incentive for criminals to register in the first place, which is why Senator Nelson on my own side tells you that compliance rates were as low as 4% in states where it was implemented. But I want to take them at their highest ground, that even if this information is good at catching criminals, it disproportionately hurts minority legal gun owners when it comes to their interactions with the police. I want to take a deep dive on how police officers will enforce today's legislation. Understand how fear influences the decisions of a police officer. Seth Stoughton, a professor of law at the University of South Carolina, explains that during training, police officers have to watch violent footage of officers being shot, ambushed in routine checks, and killed because of split-second hesitation. That split second is seared forever into these new officers' minds, and when they attend their fellow officers' funerals, a lingering thought in the back of their head tells them, what if I'm next? They know that you have a gun under this piece of legislation, but the next time there is a routine check-in that they have to make, that split-second hesitation could lead to something deadly. Just because they know you have a gun, it doesn't mean they know where that gun is. You could be getting coffee, you could be at the grocery store, you could be picking up a kid, but if you get pulled over, their assumption is that that weapon is on you. In fact, we've already seen this happen. In 2019, when Philando Castile told a police officer that he was a legal gun owner, he told the officer to protect himself. He told the officer for the officer's safety that he was a legal gun owner. He tried reaching for his wallet and was shot 7 times. In 2020, because Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was a legal gun owner, that's why a judge issued a no-knock warrant to break into their apartment, and that is how Breonna Taylor lost her life. Senator Macias, you say that police have more information, but all this information does is affect how they interact with minorities on day-to-day check-ins. A simple mental health check-in becomes a welfare check on an armed individual. A simple call for a domestic dispute becomes a welfare check on an armed domestic. Scared police make scared people, and that is a combination as deadly as they come. A 2024 police violence report finds that 1 in 5 deadly police encounters happened not because there was a firearm, but because there was a presumption of a firearm. There wasn't proof that this person actually carried a firearm, but with the mere suspicion that they did. That is why so many people lost their lives in routine check-ins that should have happened to keep communities safe. Officers are trained not to reach for their holsters until absolutely necessary, but when that fear overrides their training, their finger is on the trigger before they even know it. What happens next could shatter a constituent, a family, or a community
Speech time.
forever.
3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Jackson.
Police kill people who look like you and me all the time. Why is it uniquely worse because there's a gun registry?
Because I told you when they're trained, they're watching gruesome videos of fellow officers, because it teaches them to make those split-second hesitations.
Okay, I think that me and you can both agree. There's systemic racism embedded in a lot of the practices used to train police.
I agree.
That's not a
My
problem
problem
with
is
gun
when the
registries. That's a problem with the police system as a whole.
But the police are the one enforcing this because they have access to the gun registry.
Even if the police are the ones enforcing it, it doesn't change anything about the fact that they're
it
not going
changes
to have
because
the
when they
time to
meet
check
somebody,
a
their
gun
first
registry.
presumption is that they have a gun.
You said having more information only makes police more fearful, but doesn't it also help them trace crime scene guns, as I told you in my speech?
That happens, but that happens far less often than routine check-ins where if they happen to run into somebody who is a registered gun owner,
Senator, so
this
every
worsens the
police officer in
situation.
America is going to be reviewing the entire federal registry for every traffic stop.
I think it's only when people are registered gun owners under this bill. But I argue that because that presumption is so dangerous, there are
Senator,
better
please
ways
answer
to
my
enforce
question.
a law
They're going
like
to be checking
this.
the entire registry for every traffic stop?
Yes, their
Question period
identity is
has
on the
elapsed.
registry.
Assuming all of those are points of personal privilege, granted. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Seeing as we just left off on a negative speech, affirmative speakers rise. Between those standing, that goes to Senator Bottoluri first.
Chair, Senator Bottoluri, B-O-D-D-U-L-U-R-I, last time today, and I guess in history too. All right, judges, I will take silence as the indication. Awesome. We've long defended an absolute right to gun ownership, but we've rarely considered how to promote gun stewardship. Ownership is a legal status. Stewardship is a moral one. One is a right, the other a responsibility. Now, the thing is, in the United States, we care so much about the categorical right to gun ownership, yet we resist the simplest act of gun stewardship, registering them. That's why I truly believe this policy is as common sense as it gets. 3 layers of analysis. First, when a firearm is found at a crime scene, guess how the ATF attempts to identify the owner? CBS News wrote in April of 2024, the first call that's made is to the manufacturer to identify the distributor. Then, the distributor is contacted to find the dealer, who then provides the buyer's information. We literally have to start at the beginning of the supply chain and work our way down just to have a chance at getting a suspect. Senator Long, a registry cuts out all the noise and makes it infinitely more efficient to identify exactly where in the chain a firearm slipped into the wrong hands, so law enforcement doesn't have to go on a wild goose chase. But second, this bill helps us more easily track the black market and, better yet, solve more crimes. Now, Senator Khan, Casey, and Nelson on the negation act like black market guns just spawn out of nowhere. A March 2024 ATF report discloses that between 2017 and 2021, 99% of all traced crime guns were actually purchased originally from a licensed dealer, pawnbroker, or manufacturer. But a lot of the time, legally purchased guns end up in the hands of criminals who didn't originally buy them. Now, this can happen even if you are a law-abiding owner. If I own a gun illegally and I choose to sell it to a random person on Craigslist that I've never met before, it's basically a dead end for the ATF if that gun is ever used in a crime. Cold trail. Game over. But now, Senator Long, Section 3B places every sale of a firearm on the record, including private ones. So now, any legal gun owner is incentivized to make sure any guns they get rid of are no longer registered to them, making it easier to clear their name if the gun ever gets used in a crime. But third and finally, if nothing else, affirm this legislation to reward safe and responsible gun stewardship. And we need more of that in everything we do, whether it's keeping the world free or keeping the oceans clean. That's because stewardship is the embracing of the quiet pact we make, not as Congress, but as citizens, to look out for each other, to know that the choices we make don't just matter to the people we hold close, but to people we'll never meet, and to know that what we do today will echo on in the world we pass to others.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Questioners, rise. Once again, any and all questioners, rise. State that. Granted. Oh, you would also like to have a question?
I think Senator Khan is standing as well.
Okay. That would go to Lung first.
Even if it becomes safer for certain gun owners, what happens to the other ones when they're ran into by cops at routine traffic
I just
stops?
don't think that the firearm registry is the reason that like people of color are getting prosecuted
It's not
faster.
the
There is a
reason.
lot of racism that exists in the way they're trained. But if it becomes easier for them to find the actual criminals, I don't think they need
It's
to
not
go
the
about
reason,
going on a
because
wild
this
goose
registry
chase.
puts everybody's name on that list, and police are already scared in these
Okay,
split-second hesitation
Police are
moments. And that's
scared because of the systemic racism that exists. That is not because of the
But the
registry. There is
presumption of
just no
firearm ownership
correlation.
is only going to exacerbate that.
Why is today's legislation the best way to target gun violence?
Okay, I think that it is a first step to it because if you establish a registry, it becomes far, far easier to prosecute the people who are committing the crimes.
Who can access this registry? Is it everybody?
It's mostly registered with the ATF, but like if you're a law enforcement officer and you're on the case, you can register it as well.
Okay, isn't that private information though? Like for certain people, like criminals, under the Fifth Amendment, don't they have the protection to say that I'm not a criminal
Yes,
and I
you
can
have
still
the
go and buy a
right to
gun?
not self-incriminate, but if you commit a crime and we actively know you own the gun, like
Questioning
we're going to
period has
prosecute you.
elapsed. Seeing as that was a speech in an affirmation, we're now looking for a speech in negation. All speakers, rise. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. Between those standing, that's first Asadi.
Take the chair. For the chamber and judges, once again, that's Senator Asadi, spelled A-S-A-D-Y, speaking for the last time today. Any indication when you're ready, and I'll get started. Everyone good? Okay. The relationship between guns and people in this country is both adversarial and necessary. But what's more important is the relationship between who holds those guns and our citizens. This legislation turns that relationship from a dichotomy into a deadly force. Fail this legislation to protect communities across the country by preventing our police from becoming even more dangerous. But let's back up and analyze the start of today's debate. Firstly, our sponsor, Senator Lai, lectures you about how his bill creates this fantastical world with limited violence. But Senator Nelson explains how few people will comply in the first place because of confusion. On that front, he's entirely right. Not only is enforcement nearly impossible, but efficacy is marginal at best and detrimental at worst. Let's examine his ATF point a little bit further. This legislation requires the ATF, with a total 2025 budget of just $2 billion, to oversee and fund the creation of this national registry. The problem? In every previous implementation of this system, the costs were too much to handle, both figuratively and literally. The Journal of Public Policy found that in 2003, when Australia, Canada, and Britain all tried the same policy, costs ballooned to between $1 and $3 billion. Let's be clear, when the ATF is tasked with this responsibility without allocating funding or manpower or support, they're forced to do more with less, ultimately deriving money from critical departments that they fund in the status quo. That's so terrible because the Senate Appropriations Committee explains on December 6, 2024, that the ATF is responsible for providing hundreds of millions of dollars to combat firearms trafficking, ghost guns, investigations, and overall police duty like patrolling and equipment. When the ATF is forced to take money from their duties and put it towards the registry, nothing good comes from it. How do I know? We saw this when other registries were implemented. Senator Macias, I am so glad you brought up Australia. Let's talk about it. The Fraser Institute continues that in Britain, Canada, and Australia, after implementation of registries, violent crime increased dramatically. In Australia, where violence increased the most, the primary cause was underfunding of police because they had less cars, less equipment, and less officers. I'm not willing to let the exact same thing happen in America. Underfunded police departments makes the lives of regular law-abiding citizens so much worse. A 2023 National Institute of Health study found that when the police department struggles with funding, officers face more stress, less help, and overall become ill-equipped to combat crime. In turn, the police burnout and overburdening that this bill fosters results in higher likelihoods of violence aggression, and brutality during stops or encounters. If the app for the rest of this debate is going to continue pushing the narrative that this bill solves gun violence, they need to prove that that still happens with a wrecked police force. They have not, will not, and cannot prove this. Senator Lai, in your world, when a kid is crying, screaming on the phone, begging for someone to come to their help because a schooler is roaming the halls of their school, there will be no one on the other end of the line to answer them. It's true. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Speech time.
Don't let them leaving a
10
nightmare.
seconds. Questioners, rise. That's first going to go to Senator Shao.
Hi.
Hi. What's the average size of a budget for a major police force?
I'm sure you could tell me. It's a
It's
couple
around
$1 million.
like billions. Like the NYPD is like 5.8. If
Sure.
we're giving police that much money in the status quo, how are they too underfunded to deal with this legislation?
What I'm telling you is that right now their funding is just enough to get by, but that's because the ATF supplements it. If you make the ATF take some of that funding and put it towards the registry, they're not going to be able to give enough
Have
money
we
to
passed
police
legislation to
departments.
increase funding to the ATF in the past year?
I'm sorry?
Have we passed legislation that increases ATF funding in the past year?
Yes.
Okay. Then
But
what's
it was
the issue
only
here?
$2 billion, which is not nearly enough to
Win.
cover this bill.
How does the ATF trace firearms right now?
Well, as previous senators told me, they have to go down the entire supply chain to find the weapon.
Would they not save money if there is a digital registry for them to search?
No, they would not.
Why not? They hand search thousands of boxes each day. They can solve that with one click if we pass this bill.
Because setting up that one click takes so many billions of dollars to actually get there, meaning that the short-term
They're
impact
wasting
outweigh the
billion
long-term
dollars right
benefits.
now. They are literally backlogged. Why wouldn't a digital registry fix all of
The
that?
questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech negation. Affirmative speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Kumar.
That is Senator Kumar speaking for the third time today. As we woke up to the opening session of this Congress Monday morning, we heard about the horrific tragedy of my state's representative, Melissa Hortman, a woman who dedicated her life to protecting her people by the ballot, lost her life in the hands of a bullet. As a senator from Minnesota, this story hits far too close from home. Please, all I ask of this chamber today is we don't let her story end in tragedy, but rather a triumph for a better tomorrow. Pass this legislation to protect those who suffer from gun violence. Now, I think so far in this debate, the negation has made two substantive concerns. First, black market activity increases with the registry, and second, treatment of minorities gets worse. Let me show you how my side solves both of these concerns. First, my side has told you that this legislation decreases black market activity, but Senator Nelson on the negation argues this doesn't happen because people will not comply with this legislation. However, Senator Macias empirically told you that Australia had less deaths with the registry. Why is there a disconnect here? The Guardian in 2024 writes that Australia's registry uniquely encompassed all gun purchases, while Canada only did restricted and prohibited guns. That's why the registry did not work in Canada, but was successful in Australia. And that makes sense. Criminals buying already illegal guns are not likely to follow a registry and comply. Rather, this legislation brings the solvency we need by targeting all guns in Section 1. It makes sure that guns never enter the black market in the first place. That's where the solvency from Senator Badalori and my side telling you that guns will not enter the black market comes from. But second, Senator Lung tells you that the treatment of minority communities gets worse with an affirmation ballot. But I have two responses to this. First, in a system that is already systemically racist, I think there is no way to argue that any more accountability that will lead police officers to convict more people off a factor of fact over free will is a bad thing. Systemic racism hurts minority communities the most. Anything you can do to make people go by the rules more is a net benefit. But second, even if that doesn't satisfy your concerns, look towards the deaths, the Center for American Progress in June of 2025 writes that Black and brown communities make up 67% of all homicides. Senator Lung, this legislation protects those communities the most. Senator Casey, this legislation doesn't jump the gun. It stops the trigger from ever being pulled. But finally, why does this all matter? Senator Macias told you that Australia saw 50% less deaths. No theoretical advocacy can argue with this fact. The opening session of this debate was dedicated to Melissa Hortman. Please let the closing session be dedicated to making sure her life isn't forgotten.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Nelson.
Okay, let's talk about Australia's gun registry program.
Yeah.
Did searches go up after these gun laws were instituted?
Sure.
Right. So searches by the police increased significantly, and in only 0.1% of those cases did they actually find guns. So when Senators Lung and Asadi tell us that we're going to see increased profiling of minority communities, don't the empirics support that?
The size of the black market in Australia significantly went down from the
Right,
first
but we
place.
see a massive overreach in police authority. Isn't that
That
problematic?
didn't happen. Minority communities weren't prosecuted more in Australia.
Hey, Senator, when did Australia's gun registry come into place?
I'm sure you can tell me.
So several decades ago, right?
Sure.
In the past, yeah. And so was the internet and like 3D technology a thing back then?
It was emerging.
It was emerging, but not very prevalent, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. But now, in 2025, there are many more sophisticated technologies on the internet, like 3D printing, and that leads to expansion of the black market. How does your empiric about Australia
3 months ago,
still
the
stand?
Congress passed background checks for buying ghost gun kits. That won't be a second. Second, states already prohibited 3D models from ghost guns being selling online.
But
Ghost
that's
guns are
not
already
all
taking
states. This
proactive
actually
action.
Period
doesn't
has
do that.
elapsed. That was a speech in affirmation. We're now looking. State that. Granted. We're now looking for a speech in negation. All speakers, rise. Tiago Lee.
Good afternoon. For the final time today, and for the final time in my congressional debate career, that's Senator Tiagali, T-Y-A-G-A-L-I. Navia Tiagali on your ballots. I'll take silence as an indication of readiness, and then I'll just begin. In this chamber, there are 6 women. Before the end of our lives, 2 of us will experience domestic violence. In the United States of America, 1 in 3 women experience domestic violence. That is 56 million American women. At the end of my senatorial career, I refused to step down before speaking for them first. And when this legislation only pushes them into a life of fear, I'm so proud to use my final 3 minutes to say, strike this down. Pew Research writes in 2022 that more than 1 million American women own guns specifically for self-defense because they're in or have escaped violent relationships. Senator Lee, these women own guns to protect themselves from the men that you talk about. But this legislation requires them to register their name, firearm, and serial number in a federal database, tying them to a permanent record. 2 layers of analysis as to why that's so incredibly devastating. First, if she's escaping someone in law enforcement, because Senator Lung didn't even get half the story, a 2016 Yale Law Review study found that police officers are 4 times more likely than the general public to commit domestic violence. But here's the thing. Anyone who works in law enforcement can access federal databases, giving them access to the very information the women were trying to keep protected in the first place. But second, undocumented immigrants. The National Organization for Women finds that 33% of undocumented women experience intimate partner violence. Already, the Trump administration with their ICE raids have pushed and criminalized undocumented immigrants into hiding. This legislation literally forces them into the light. For women in high-risk scenarios, they physically cannot afford to publish the information that today's legislation requires of them. So then, they only have two options left: either protect themselves illegally and risk arrest, or register and risk being found out and retaliated against. Both alternatives spell disaster. A study by the ACLU finds just last year, each year, more than 350 women are killed because their partner acted out an impulsive rage. Each year, 350 women's lives are reduced to a knee-jerk reaction. In the time it took a man to find a gun underneath her bed, her life came to a close. When you pass this legislation, your vote pushes our women into these environments, and you sign their death certificates. Safety and security should be unalienable rights. With this legislation, seeking safety becomes a criminal act, and I refuse to use my ballot to punish protection. Senator Macias, Australia doesn't criminalize undocumented women. Senator Amu, punish the criminals, not the innocents. Before the end of this round, you're gonna hear hundreds of numbers. But only one should govern your ballot tonight. 56 million women. Remember them when you fail today's legislation.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Questioners, rise. Jackson, unopposed.
Hey.
Hi. I'm not inclined to disagree with you.
Okay.
Domestic violence is a really big issue,
I'm really
but there
glad
are
you
several
agree.
states that have full or partial gun registries.
Okay.
In those states, did we see domestic violence against women uniquely increase?
We did see an increase.
Do you have a statistic to back that up?
It's common knowledge when in the states that have national gun registries, in the United
If
Kingdom,
it was
in
common
Canada,
knowledge,
in
I
Finland,
feel like
we
there
saw
would be an
domestic
experiment
violence
that
increase.
proves that. There's a difference between causation and correlation. If somebody is that adamantly looking to kill somebody, it doesn't matter if they have a gun or not.
If you're undocumented and you release your information, you
other
get caught by
questions?
ICE.
Senator Badaluri? Granted.
Who has access to this database?
People in government.
Yeah, so not just an everyday person, right? I
never
don't
argued
think,
that it was an everyday
okay,
person.
so I just don't understand the logical reason. Like, I want just the logical
Yeah.
warrant for why that increases. Like,
Of course, I
domestic
think you were
violence.
outside the chamber. I talked about two instances. First, if you're trying to escape somebody in law enforcement, all those in law enforcement have access to this database.
Right, okay.
But then secondarily, if you're undocumented, you don't want the DHS to have access to this information because then they
Wait,
can criminalize
the problem with
you.
this is these are two very, very small circumstances, right? I
wouldn't
don't
argue
think
that
that
it's a small
anything is wrong with
Questioning period has elapsed. Seeing as that was a speech in negation, the chair thanks you. We're now, state that. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in negation, we're now looking for an affirmative speech. All speakers rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lynn.
Hello, everyone. This is Senator Lynn, spelled L-I-N, speaking for the final time today. Everyone good? Let me know if you're not ready. Perfect. We all know about shocking mass shooting statistics, how gun violence is the leading cause of death for teens and children in America, and how some of the most innocent are subject to some of the most cruel deaths. And while I could sit here and give you statistic after statistic, the truth is, I'm scared too. I'm scared to go to school because the mall I live by was shot up. The school I go to has constant bomb threats, and because every single day this Congress passes no policy and we let more and more people become just statistics. Without action, I'm left advocating for not just my life, but for the life of every single person in America. The sole reason why you are affirming is because you reduce gun violence. This happens in two key ways. First, by eradicating the black market, contrary to what Senator Casey champions. The Wilson Center in February of 2024 tells us that 90% of black market guns are legally produced by American sellers but put on the black market. These legitimate producers don't know where their guns are going, but they know who they sell it to. So they register those transactions, which makes it easier to somewhat track where black market guns are coming from. But also, if people people know that their guns are being tracked, they're less likely to turn to the black market if they want to buy a gun. This is so important because, as Representative Nelson already tells you, black market guns account for 80% of gun deaths in America. If I can lower this number by just a few percentages, I'm willing to do that. But secondly, because registries make it easier for police to catch perpetrators of violent crime, which disincentivizes it from happening in the first place. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police in 2010 tells us that in Canada, even though they only had a partial firearm licensing and registration program, police were able to trace firearms in over 70% of firearm-related investigations, compared to less than 25% before the registry was introduced. But Senator Long would tell you here that police are actually the perpetrators of crime, and I agree. But in countries like Canada and Australia, we didn't see police killings increase. The reason why that could happen in the US is because not the gun registry being the issue, but rather because we have bad and racist police training. Let's fund police departments just like Senator Asadi asked you to, and that's how you actually solve gun violence in the long term. But the most important impact of passing is you pave the way for more gun control policy, because federal gun registries have to be the first step in establishing anything further. I mean, how are we supposed to enact policies like licensing if we don't know about the guns already in circulation? In Canada, for example, the National Library of Medicine in February of 2003 tells us that over 227,000 people started storing their guns more safely because they knew that Canada had a registry on who owned guns, and it would be harder for them to be
Speech
attacked
time,
if not.
3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Taigali.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
So Senator Long dedicated all of his 3 minutes to explaining exactly how passing this legislation would make law enforcement more prone to make impulsive reactions if they know that somebody has a legal gun.
Yeah.
Why won't this happen when you pass?
So I tell you that the first step in taking any gun control policy, which I think most of us in here could agree that we need, is a gun registry, right? If we want to address that problem, you need to just fund
Why
police
is the first step we need a gun registry? A
Because
gun registry
how
tells
are
the
you
law
supposed-
enforcement
yeah,
exactly
how are
who
you
has a
suppo-
gun and where.
How are you supposed to know about the guns in circulation to do things like banning assault weapons if you don't already have that information
Because
in
you're
front
always
of you?
going to think they have them on them.
Hey, even if the sellers register them, how many guns are already in circulation in the U.S.?
I mean, a lot, but this prevents
it's
the problem from getting
400
worse.
million.
Yes,
That
it
is more
prevents the problem
people.
from getting worse.
How, though?
Because, like I just told you, sellers, legitimate sellers, will still register their guns, which makes them easier to track.
There are already 400 million. Why wouldn't someone just go to those guns?
I mean, they would, but now they have less options, which makes the problem
The only
stop
enforcement
getting
mechanism
worse.
for this under 3C is court-mandated safety training. I'm pretty sure they'd rather get caught and have to do safety training than go to
Not
jail for the rest
every
of their
period
lives.
has elapsed. State that. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. State that. Granted. First back there. Granted. Granted. Seeing as that was a speech in affirmation, we're now rise. Senator Song.
Hey everyone, this is Senator Song, S-O-N-G, speaking on the negation of this legislation. If all my judges give me a thumbs up if they're good to go, just stop me if you're not ready. 11 minutes. That's roughly how long a recess in this session of congressional debate is. But also, 11 minutes. Every 11 minutes, according to Johns Hopkins University in 2022, one American dies because of gun violence. Today, it's because this legislation only worsens police behavior and forces gun owners into the black market that you have no choice but to fail. But first, I want to cover what Senator Lin just stood up here and said, that we actually reduce gun violence because we increase accountability and we put all these firearms in a national registry. Unfortunately, she and Senator Kumar have neglected to consider the impact of new technology on what guns actually look like in the 21st century. The BBC just 20 hours ago tells you the 3D printed guns are now the most popular type of illegal ghost gun because you can just download instructions off the internet, get a 3D printer that you can just purchase anywhere at a Home Depot, and print out a gun that can be used with lethal violence. Now, none of those 3D printed guns have any way of actually being detected by law enforcement, no matter how much we fund it or how much we try, because they're not even made by a manufacturer in the first place. There's not even a place we can start to detect these guns. But in fact, Senator Kumar, the Supreme Court legalizing the banning of ghost guns just allows the government to try and take some steps. It doesn't guarantee these steps will actually even succeed. And that's precisely why a July 2024 meta-analysis by the RAND Corporation found, analyzing all of these studies of firearm registries in the United States, not Australia or Canada or any other country, in the United States found that there was, quote unquote, inconclusive evidence on the impact on mass shootings, suicide, and violent crime. Prefer this empirical evidence of the US over Australia and Canada because our gun laws across every state and our gun culture is fundamentally different. You should prefer the evidence from right here in America. But then, now that they've proven that gun laws actually push people towards the black market and they have a credible option of 3D printed ghost guns, now let's talk about the enforcement. So far, Senator Leung and Senator Chigali have proven how overworked police can lead to violent accidents. But let me actually quantify this. The New York Times just yesterday found that President Trump recently cut the ATF's budget in half and cutting staff from 500 staff from the 800 total that serve to regulate federal licensed gun dealers. In fact, the department themselves estimate that there will be a 40% decrease in their ability to enforce federal gun laws and registrations. So now you have a doubly toxic scenario where you have overworked and overstressed ATF law enforcement officers enacting even more burdens that the affirmation puts on them. But this leads them to be more violent and abusive. In fact, the Illinois government found last year that police officers that are overworked and overstressed are 60% more likely to be abusive, especially in domestic violence scenarios, like Senator Chigali mentioned. You only worsen both ghost guns and the abuse of law enforcement in this legislation without giving any opportunity for our constituents to see the benefits. It shouldn't take 11 minutes for you to negate.
3 minutes and 10 seconds, questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Amu.
Hey, Senator, what's the difference between ghost gun kits and ghost guns you make from scratch?
So ghost gun kits are like assembly, but ghost guns from scratch, you can just get instructions and print them out like 3D figures.
Ghost gun kits usually go for around $400. Sure. But making your own ghost gun from scratch costs upwards of $2,000. Tell me how that's even affordable and accessible for Americans to use once you pass.
Okay, so if you're someone with ill intent, you're just going to pay the $2,000 because that's your fundamental goal.
With what money, Senator?
Like money you can take out a loan. If you want to get a gun, you can get
$1,000.
Hi there. I appreciate your advocacy, but if you just told me that ghost guns are already becoming the most popular form of gun, how is this bill changing anything for the worse?
No, this legislation increases burdens on gun owners, but it overburdens law enforcement, like I mentioned in my speech. So ghost gun criminals get away with their crimes more easily.
But either way, you just told me that ghost guns can't be tracked at all. Doesn't today's legislation stop the
This
few that
legislation
are legal?
increases burdens without cracking down on the most dangerous type of gun, which are 3D printed ghost guns. So it makes gun safety worse when you pass.
The questioning period has elapsed. That was a speech in negation. I'm sorry, affirmation. No, negation. Sorry, I added Senator Leung, but that was not Senator Leung. That was Senator Song. That was a speech in negation. We're now looking for any and all speakers in affirmation. Between Jackson and Nguyen, that goes to Jackson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that everyone who's over in the Iowa Event Center is safe. Just a quick nod from all of my judges, and I'll go ahead and get started. This is Senator Jackson, last time today and last time ever. Okay, all good. Thank you. In a phrase that used to distinguish us as one of the best countries in the world, only in America sets us apart for a different reason now. Only in America do parents pray as they say goodbye to their children sending them to school that they get to say hello again? Only in America did I get contacted by my friend just a couple blocks away that she was running for her life, not because there was an active shooter, but because that's always the assumption. Only in America do your people cry out, "Why not now?" while we say, "Not yet." Only in America do we send our thoughts and prayers instead of passing any policy. The reason you passed today's legislation is for the sole purpose of catching criminals after the fact and improving forensic investigations. I think that Senators Macias, Casey, and Asadi have all misconstrued the way that national firearm registries are used in the first place. It's not necessarily about preventing crime before it happens if you want to go with Senator Song's analysis. It's more so about helping law enforcement catch people when they're on the run from it. Brookings explains to you in 2024 that in every single state with a full or partial firearm registry, New York, California, New Jersey, they use that registry multiple times every single day to detect crime, to find criminals, and to find their associates. But finally, let's talk about the three main concerns of the negation. Senator Asadi kicks us off by saying, there's just not enough money. Do you understand how expensive it is for police departments to have to chase through a supply chain every single time they have to find out who committed a crime? But then, Senators Casey and Song both tell you that ghost guns are going to increase under this legislation. First of all, I think my side did a pretty good job of proving why that doesn't happen. But even if you don't buy that argument, in New York, they apprehended ghost guns themselves. As the Office of New York City tells you in 2025, not only did they take 20,000 guns off the street with their partial firearm registry, 1,400 of them were ghost guns, because ghost guns, most of them were once guns sold on the legal market, and we can trace that now. But third and finally, you finally decrease the response time and second, save lives, as Ray A. Wickenston writes for the New York State Police Crime Lab in 2023, that registries decrease the average response time for police officers to apprehend criminals after the fact. Why is that so important? As the U.S. Sentencing Committee writes in 2024, firearm offenders are 69% more likely to recommit crimes if not immediately apprehended. Senators Lung and Tyagali, I completely sympathize with those communities, but they're the ones most impacted by gun violence. Why not pass this policy to put into place the greatest thing that can protect them? Only in America do we keep laying down lives instead of laying our guns on registries.
Speech time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners rise. Between those, that goes to Asadi first.
What happened in countries that applied similar practices to their gun laws?
I'm sure you can tell me.
In a place like Australia, we saw increased violent crime without the usage of guns. How do we address for that with this legislation?
I would say Australia is wholly different than America because nowhere has a gun problem as bad as America does. And second,
Wouldn't that make my advocacy much worse?
Absolutely not. Basically the comparative in today's debate is that we can't trace any guns right now. That doesn't get worse because none of them are being tracked.
Your side admitted that we can, even though it's a little bit more costly and lengthier.
Yeah, we're tracing guns, and you're saying that the number we can't trace.
Why does that get better in the affirmative world?
Okay, so both of us can agree, like, a lot of the times there's bad guys with guns, right? You want to catch them.
Yeah, of course.
So if you're in a relationship with a bad guy with a gun, why shouldn't you not also have the right to have a gun yourself?
You have the right to have a gun, but if somebody has gone through all of the motions to find you to the point where they know that you have a gun, I'm not sure why that uniquely changes the situation.
Why are we trying to force them to have to publicly display this information?
The response time for police is much quicker when there's a national firearm registry because they understand the threat.
What information they want to keep private and personal if the safety
Question period has elapsed. That was a speech in affirmation. Negation speakers, rise. Once again, any and all negation speakers, rise. Senator Stevens.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Senator Stevens, again spelled S-T-E-V-E-N-S, speaking for the third time and the final time ever.
If I could just have any indication from my judges. Thank you. Sorry, give me 1 second. I didn't realize how short it was. Following every shooting, politicians flood social media with the same empty rhetoric. It's always, guns don't kill people, people do. It's always, never again. It's always, thoughts and prayers. But when the Twitter page refreshes and the next hashtag pops up, American politicians move on. Once the headline stops being the loudest thing in the room, this Congress has a tendency of ignoring it altogether. But it's because today's legislation is the exact same thoughts and prayers solution we've been offering our constituents for decades. We have no choice but to fail. The more time we spend on empty policy, the more of our constituents die. So allow me to dedicate the rest of my 3 minutes to pointing out each and every cruel mimicry of a solution today's legislation offers. Let's go through the affirmations advocacy. So first, Senators Lai, Amu, and Lin told you that there's zero accountability over both the black market and ghost guns in the status quo. And I entirely agree. But the solution they offer under today's legislation is to somehow hold black market dealers accountable by providing penalties. One small issue. We already have them. Look to the ATF when they report that selling or owning black market firearms is penalized by a sentence of up to 25 years or a fine of up to $250,000. What that means, Senator Kumar, is that you can't simply make something illegal more illegal. People purchase off the black market in the status quo, and they continue to do so because you're not providing them any more disincentivization to do so. Section 3C of today's legislation offers no unique penalties. And as Senator Baudoluri already admitted, the black market exists regardless of whether or not you pass today's legislation. Strike that from the affirmations ballot. But next, Senator Macias tells you that having guns registered decreases gun-related suicide. And his reasoning when I asked him in questioning is, we now know who owns the guns. In the status quo, we have a disgusting cycle of ignoring mental health checks as it comes to gun purchases. But with today's legislation not mandating any background checks whatsoever, we see people continue to purchase guns for those exact same reasons. Just look at the negligence we see in the status quo. Look to Everytown in 2025 when they reported that while 44 US states say they include mental health in background check systems for firearm purchases, only 4 actually update them. But next, Senators Lin, Baudoluri, and Jackson all tell you that today's legislation makes it easier for us to track people who commit crimes with firearms, either before or after. One small issue. Because today's legislation has no incentivization for them to apply for these guns in the first place, we're relying entirely on the honor code. As Senator Casey told you, this is the single least effective way to ensure any accountability whatsoever. Do not continue to offer your constituents nothing more than
3
thoughts
minutes,
and prayers.
10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Baudoluri.
Okay, I'm just a little confused, right? If you now are going to get in trouble for every transfer of a firearm you make that you don't disclose, why aren't you structurally changing the incentive for like a private owner to like
One
make sure that it's
small
not
issue.
registered under their
Sure.
name?
The majority of transfers that have been talked about so far in today's legislative session have been from either illegal dealers or just guns moving to the black market altogether. I tell you that when the same penalties under today's
it's
legislation
illegal
exist in
if
the
you're
status
not
quo,
disclosing who you're selling it to. But now you change the incentive for that because you're going to get in trouble,
Where
right?
in today's legislation do we have a unique penalty aside from what we already have
Because
for illegal
right
gun
now you don't have to disclose who you're
Amu.
selling to.
Hey, Senator, do most gun owners have access to the black market, or is the legal market more accessible?
The legal market right now is more accessible. I entirely
and
agree
that's
with
exactly why most crimes with guns actually happen with legal guns. Doesn't
Sure.
today's legislation ensure accountability for those
No,
instances?
it does not. Because today's legislation, in failing to have any new incentive for people to actually register their firearms,
Senator,
fails to
you
track guns
agreed
after
with me
their
that the guns are legal. That means they'll be registered.
Black market guns aren't the only unregistered guns. That's something
Senator,
that continues
legal
under
That was a speech in negation. We're now looking for a speech in affirmation. All speakers rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Park.
For the last time today, that is Senator Park for your ballots, spelled P-A-R-K. So proud to pass. To everybody above me, an indication that you're ready, and I'll get going. Great. For sure. Judge, is everything good to go? Not yet. Okay. Sorry? Thank you. Gun violence never starts with a bullet. It always begins in the space where accountability dies. We've built a nation where weapons flow with no fingerprints, where black markets aren't the exception, but the very architecture in which we operate under. If you want to present a solution to any problem in the status quo, what first steps besides this legislation exist? Pass today's policy. Make sure our policy stands with the advocacy we've been elected here to provide. The negation from Senator Leung to Tugali has brought three major arguments: the black markets and avoiding regulations that today's legislation brings, ineffective policy usage, and how today's legislation exacerbates issues within the ATF, and finally, malicious use of ATF data itself. I want to prove all three of these arguments categorically false. First, on this argument of black markets brought from Senator Nelson, Casey, and Song, two simple responses. First, the black market exists because of a lack of registration. Giffords Law explains that the reason the ATF can't actually register any weapons right now is because the Ty-Hart Amendment passed in 2003. This piece of legislation effectively prevents the ATF from ever modernizing and making sure data is collected properly. Ever wondered why in this debate we keep saying the word cardboard boxes and why all the data is stored in there? Yeah, it's because of that amendment. And the problem with that is palpable. Everytown Institute finds that from 2012 to 2019, over 140,000 firearms were unaccountable. That is the fundamental reason why a black market is so powerful. The very fact that we don't have a national registry, the very fact that we don't have a way to track where a weapon moves, is where the black market gets its strength. Senator Leung, that is exactly why today's legislation is so important. All of the problems you and the rest of the negation have brought up are problems with tangential gun control legislation that doesn't have this registry. Pass today's policy. Take the first step and change. Second is his argument of ineffectiveness, brought from Senator Asadi, Nelson, Casey, and Stevens. The data for this ATF registry already exists. The US DOJ finds in 2022 that every retail gun sale has a Form 4473 record. US states have already digitized this information. If it's so difficult, how do states already do it? Prevent legislative backlog, pass today's policy, reverse that decision. But finally, and most importantly, is this argument of malicious use brought from Senator Leung, Tugali, Asadi, Song, and Stevens. First on police, Senator Leung, the very fact that there is a registry means presumptive fear cannot exist. If a police officer is fearful of someone having a weapon, all it takes is license and registration to understand if they are armed. And most importantly, we pass policy in this chamber to help those who need it, not failing bills because it doesn't help people the legislation doesn't account for.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, first, Senator Song.
Hi, do 3D printed ghost guns go on this federal registry?
I would say it is so much easier to track the small minority of guns that 3D printed guns will be when you have a national database.
Right, so you direct the ATF officers to go track down 3D printed guns, right?
Or are you
proposing as a potential solution?
Wait, sorry?
Because you said it's much easier to track down these 3D printed guns, right?
Right. If you have
Right. So if you send the
vast
ATF to
majority of-
track down these guns, and I prove that they're overworked and get more violent, doesn't that mean you expose them to more instances of
I
like
think it's
racism and
easier
violence?
to make 2 clicks of a button and find a name than parse through thousands of cardboard boxes.
Lung.
Just because you're in the registry, does that mean the weapon is on you?
I mean, no.
Yeah,
But
and
obviously,
that was the problem I outlined in the bill, right? It's the presumption that you do have the weapon, and there's much more certainty now that you're in the registry. Doesn't this exacerbate it only for minorities who are legal gun owners?
I simply believe that having a registered gun and then having that registry on you makes things safer on both ends. Like police and racial bias is already
I don't think
entrenched
this
within
is
our
true,
system.
because you don't prove that a huge amount of these will be registered. But second, it's because there's much more certainty in that
140,000
presumption.
weapons
The
worth.
questioning period has elapsed. Seeing as that was a speech in affirmation, all speeches in negation, rise. Once again, any and all speakers in negation, rise. Seeing none, any and all affirmation speakers, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Ostheimer.
Judges and PO, please just give me a heads up if you're not ready. Otherwise, I'll jump right in. I don't know about y'all, but the state of Florida makes me wear this around my neck. Student ID. I still use the lunch code assigned to me in kindergarten in all, yes, all the passcodes I own. But at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, 17 students and staff were killed by a shooter. I had a code already. The gun didn't. Pass. Because we can settle this black market debate for the affirmation when we track down merchants who legally buy guns, then illegally resell them to criminals. When Senators Nelson, Casey, and finally Stevens talk about the black market, they echo a simple question. Why would someone planning homicide register their gun? They wouldn't. But someone has to before selling it. In a 2023 review of academic literature, the Brady Campaign to End Gun Violence finds that 41% of homicide cases were committed with straw-purchased guns. People who have clean records and licenses buy these guns and resell to people who don't. They're called straw merchants. If we stop straw purchases, we stop just about 41% of homicide cases. That's where Senator Casey, Stevens, and the rest of the negation fall flat. This isn't just about shooters, this is about the people who buy them their guns. A gun registry fixes just that, because right now, straw merchants are nearly impossible to find. Rick Vasquez, who ran the ATF's firearms trafficking branch, told the LA Times on December 7th of 2023, one of the only straw merchants arrested in the past decade bought and resold 97 firearms in the Salt Lake City area, eventually reselling them to gang members in Oakland. To track this person down, they had to monitor his cell phone and car, trace his gun purchases, review his text messages, bank records, recent earnings, and transactions on PayPal. I think they nearly pulled out Section 702 on this guy. Vasquez continues that 99% of straw merchants are never identified. Criminals only commit crimes that they can get away with. But when you pass, we can finally track down the straw merchant who is reselling the gun because they legally purchased and registered it. Section 3B of this bill requires gun stores to report and register any transfer of a firearm ownership within 30 days. That means we know exactly who purchased what gun from who. So when an Uzi washes up on a crime scene in California, we can figure out what straw merchant initially bought it in Utah by looking up the serial number on a computer. Criminals don't commit crimes they can't get away with. Senator Stevens doubts our ability to track down the shooter. I get it, but you won't need to when you keep the gun out of their hands in the first place. My first debate tournament was the first time I walked through a metal detector. 7 years later, as I walk out of the Iowa State Capitol, I'll walk out of another metal detector. You already track my every move. Track the gun that killed my friends.
That was a speech of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Stevens.
Hi. Even if straw merchants are registered, how are we now stopping people who are going to commit crimes from buying from people who are registered?
Because straw merchants, again, don't commit crimes that they'll be caught for. They stop doing it.
Exactly, but you said now the people who are purchasing from straw merchants do not get these guns. How is that the case?
Because the straw merchants aren't selling it to them.
You said the straw merchants are registering, and then the straw merchants sell. That's the business model of a straw merchant.
Yes, but they get caught because now we can catch them through the registry.
Wait, but how are we catching them if the straw merchants aren't the ones committing the crimes?
For all the negative impacts that senators have proved to you, what happens when police officers have access to this registry, right? Why does today's legislation need to give these police officers access to the registry?
Because if police officers don't have access to the registry, then, among other things, they can't track down straw merchants.
Whoa, you can still track down people, right? That doesn't have to be the police officers specifically who are doing that. Other forms of law enforcement can do that, right?
As opposed to
The questioning period has elapsed. Seeing as that was just a speech in affirmation, negation speakers, rise. Senator Khan.
I thank the chair. Khan, finally on the Khan. Closing out the negative advocacy. Let me know if you're not ready, judges. Perfect. Yeah. It's a common misconception that the louder you raise your voice, the more attention you get. But what people fail to realize is that silence speaks its own volume. And the silence this Congress has given to the victims of gun violence speaks deafening volumes. Fail today's policy. Principally, fail because more guns are being bought if you pass. Senator Lai, at the beginning of today's round, makes a critical false assumption that the entire affirmative advocacy has relied on. He says, you decrease gun sales. That's imperatively false. I want to reframe today's debate solely around police officers' access to guns. The Pew Research Center tells us in August 2023 that 72% of gun owners say that the main reason they own a gun is for protection. You can't put a price on protection. Senator Amu, that's why when you create a digital database that all law enforcement officers have access to, it becomes a problem. Because now, police officers can see if their neighbor has a gun next to them. And when that happens, you see gun proliferation. The same way we started today's congressional session talking about nuclear proliferation, the same logic applies here. When you see somebody next to you has a gun, 72% of people get guns for protection. You're more likely to buy a gun. And that's problematic, as the Rockefeller Institute tells us that one of the most fundamental pieces of gun policy is that the more guns you have in a society, the more gun deaths you see. With this new analysis, let's see how we compare to today's round. Senator Lynn, Kumar, and Amu, you point to Australia and Canada as perfect examples of this registry working and not increasing law enforcement violence. Senator Song told you that you prioritize his source from America. I want to add on to him and tell you that America has more guns, aka more violence. And don't forget what Senator Lung told you. Our police training sucks. That's why British Columbia criminologists found that every year US police officers fatally shoot 1,000 people, while Canadian, just 30. This Congress needs to ask why. Vancouver Sun tells us in 2022 that it's because Canadian cops are better trained, better funded, and more regulated. You just heard three things that this Congress can literally fix with legislation: fund police programs, increase regulation, and mandate more training. Today's legislation goes backwards in progress. Senator Tiagali told you that law enforcement officers are 4 times more likely to commit domestic violence. Senator Lung told you that law enforcement officers use racial stereotypes that cost citizens their lives. I'm not going against the gun registry. I'm going against a gun registry that law enforcement officers that aren't properly trained, funded, or regulated can see. Don't leave silence. Speak out.
That was a speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Questioners, rise.
I'm so glad you brought up Canada. Does it have a similar version of today's legislation in effect?
They implemented a gun registry, and your side pointed to that gun registry as an example of it working.
Yeah. So why don't we use that to track down crime when it happens and register 140,000
You
guns?
can still track down crime. You don't have to give it to police officers specifically. You have other type of law enforcement that can access these databases, like the FBI.
Who besides police is the first one to track gun crime?
I'm telling you, we don't want police officers to do it. I don't care. Either way, I prove to you that police officers doing it is a net harm.
Racial bias is entrenched in the status quo. If there is a tool to help gun crime,
so racial...
Hey, your argument is that people get to see that their neighbors have guns and it's going to cause more guns. In the
I'm
world,
focusing on law enforcement officers, specifically police officers.
So
in this.
law enforcement officers, do they already have guns?
I mean, some do at their job, but a lot don't have them at home.
So if they already have guns, if they already have gun training, what does this change? I don't understand why
I'm
this is
telling
so
you that their gun training is poorly funded, and that every senator in the negation has proved to you that they're making mistakes.
If I'm a police officer, I see my neighbor has a gun, it doesn't
Because
change
you
anything. I
risk
already have a gun.
increasing the domestic
That was a
violence.
speech in negation. We're now looking for a speech in affirmation. All speakers rise. Shall.
Speaking for my final time. Awesome. In 1966, Malcolm X described the path for change in America as through the ballot or the bullet. 60 years later, those words have continued to define the pendulum of Americans across this country. It's time you give the power to the ballot, so one less bullet doesn't have to be from this legislation. Now, principally, I think as one of the last speakers on my side, I want to address the fundamental characteristic every negation argument that has come up here shares. They have pointed to an external issue, whether it's systemic racism, a lack of funding, and told you it will lead this legislation to fail. Here's my issue with that. They've essentially assumed this Congress hasn't done anything to solve any of those issues. Here's why that's not true. Let's talk about enforcement. Start with Senator Assadi when he tells you that so far, police officers in America are underfunded and overworked. Right now, we are actively seeing them respond to that issue. As the New York Times quantifies in 2024, the NYPD alone last year increased its budget by 16%, specifically because officers told their supervisors they had too much work on their plate. Right now, we are seeing our justice system solve these external issues. When you pass this legislation, that still happens. But next, Senator Lung and Khan are worried about enabling biased over-policing. My response to that is the same thing as overwork. Because Senator Khan, you're asking us to pass other pieces of legislation. I want to show you that we already are. Because the Institute of Justice explains in 2025, just 3 years ago, this same Congress pushed the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act all the way to the Senate, and it finally passed in 2022. But what does that actually do? Right now, under this legislation, it mandates police departments above a certain size to mandate their officers to take de-escalation training. And since its passage, over 700 departments have done just that. Justice in America is far from perfect, but it is improving. Failing this legislation is tantamount to punishing our constituents for our former lack of complicity. But finally, I want to provide the long-term scope that this entire debate has missed so far. So far, every single negation senator has essentially assumed that we don't have a national gun surveillance system in place already. That is false. Look to the Journal of American Medical Association in 2025. They explained that right now, the CDC already has the National Vital Statistics System, an AI model that can preemptively detect when gun violence happens or predict if it will happen if it has enough data of where guns are. And in testing, it was proved to be 99.74% accurate. The only issue with this model right now is that it does not have the data it needs to tie the killer to the gun. Right now, we have the technology to stop the bullet before it is even fired. But when you pass today's legislation and create this registry, these new systems that rely on data now get the bank they need to do it. Don't allow the bullet to be stronger than your ballot.
Speech time, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Asadi.
If de-escalation training is becoming more and more common, why are cases of police brutality still on the rise?
Wait. I agree with you. Cases of police brutality are still high, but in areas that have implemented this kind of training, we are seeing the rate of increase decrease over time.
Could you provide an example?
Okay, I gave you the New York Times source that told you a lot of places in New York City are actually implementing these new programs. And we're
But the
seeing them
cases
become
of
more and
police
more effective.
brutality in the area have remained
At the
stagnant.
end of the
Why?
day, bias in our justice system is an entire different issue than gun policy in general. We can solve both.
Senator Long brought that up to you. Why have you not addressed that?
Casey.
Hi.
Hey, our constituents deserve so much better. Do you truly believe that telling a murderer to fill out paperwork decreases gun violence?
Wait, that's a drastic oversimplification of what my side has said. Sure, I don't think the murderer will come to us and fill out paperwork, but the people who eventually would sell them that weapon will. And because this registry exists in the first place, we can make sure the gun never gets in his hand
There are
anyways.
400 guns out in the US. Even if there was a 90% compliance rate, that is still 40 million guns circulating the US market.
The questioning period has elapsed. Seeing as that was just a speech in affirmation, we're now looking for a negation speak. All speakers rise. Once again, all speakers rise. Any affirmative speakers rise. Senator Nguyen.
Hi guys, for the final time ever, that's Senator Nguyen. N-G-U-Y-E-N. Just a final nod when you're ready. "12 days ago, I emailed the parents of Darian Richardson and was given consent to share her story today. Darian, a 25-year-old athlete pursuing her master's in education, was shot during a home invasion 15 years ago in Portland, Maine. The police recovered the .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol at the scene of another homicide 1 month later. But due to the loss of buyer's information, the gun couldn't be traced. The case remains unsolved. Her parents, Wayne and Judy Richardson, have fought for stronger gun laws in Maine. Today, I proudly bring their advocacy to Iowa. You vote in favor of a national registry to solve more crimes, speed up the wheels of justice, and ultimately reduce gun violence. Senator Lung Asada Song and Khan tells you that police will get more violence. That is not a problem with a firearm registry. That is a problem with training. Senator Khan, implement training with this bill. Second, the only negation argument that stands left is Senator Song, who tells you that criminals will turn to 3D guns. We don't reject car registration because thieves drive unregistered cars. Don't reject gun registries because criminals use 3D guns. Additionally, Director of Legislative Policy Division of the Detroit government finds in April of 2023 that 42% of gun crimes were committed with legally purchased guns. These are rapid decisions, crimes of passion. People buy, shoot, and worry later. Today, we solve those cases. NPR interviewed ATF gun tracer Scott Hester, who says that gun tracing can take months. They have to hand search so many paper records just to find the owner. That is, if they could have the record there, which they lose 30% of the time. Senator Nelson and Asadi, today we help the ATF. Today, we guarantee that in these instances, the case is solved faster and no criminal can inflict any more violence. Reports from Canada's National Statistic Agency found when the Canadian registry was implemented, it was used over 700 times a day, saving 1,800 lives. Best case, Darian and up to 1,799 people like her would still be here. Worst case, Darian's story, or maybe some of the other thousands just like it, would have some semblance of justice. Thank you to Darian's mother, Judy, for allowing me to tell your family's story. I hope I did it more justice than the government has. To everyone else in this chamber, vote in favor of a gun registry to send a message to the thousands that watch this. Tell them that we will keep telling the stories of the fallen, and we won't stop until action has been taken.
Speech time, 2 minutes, 55 seconds. Questioners, rise. Between those standing, that first goes to Senator Lung.
I just want to start by saying thank you for bringing your advocacy into the real world. But the second thing I want to say is you can't just wave off police brutality at the point that the police are the ones enforcing this legislation.
It's not the fault of the firearm registry, it is the fault of the training. In your speech alone, you said that police officers watch videos of violent crime and that's why they get scared. That is the issue of the training. We can implement better training practices
But I
and
think it's
save so many
it's a
lives with this
prerequisite
bill.
to fix the training, or else the implementation will be flawed.
You can implement the training with the firearm registry.
Senator Song.
Hey, Senator, thanks for sharing this important message. So, in Canada, they have stronger police training standards, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that is
and is there any guarantee of this Congress in 2025 doing that nationally? Is
If
there
you're
any
telling
guarantee
me
of
that there's going to be so many issues with law enforcement, that is a demand to better training.
No,
It's
you're
not
sending
mutually
law enforcement
exclusive.
out in the country to enforce
It
this
is not
policy
mutually exclusive.
and opening up to more
We've already
violence.
saw this training work, especially in New York. We saw police brutality.
And most
decrease
places
because
don't
of
have that
Period
training.
has elapsed. Senator Badaluri. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and we will move to previous question. We will now vote on a legislation, a bill to establish a national firearm registry. Those who wish to vote in affirmation, please raise your placards. I count 1, Ostheimer, 2, Amu, 3, Macias, 4, Shao, 5, Park, 6, Kumar, 7, Jackson, 8, Badaluri, 9, Nguyen, 10, Lin, and 11, Lee. Those who wish to fail that legislation, I count 1, Stevens, 2, Asadi, 3, Song, 4, Khan, 5, Lung, 6, Nelson, 7, Casey, 8, Tiagali. Those who wish to abstain, there should be none. Then, on a vote of 11 to 8 to 0, that bill does indeed pass. Now, just as a brief thing before we accept that motion to adjourn, first, there's a few orders of business that we need to take care of. We've gone through 57 speeches and 126 questions in a little bit over 6 hours, with some interruptions in between. We passed a grand total of 1 legislation, and Senator Casey was right earlier. I am going to make a joke about how we were more productive than actual Congress. Real quick, as a brief thank you to all of my judges and also my parley, we greatly appreciate it, especially because this is the longest final round, except for maybe House, just depending on how quickly they finish. But we greatly appreciate it, and this tournament truly couldn't be put on without people like you. Thank you to the NSDA and the City of Des Moines for allowing us to have the final session within the Iowa State Capitol. And also thank you to the NSDA for their handling of this situation at the Iowa Event Center and allowing competitors to establish contact with their teammates, families, and friends. Thank you also to all of my fellow senators in the chamber for electing me to be your final round president of the Senate. It's truly been my honor to be able to serve you for this last tournament of my high school career. And this activity has meant so much to me for these past few years, and I truly couldn't imagine a better way to end it. The NSDA has given us an amazing opportunity to voice our advocacies, and it doesn't stop when we adjourn. And with that, I will now accept that motion. Senator Lee. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. More importantly, any opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The Senate is now adjourned.
All right, to our scorers. If you've not already finished your ballot and would like to head into the lounge in order to have a little bit of a quieter place to finish your ballot, we will do that. We will have that available for you. In about 3 minutes, we will have the John Lewis Medallion presentation in here. So please don't wander far, but take a second to take a breath. Do it from the mic. Yep.
Arduous Civil Rights Leader Award, or medal, and then also you get a 100-year centennial tumbler.
So you can be electric coaches if they're on the District Committee or other fancy people.
Okay, as we call your name, if you would come and receive your medal and your gift from the NSDA, and then return to your seat as we call the next one. Congratulations to our finalists. From Phoenix Country Day School in Arizona, Samir Khan. From Pennsbury High School in Pennsylvania, Swathi Badaluri. From Paul J. Haggerty High School in Florida, Grace Jackson. From Bellarmine College Prep in California, Akshar Amu. From American Heritage Palm Beach in Florida, Sebastian Asadi. From Blue Springs South High School in Missouri, Garrett Flack. From FAU High School in Florida, Nicholas Ossheimer. From Archbishop Mitty High School in California, Navya Taigali. From Memorial High School in Texas, Andrew Zhao. And from Redlands High School in California, Michael Park.
Continuing on, from South Lake Carroll High School in Texas, Amber Lynn. From Loyola High School in West Los Angeles District, California, Carlos Macias. From Packer Collegiate in New York City, New York, Owen Casey. From Western High School in Florida, Emily Stevens. From Regis High School, also New York City, New York, Holden Nelson. From Monte Vista High School in San Francisco, California, Tyler Lee. From Eastridge High School in Minnesota, Daniel Song. From Bellarmine College Prep in California, Vincent Nguyen. From Monte Vista High School, again in California, Hao Lam Lung. And last but not least, from Southern Minnesota, from Adena High School in Minnesota, Pranika Kumar. And I'd like to ask Mr. Burlap to come down. He has one more announcement and one more item for you all, and then you can enjoy the rest of your evening.
Like I said, we did get an extension for maybe another 8 minutes. If you are a graduating senior and this was in fact your last speech, what I would ask you to do is come down and line up and in PO speech fashion, brief but informative, please provide the thank yous that we did not have time to give during the speeches themselves.
Thank you first and foremost to my coach, Brittany Stanchek. I know you're too humble to ever want it, but you've literally taught me everything I know. Thank you to Caden, Nathan, Emilio, Sebastian Sainz, Rian Merta, my mom, my dad, and then most importantly, my brother for always giving me a goal to chase.
Hi everyone, this is Grace Jackson. I want to first and foremost say thank you to my mom for making everything possible. I want to thank my friend, sorry, I promised I wouldn't cry. I want to thank my family from Harvard. All of you guys have been some of my closest friends on the circuit. Hi, Jaden, Nora, Nick, I'm so happy you decided to come out of retirement for the 7th time to compete again. And last and finally, I want to say thank you to all of you. This is truly how I learned. I didn't have any coaching, so you guys have been my greatest teachers. Thank you.
Hi, this is Swathi. First and foremost, to everyone at Pennsbury High School who made this entire thing possible, but especially to Scott and Amanda. Amanda, you're the sister I never had. Scott, I love you so much. Thank you for your support. To my coaches, Zach and Ethan, who aren't here right now, but I could never thank you enough. I don't even have the words, even though you've helped me find the words so many times. To my dad and Rohith, my brother, for the tough love and making sure I'm good enough to get here. But to my mom, who filled my house with so many role models that she probably wanted me to be like, but probably never realized the person I most wanted to be was her. I love you so much.
Hi, this is Emily. If you could have told little freshman me who wanted to quit Congress that this is where I'd end up, I'd be shocked. But I want to give a really big thank you to my team. You guys have been everything to me, especially to Layla Corey and Jackie Correa. You guys have given me everything. Thank you to Mr. Bryan for saving our team when we genuinely thought we were done. And thank you to my parents for listening to all my 1 a.m. rants. Thank you to Lex for helping me find my voice.
Thank you to the Bell Congress team, Akshar, Arnav, Vedant, Arush, Akilan, Ashwin, Veer, even you two. I also like to thank my mom, my dad, Brian. You guys have gone through so much with me. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my coaches from my school, Dr. Sullivan and Mr. Langeman, for giving me a chance to compete in this event. And most importantly, I'd like to thank my mentors, Tyler, Adrian, Joseph, Aditya, and Quest. You guys have been there from the lows and the highs, and I'm glad you guys are here with the end. And finally, I'd like to thank the family of Darian Richardson for allowing me to share their story today.
To every single person watching this who goes to a school that may have not even competed at districts or feels that they're the only competitor on the team and that this could never be them in a million years, that was me 3 years ago. It is possible. Keep working for it. I want to extend the biggest thank you to my family, my friends, my teammates, those who are carrying on the Packers team legacy in the next few years. I appreciate each and every single one of you on the circuit. This would not be the same without you all. Thank you all so, so much.
I want to thank my parents. I want to thank my Bellarmine friends, this guy over here, Arnav, Adi, Rishi, Varnit, Austin, those guys in the back, Akilan, Ashwin, Varun, Veer, and I want to thank some former coaches, Sakit Budhia. I want to thank Samir and Sanvi, and once again, I want to really, really thank my parents. You guys did a lot for me. Thank you.
I want to thank my friends, Tyler, Rishal, Nikhil, Fiona, Anuj, Kaylin, Chuka, Fadil, Ishan Kwazi, Ishan Singh. I'm really sorry if I forgot anybody. There's a lot of people. I also want to thank my dad and my mom for always being there to support me, and I know I don't say it enough, but I love you so much.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my parents. I really appreciate it. I love you guys. And thank you to Monta Vista. I mean, you guys are the reason why I'm here today. Thank you, Mr. Matley, Gianluca, Charlie. You guys have been amazing coaches.
Howdy, y'all. Garrett here. Thank you to my parents for always being there for me. And even today, taking the 3-hour drive out truly means the world to me. Thank you to all my coaches, teammates, and even the teammates we adopted from my sister's school. Truly, your guys' support is insane, and I couldn't have done any of this without you, and I owe it all to you. Thank you, guys.
I'd like to once again thank everybody at Regis, Coach Dean Kelly, Jack Smalls, Evan, Will, Lionel, Leo, Tristam. I'm forgetting somebody. Oh my God. Emmett, Owen, my parents, especially my younger brother, Austin. You're the GOAT. I know you're never going to watch this, but I appreciate everything you do. And lastly, I'd like to thank Hy-Vee for the protein bar selection they have. I would recommend the Barbell birthday cake flavor. It's delicious. Thank you.
I want to start by thanking my parents for supporting me and driving me to random schools around Houston for 4 years. I really appreciate that. I also want to thank everybody from Spring Branch, specifically Colin, Chris, Jesus, David, everyone else from Houston, like Matthew. There's so many other people that deserve to be said there, but I can't really put the words to like express my appreciation. Most importantly, I want to thank Harry Yu. Last year, my thank you was just saying I love you, because I didn't really know what to say, but like, you've really just been the single most influential person in the past 4 years. Thanks for teaching me debate isn't just about spreading. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to start by thanking Archbishop Mitty, Speech and Debate, my home for the last 4 years, specifically their Congress squad, Sashank, Chaith, Anisha, Jordan, Arya, Alix, honorary member of Mitty Congress, and all the guys, like my debate guys, Samit Naranjan, Anj, Rohan Atharv, Andrew, Anik, Ayan. I really appreciate you guys, and you've kind of built my career the last 4 years. To my two debate coaches, Mr. Woodhead and Miss Northrup, genuinely, you guys have built me into the person and the debater that I am today, and I wouldn't be here without you. And then, of course, my Congress family, like I can't even name all the guys and the girls. I'm just like the people here that I met that have just shaped my journey and have become my favorite people. And then the biggest shout outs to my parents. Thank you for supporting me always and for making me the woman that I am. And the biggest shout out to my brother, my best friend. Thank you for always supporting me.
Thank you to my mom for judging, driving, and flying me around for 7 years. Thank you to Coach Potter for being the reason that we have a debate program at FAU. Thank you to the wonderful people at Equality and Forensics for keeping up the work after I'm long gone. Thank you, Nora, Jaden, Grace, Henry, and Waleed.
At this point, thank you. We will post when we are able to about top 6 and top 14. Please give us some grace. We'll get it when we are able to get it. And to that end, the National Senate is now gavelled out. Thank you.
You've been through just a simple touch and it can set you free.